a country that, much like our own, has shown over the past 30 or 40 years that can be achieved with vision, energy, and determination. Your experience proves that rapid progress and development are possible. Technology and the smart, forward-looking use of it has played a crucial role in that journey. At the same time, we should not allow success to blind us. We cannot afford to rest on our own laurels. Instead, we must look to the future with ambition, albeit an ambition tempered by humility. In my remarks, I would like to dwell on Estonia's story of digitalization, how the opening up of the world and our regained freedom made it possible for our small nation to grow and prosper with a very short space of time. Thank you for giving me that opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, Estonia is often described as being at the forefront of digital governance and of establishing a vibrant startup ecosystem. Today, 100% of our government services are online, allowing citizens and businesses to interact with the state securely, transparently, and at any time. Digital identities are used daily. Prescriptions are issued electronically, taxes are declared online, and data moves seamlessly and securely across institutions. An instrument part of this has been the X-Road, a secure, decentralized data exchange layer connecting more than 3,000 public and private databases. 30 years ago, Estonia had none of advantages usually associated with technology leadership. What we did have was a strategic choice to invest in people, to trust in innovation, and to design governance for continuous change. And today, Estonia is not just a digital state, but a deliberately designed governance laboratory in which education, innovation, democracy, and AI are evolving together as one system. One of the deepest sources of Estonia's digital success lies in education. Our digital journey began not in ministries, but in schools. In the 1990s, Estonia launched the Tiger Leap program, which equipped all schools with computers and internet access and trained teachers in digital skills. This generation is now leading Estonian startup system, driving innovation and shaping our digital public sector. Today, we are taking a similar strategic step in our era of AI. Through the AI Leap, we are embedding AI-supported learning across the entire educational system. The focus is not on using AI more, but using it more wisely. Students and teachers nationwide have received access to advanced AI tools supporting by training, not to teach AI for its own sake, but to support the better learning in every subject. We are taking this AI opportunity to rethink the essence of education and the skills we need to offer our young people in today's world. Specially developed education tools help students develop independent and critical thinking, deep understanding, and the necessary digital competences. Teachers use AI both to simplify their work and to develop more effective teaching methods. By equipping citizens with AI literacy, critical thinking, and creativity, we strengthen both our innovation ecosystem and our open society. The second cornerstone of Estonia's success has been public-private partnership, closely intertwined with trust. From the very beginning, we have designed digital governance as a collaborative project with the private sector. Our national digital ID system, for example, was developed with private companies, including banks, which helped establish trust and accelerate its adoption. This approach allowed citizens to experience immediate value, building the sort of confidence that later enabled the expansion of digital public services. But partnership model has shaped our entire innovation ecosystem. Digital transformation can only succeed if it strengthens trust. In Estonia, transparency is built into governance by design. Firstly, we have introduced the one only principle. Citizens provide the data just once, and government agencies reuse it securely. Secondly, Estonia implemented a data tracker wherein every citizen can see which official has accessed which of the records when and why. Thirdly, Estonia is very open about sharing information regarding cyber incidents, vulnerabilities, and potential threats. The Estonian Information System Authority published daily, monthly, and yearly overviews of the situation in cyberspace. This open and transparent way of communicating and sharing information is good faith, has helped to create trust between public and private sector entities. This openness reinforces confidence, accountability, and democratic legitimacy. Today, government acts as a platform for information, offering secure infrastructure, regularly clear and real-life testing environments. Startups and technology companies co-create solutions directly within public systems in education, healthcare, taxation, business services, and cybersecurity. As a result, Estonia has become one of the world's most dynamic startup ecosystems. More importantly, innovation is embedded in how governance itself evolves. Estonian advantages lies in having built digital solutions horizontally across government. This allows us to seamlessly embed the new technologies, including AI, across institutions. We are now moving from a digital government towards intelligent governance, where public services become proactive, personalized, and based on live events. AI enables the state to anticipate needs, reduce administrative burden, and focus on outcomes rather than procedures. Families receive support automatically when a child is born. Entrepreneurs are guided through the business life cycle, and social services intervene earlier to prevent vulnerability. Our ambition is to make public services intuitive, invisible, and supportive, allowing citizens to focus on their lives rather than on bureaucracy. This brings me to a central ambition of Estonia's digital strategy. Estonia is building itself up as a safe and trusted testing ground for AI-enabled governance, a sandbox in which new models of digital statehood can be developed, validated, and responsibly scaled globally. Our size, digital maturity, and innovation culture allows us to test solutions quickly, refine them responsibly, and share them openly. In our sandbox, we are developing agent-based public services, live event governance, and AI-supported policymaking, always anchored in transparency, ethics, and human-centric design. The same logic guides Estonia's Eesti AI initiative, faced with demographic pressure and accelerating global competition. We cannot rely on scale alone. We must rely on intelligence, both human and artificial, working together. Eesti AI is designed to apply AI systematically across government and the economy so as to boost productivity, improve services, and support higher value work. It is not about replacing people, but about empowering them and ensuring that Estonia remains resilient and competitive despite structural constraints. Estonia views digital space as our shared global domain. No country and no community should be left behind in a digital transformation. That is why we actively support international cooperation through initiatives such as COSAC, the Global Forum, or Cyber Expertise, EU CyberNet, and UN frameworks. Our aim is to help countries build secure, inclusive, and interoperable digital public infrastructure. Our digital footprint has reached some 150 countries. Ladies and gentlemen, in today's geopolitical environment, digital systems are no longer mere infrastructure. They are strategic assets and targets. Russia's aggression against Ukraine has clearly shown that cyberspace is now a front line of conflict. For Estonia, this means embedding cybersecurity, resilience, and legal accountability into every digital and AI project from the very beginning. Security is not a constraint on innovation. It is our foundation of trust and long-term sustainability. Estonia has already demonstrated this practice by publicly in identifying malicious cyber operations, reinforcing accountability and the application of international law in cyberspace. We have all witnessed rising tension and manifestations of brutality around the world. We must take care to ensure that AI is not affected by these developments, that it rightly understands that is good and bad, what is right and wrong. AI should understand and interpret the principles embedded in the UN Charter. Territorial integrity, sovereignty, peaceful settlement of disputes, the right to self-defense, human rights and dignity, international law, the same way that the founding fathers understood it and member states understand it today. Otherwise, we might end up in a situation where false justification and explanations and malicious interpretations earn a sneaking victory and become perfectly reasonable to the masses. This should not happen, and indeed should be avoided. This is a righteous and extremely important task for us. Steps to that end have already been taken by the United Nations. At the end of the year, the General Assembly established a global dialogue on AI governance, which provides an inclusive platform within the UN for states and stakeholders to discuss critical AI issues facing humanity today. Estonia is honored to have been nominated together with El Salvador to co-facilitate this process, and I assure you that we will do so with great dedication. Ladies and gentlemen, Estonia's ambition is not simply to run faster in the digital race, but to design better governance for the AI era. By serving as a trusted testing ground, by placing education and innovation at the heart of transformation, and by anchoring technology in democratic values and international law, we seek to contribute not just solutions, but directions. Estonia's experience has taught us that limitations can be an advantage, provided we are willing to think differently and act boldly. This is how even small countries, but also larger ones, can help shape a more open, secure, and human-centric digital future by working with partners around the world, including the United Arab Emirates. Thank you very much for your attention.
the technology and software was the value creator. The real secret of this era was the cloud capital, the idea that somewhere you have data centers, they cost hundreds of millions, but then you run software that generates billions, that you rent. This is what we usually call software as a service. These people made a fortune because, of course, they were providing all the tools to create that ecosystem. But the reality is that you were basically into a situation. Either you pay the rent to your software, or you collect the rent. And this has completely changed the dynamic of the world, because you basically had two spaces, the US and China, who basically were providing the technology, the cloud, the services, the app store, the operating system, etc., etc. Everyone else is basically purchasing technology. That's an incredible model. This is the model we've built. The question we should ask ourselves is, now that we have AI, is it the same thing? Is it the same business model? Is it as profitable as it used to be? It's a very interesting question, because when you think about it, the internet has basically two models. I simplified, it's bundle or unbundling. Before you have the cable, you pay a certain amount, you have all the channel, and then you have Netflix who say, you know what, now we're going to pay less, and you have specific services. So these are always coming, we always switch from bundling, unbundling. You have all-in-one, and then you have to pay all the apps, etc., etc. And the other thing that is interesting is when you build a company, you have to think about two things. Either you build on top of someone. Let's say you do an app on the App Store, you're building on top of the Apple ecosystem, or you decide to create the entirety of your business, and you control the entirety of the business. These are the two main ways of creating products. In the age of AI, if you remember 2 years ago when someone told you, I have an AI company, what they actually meant is, we've built the product on top of OpenAI, and it actually creates some intelligence. The problem, of course, is that this can be cut. Now, with the open source revolution, and this is very important, you can have your own system that you control entirely. You can say, in my company, or as a country, we have our own AI, and I'll come to that a bit later. Of course, the question of the platform is always the same. Is it open, or is it closed? If you take the App Store, today, if you want to publish an app, you need the permission of Apple to get it out. If you're using the web, no one's permission. You can just start doing things. Similar thing happened in the AI. So in short, you have two models. You have the closed model, which started with OpenAI and Claude, and the open model with open source. And it's interesting to have both, because you need to have a balance between I do not control anything with I control everything. The question is, we are entering an age where the old model, you're only allowed to do things on top of OpenAI or Claude. Now you can actually build everything yourself. So this number has changed. It was $1 trillion, $3 trillion, now it's 10 trillion. It's probably going to be 15. But the question is, of course, how do we make money? This is, you know, of course, this thing. Is it a bubble? Is it a realignment of capital? At the moment, there's about 2,000 data centers being built around the world. Everybody wants to be part of it. Everybody wants to get there. The question is, who will be succeeding? This is an interesting question. The reality is, the reason AI is so interesting is, first of all, a lot of people believe that the next hard problems of the world can only be solved by AI. You know, new antibiotics, anything that is complicated, you just use a lot of GPUs and you throw this problem and you get it solved. There's also the idea now, you know, with Cloudbot and the agentic, the idea that AI can let you do things, that someone, just by himself, with an army of AI, can create $1 billion company. Everybody in Silicon Valley is working on this and talking about this. And of course, you have a synthetic workforce. You could say in army that drones are actually an AI, a synthetic workforce. You're going to have support, anything task that you could do with humans, now you can expand with AI. And a lot of people have a strong belief that, especially now with the technology, you will be able to at least expand your crowd. So the funny thing about AI, and there's the two things you need to understand, is that the system still works. You put a lot of data, you put a lot of money in GPUs, you put it up, and it works. And so far, we call it the law of scale. This law still works, even today. The funny thing is, and this is the most important thing to understand, is how people build startups now because of that. So I'll give you an example of a company called Lovable. Lovable is a company, you just type, I want to do this app, you describe the app, and it generates the app. When they started, they used the old version of Claude, Anthropic model. The product was good. They didn't change anything in their product. Claude comes to Claude 4, and now, by the way, it's Claude 4.5. They don't change anything about the product, and suddenly, the product is 10 times better. The interesting thing is, if I was taking an automotive, a comparison, you just focus on the outside, and the engine is provided. And you start with like a small car, and now you have a Porsche, and then you're going to have a Ferrari, and then a plane. Every time the models improve, the software improves. And a lot of people today are building startups around this idea. Of course, to win the battle, you need all the talents, all the data. We're running out of data in 2030, all the compute, and of course, all the energy. So the thing about AI, it requires cooperation and regulation, and of course, you need to be agreeing on what's going on. And the question is, we have to agree on what's going on in a very unpredictable world. Come to the third act, the breakup phase. We're in an interesting place. We have conversation around deglobalization, the splinternet. I'll come and speak a little bit about innovation divergence and also the AI capital debt. But this is, by the way, the journey of a chip. We always say a chip is only Taiwan and the US. No, of course. The laser you need for ASML is made in California. The lens is made in Germany. You have hundreds of companies. It is a global cooperation. Without this, no chips. The other interesting thing, as you're probably aware, is that the internet used to be a commercial place. Now it's almost a militarized place. We have submarine cables have been, undersea cable have been severed. You have an incredible activity around this. But what I'd like to point out is what happened with DeepSeek, because a lot of people talk about, DeepSeek it's a cheaper version of OpenAI, etc. The reality is, when I was doing web, the idea was Silicon Valley is doing something, and everyone else is copying. And suddenly, in China with this model, they innovated differently. And now, if you're using ChatGPT, when you see the thinking of the machine, this is an innovation that came, of course, from this. So now, innovation will be different in different places around the world. And the question today is also which kind of ecosystem you want to be in. Do you want to be in an OpenAI, NVIDIA? Do you want to be in a DeepSeek, Huawei, Kimi? And I think people will actually look at both and become what I call swing states. You can lean into one or to the other. But it's an interesting situation right now as a decision you have to do. The other thing I'd like to talk about is the fact that if intelligence is, think about it, now we have to pay to think. This is the new model. And as a country, you want to make sure that every citizen has access to this. So do you make it a public infrastructure? Is it a private infrastructure? These are questions that are happening right now. When OpenAI talked about a bailout, it's not something they discuss randomly. They understand that AI will be as water, as part of infrastructure. And these are conversations that are happening right now. So I'd like to give you a sneak peek of what's happening in 2026. A lot of people believe that they should be in control of AI with the question of digital sovereignty and all these issues. This is a box you can buy today. You put it in your home, and you have your own AI system out of the box. You don't need anyone else. If the internet is cut, it still works. And this is the same thing for enterprise. You're going to see more and more people doing this. And there's one reason, because the running of AI, what we call the inference cost, is going up to the roof. So if you want to control the investment you do, you want to make sure that you have your own data center. I'll give you an example of a university. You want all your students to learn vibe coding. If you use a regular commercial plan, it's going to cost a lot of money. But if you actually have your own data center, it's like a buffet. You can have it as much as you want, and you can have people use it as much as you want. The number one issue of AI this year is how to reduce the cost and controlling your infrastructure. This is going to be a very interesting thing, but we need stable area to innovate. And we're going to see this year locally grown AI, and all the tools are here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Tariq Rim. There's a powerful power talk for us. So many key takeaways again. A thought-provoking deep dive into that human algorithm, reclaiming purpose in the age of AI governance. Now, as we promised you, our esteemed audience, we have an action-packed program here for our Government Services Forum. As you can see, the stage is being set by the wonderful team that have been working diligently around the clock for both the content and the creation behind this forum. We have a high-level ministerial panel coming up in just a moment as we set the scene for you. Now, I hope that you have been enjoying our thought-provoking keynote address and power talk from the very start of today. The organizers have been very inspired by the high-level direction that's been provided to us by the leadership in the country. They have encouraged me to share a quote. You may recognize the title of the book, Life Has Taught Me. It's a chapter in a message to my grandchildren, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the Vice President, Prime Minister of the UAE and ruler of Dubai. He advises his grandchildren and by extension all future leaders on how to conduct themselves in public life and says, whatever role you play in your future, let your actions be filled with sincerity and integrity. And he adds, be like the rain wherever it falls. It brings benefit. Be like the rain. It does not distinguish between rich and poor, old and young, human, animal, bird, or plant. Be beneficial to all without bias or discrimination. And it's this spirit that we really want to embrace here at the Government Services Forum, in bringing our government leaders, our technology partners together to celebrate not only innovation, but this notion that the innovation that we create should be for the capacity and capability of all good across the world. You'll be hearing a lot from our global leaders that we have gathered, gracing our stage, but also where we can share the journey the UAE is also on. I've had the pleasure of being based here for the last decade and working very closely with my Emirati brothers and sisters, and hearing directly about the journey that we have here, which is for the good of the Middle East, but also around the world as well. We heard from the President, Alaa Harris, earlier today in his keynote address about international cooperation partnership being very key, and that's what we bring in the spirit of our journey here. So, as you can see, without further ado, the stage has been set. I'm just going to get the signal from my team to make sure all the tech is in place. I think we are almost there. Our first ministerial panel, we're looking at breaking red tape, delivering results, the road to zero bureaucracy. We're going to be defining what we mean by zero bureaucracy and also the journey that we're going to be on here. Bureaucracy remains one of the greatest friction points between governments and people that they serve. Yet across the world, leaders are proving rules can be simplified without compromising integrity and trust that can be strengthened through smarter systems. This ministerial panel brings together leaders who are actively not only dismantling red tape and redesigning justice and public service systems, but delivering faster and simpler and more meaningful outcomes. So we are very pleased that we have both this ministerial panel, but also our guests joining us. So one last tech check to make sure that we are absolutely ready to go. We are. I have the thumbs up. So on that note, I have to say I'm very pleased. Not only am I emceeing the forum, but I get to moderate this panel. So may I please introduce my wonderful guests to the stage, and may I ask my esteemed audience to give them all a round of applause as they take to the stage. The Minister of Digital Economy and Innovation in Gabon, His Excellency Mark Dumba. Please, Your Excellency, come to the stage. I may ask you to take the second seat. Thank you very much. The second seat, please. The Minister of Telecommunications and the Information Society in Ecuador, His Excellency Roberto Curry. Please, Your Excellency, come to the stage. The Chairman of the State Agency for Public Service and Social Innovation in Azerbaijan, His Excellency Ulvi Mediev. Please, Your Excellency, join us at the stage. Fantastic. And our very own Minister of Justice here in the United Arab Emirates and the President of the Federal Judicial Council, His Excellency Abdullah El Nawaini. And I shall take my position here. And gentlemen, if I can ask you to just position the mics close to you so that we can catch every single word that you have to say. Fantastic. It's wonderful to have you all here. So I believe I've kind of set the scene in terms of zero bureaucracy. But let's define it as we answer our questions and also give our esteemed audience an insight into a global perspective. Gentlemen, it's such a pleasure to welcome you all here to the Government Services Forum. We are honored by your presence. May I begin by showing a bias? I did declare that I do live here in the UAE, and it's a pleasure to work with all the teams across the country, the international and Emirati talent that we have in this country. So the Minister of Justice here in the UAE, Your Excellency Abdullah, may I begin with you?
Yes, please.
We mentioned zero bureaucracy. It's been wonderful to get your perspective on it. What do we mean by it? Let's define it. But also, let's hear about the UAE's journey when it comes to the zero bureaucracy agenda, the shift from process-driven to outcome-driven governance. Please, your thoughts.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a great honor and a pleasure to be among my colleagues who made it all the way from Gabon, Ecuador, and Azerbaijan. I'd like to answer with a quote by His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, the Vice President, the Prime Minister, ruler of Dubai. His Highness was clear when he mentioned, I just wanted to make sure I get it right. So His Highness said, do not freeze procedures, and do not sanctify laws, and do not believe that systems are more important than the people. So the ultimate purpose of legal procedure and system are to serve the people. So His Highness' message was very clear. It was beyond a strategy or a vision or a roadmap. So if I may begin in the UAE, so to answer the question straightforward, the most complicated, probably a regulation when it comes to the Ministry of Justice, probably the criminal and the civil procedural law. And everyone would think that usually working on a zero bureaucracy in a Ministry of Justice is difficult. But let me talk about the journey of the Ministry of Justice, which began back in the year 2021, when the government first introduced the project of the 50s. So among those projects were two pillars that the Ministry of Justice worked on. The first one was updating our regulations, and the second one was re-engineering to all of our legal and judicial services. So the journey actually began ahead of the zero bureaucracy program. So by the time the government announced the zero bureaucracy program, we at the Ministry of Justice have almost updated 70% of our legal and judicial services regulations, along, of course, with the legal services, the other legal services. So by the time the government announced the zero bureaucracy program, and we had almost updated the 70% of our regulation, and going forward, by the end of the cycle itself, we managed to reach 90% of updating our regulation. So the regulations has never been an obstacle or a challenge, irrespective of the nature of the services that provide. So to answer the question, yes, usually the legal and judicial services are very much interconnected with the regulation, but it has never been the case or a challenge for us, at least in the Ministry of Justice.
And that's remarkable progress, Your Excellency, from 70% to 90%. And it's wonderful to get that insight in terms of charting that journey you mentioned from 2021. Arguably, the pandemic, and I'm sure all of our panelists would like to join in on this point, accelerated that digital acceleration. So that's a remarkable oversight of that journey there. Thank you so much. May I bring in Your Excellency Mark now at this point? When it comes to an insight from Gabon, may I ask about the digital transformation agenda there and which initiatives that you're using to connect government, businesses and startups, and how effective they've been in cutting red tape?
Thank you so much for this really good question. So the way we're looking at eliminating bureaucracy in Gabon is in August, we passed a law on digitization that makes it mandatory for every government agency to digitize. So it's not something that we want to leave up to individuals to think, am I comfortable with technology? Am I not comfortable with technology? The government passed a law saying, you must move forward with technology because this is the way of the world. So that is the first thing. We're also making sure that every government services is interoperable in order to make sure that we're harnessing our data. And some of the key projects that we've been doing and undertaking in order to connect better governments to citizens started obviously with business registration. It's one of the easier way to embrace the private sector and make it easier for them. We know that economic growth comes from making it easier for private businesses to start and to grow. So most of our ecosystem is organized around making it easier for them. We are also looking at DPI and ensuring that making payments for government services is more and more easy. As you know, in Africa, and Gabon is one of those countries, mobile money is really well spread, and so we're ensuring that governments can collect payments by building a government payment entity that will be responsible for collecting payments cashless. So we're really, pushing cashless reforms. The last thing I'll say probably is why do we print? In Gabon, we spend tens of millions of dollars printing paper every day. When you go into a minister's office and you see a big pile of paper, it's something that looks cool. It's like, oh, he's working hard. But actually, you should not be seeing all this paper. It's not normal. And this is something that I'm really trying to fight for and fight against. That culturally, you want to show that you're having a lot of work, but the new productive government servant should be having an iPad and just signing electronically. So next, in 2 weeks' time, we're passing a law on e-signature to make sure that you no longer have to print anymore, because we print to sign. Once we sign, we scan, and then we send it. So why should you spend money printing when you don't need to, when you could just sign electronically? And this will be a big cost saving for us. So these are some of the way we're looking at bringing closer government services to our citizens.
Your Excellency Mark, thank you for sharing those key steps in your roadmap in Gabon's digital transformation. They really build on what His Excellency Abdullah was talking about there, that you need the leadership. You need the government to lead the way. His Excellency was talking about that direction from the top, the leadership here in the UAE, and you've mentioned the mandatory laws. So it's not a case of choice, it's actually a case of clear direction. You did mention the financial situation, mobile apps, startups, the public-private partnerships. I'm sure that's something we'll go into with our panelists as well. May I bring in yourself, Your Excellency Roberto, on this point of the tight fiscal situations that we're in, institutional constraints. His Excellency Abdullah mentioned here in the UAE, we try to bypass institutional constraints. What's happening in Ecuador? You're the Minister of Telecommunications and the Information Society there. Give us an insight in terms of the significant digital investment and the transformation there.
Thank you. Good morning, first of all, to everyone, and thank you for the space. In Ecuador, we have a very pragmatic approach. It's really hard, I guess, that most of the countries or companies we have, there's not enough cash to do everything that we would like to do. So when, for example, in the private sector, if you have to decide, if you have certain amount of resources and you have to decide what to do to manufacture a new product or to have a new line of production, you have to decide what will have the biggest impact in your income or the biggest impact in your reducing your costs. If you move that to the public sector, then you will think, if I have 3 or 4 approaches, what will be the best approach to improve the citizens' life in the best way? What will they have the biggest impact in the short term? So that's the way that we see it. We try to have a pragmatic way to see which project will have the biggest impact on our citizens to improve their lives, to improve their day-to-day lives with the budget that we have at the time. Now, to do something is better than to do nothing. So when you start with something, then you can start from there and start building from there the other project next year and the next one and the next one. The other approach that has worked to us is to review all the processes that we have. Sometimes by redesigning processes, you find improving, then again, processes that has a big impact in the citizens with a small investment. So that's the way what we are trying to improve and the zero bureaucracy in our country.
So that's an interesting point. We're building layer by layer and delving deeper into the main focus and the main issues. We've talked about the regulation from the top, how it needs to be streamlined, mandatory direction. And now yourself, Your Excellency Roberto, you've mentioned being really citizen focused and where fiscally you can have that clear direction where the investment goes to have the greatest impact. Thank you for outlining this. May I bring in Your Excellency Ulvi at this point. You are the chairman of the State Agency for Public Service and Social Innovation in Azerbaijan. Hearing from our esteemed panelists, it'd be wonderful to hear about Azerbaijan's journey, building on this notion, mandatory regulation from the top, fiscally challenged, institutional constraints. When it comes to reducing procedural complexity for citizens, what would you advise?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude and thanks for organization and invitation to this event and for opportunity discussing this.
Fantastic. I may just ask Your Excellency to put the mic really close to you so we don't miss a single word.
Okay, thank you. So Azerbaijan's experience with public service reform is closely linked to the establishment of Asan service, launched in 2012 on the initiative of the President of Azerbaijan, as part of a broader anti-corruption agenda and public sector reform. The objective was clear: cut red tape, eliminate discretion, and make public services simple, transparent, and citizen-centric. Today, over 400 public and private services are delivered through Asan service, not only through physical centers, but also via mobile Asan units that
learn how to understand the languages of dolphins, whales, orangutans, tool-using crows. And of course, the goal isn't just to do the science, but to transform our relationship with the rest of nature, right? When people go from being out there speaking a language you don't understand, when you get to know them and speak their language, they go from out there to in your heart. You have to treat them differently. And the same thing with nature. As we learn that animals have had rich communication systems that we can understand, they go from a thing that's out there to something that's in our hearts. and that changes us in the process. So let's play a guessing game. Does anyone know what animal communicates this way, makes this sound? Any guesses? Dolphin? No, it's not a dolphin. Any others? It is a kind of whale. These are beluga communicating. And to me, this sounds like an alien modem, right? This is a couple of belugas communicating back and forth. And actually, it's very interesting. We hear up to 20 kilohertz. They're communicating all the way up to 120 kilohertz. And the question you should first ask is like, well, why are they communicating at high frequency? High frequencies don't go very far in water. And the answer is because of this. They actually are communicating on top of each other, sometimes touching. And what's already known is that they have names that they call each other by. One of their sister species, sperm whales, they have, they pronounce their clan identity when they say hellos. And the thing that blew my mind when I learned, working with Dr. Valeria Vergara, who is the preeminent expert working with belugas, is that even though she has tags that sit on the whales, you know, whaleables, that they only are able to look at 3% of the data. So this is where your ears should perk up, because here's one of the most greatest vocabulary, and science has not looked at 97% of their communication, right? This is the next frontier. This is what I think of as the most humble graph. Why most humble? Because it only includes all of time and all of space. But when you think about it, the human experience is so incredibly small compared to all that is. And our ability to understand is limited by our ability to perceive. And what does AI do? It throws open the aperture of that which we can perceive. So our research is starting to show. We're just working with tool-using crows that have a unique family structure where they raise their chicks together. Normally, crows raise them as parents, just mother and mother, one father. Here, it's like many families come together. They have a unique dialect, unique vocabulary. They take outside adults in, teach them that dialect, and then they learn that new vocabulary and learn the new family structure. What we're discovering is that a whole bunch of the communication has never been seen by scientists and have never been published on. And it's not a small amount. It's 70% of crow communication turns out to be whispers that they say while they fly. It's sort of incredible, actually, that the more we look around the world, the more we realize we do not know what we do not know. Turns out parents spend the first week and a half, 2 weeks, 3 weeks of their chick's life leaned over the chick, whispering a unique name that they will use for the rest of their life. And while I'm here to talk about animal communication, just to really show the point, do you think that plants can hear? In 2019, there was a study where they played different sounds to flowers, a primrose flower, and only when they played the sound of an approaching bee did the flowers respond by producing more and sweeter nectar. That is to say, the flower heard the bee approaching and got excited. Okay, so I think shown that there's rich communication, but is there really a there? Is there really language? And while we do not know yet, we are starting to get huge hints that the answer is yes. This was one of my favorite studies from 1994, University of Hawaii, and here they taught dolphins 2 gestures. The first gesture was do something you've never done before, right? That is to say, innovate. And to do that, the dolphins have to remember everything that they've done before, understand the concept of negation, not one of those things, and then produce something whole cloth. But they can innovate. Then they teach the dolphin another gesture, do something together. And they'll say to 2 different dolphins, do something you've never done before together. Innovate together. And the dolphins go down, exchange sonic information, come up, and do the exact same thing at the same time that they've never done before. So while that doesn't prove representational language, it sort of puts the burden of proof on the other side. But then the question becomes, well, how would you possibly translate a language without a Rosetta Stone when you don't have any examples? And I want to show you all sort of how AI sees, to give you an intuition for how AI works. This is actually how AI sees English. So this is the top 10,000 most spoken words. In this galaxy, every star is a word. Words that mean similar things are near each other. Words that share relationships share a distance and direction, a geometry. So king is to man as woman is to queen. So in the shape, king is the same distance and direction to man as woman is to queen. When you ask the AI how to build this shape, well, it starts to look like this. Imagine there's a point which is dog. There's words for friend, guardian, man, wolf, fur, yelp, howl. Those set of relationships fixes that point in space. And when you solve the massive multidimensional Sudoku puzzle of every concept to every other concept, out pops this rigid structure that represents a language. And then this was the insight in 2017. Computer scientists asked, well, how similar are the shapes of language? Is the shape of Spanish similar to English, similar to Arabic? You couldn't possibly just take the two shapes and line them up and use that to translate. But when they tried, that's indeed exactly what worked. That the shape of Spanish and the shape of English, even though they're a little bit different, if you sort of blur your eyes, the point which is dog ends up the same in both. And that's not just true of Spanish and English, but Arabic and Aramaic and Urdu and Esperanto. Every language, every human language appears to share a kind of universal human meaning shape. And to me, this is so profound, because in a time of such deep division, technology is showing us that there's a hidden underlying structure that unites us all. I just want to point out, this isn't just true for languages. It goes much deeper than this. So everyone, I'm sure, has used Dolly or any of the other Nano Banana, where you type in language and you get an image that's never existed before. How does that work? Well, this is how it works. You ask AI to build this shape that represents the internal relationships of language. You ask it to build the shape that represents the internal shape of images, the relationships. You then use image caption pairs to like align these two shapes. And now you can translate between language and image. Portrait of Chile as a person is this point in language space, which points to this point in image space, and that's the image. That's how it works behind the scenes. This, by the way, was my face when I learned how all this worked. And it's not just language and image. Everything can be treated as a kind of language. Robotics is a sequence of motions. It's a language. That's why robotics is suddenly moving so quickly. Videos are a sequence. They're a language. DNA is a language. We are learning how to translate to and from every possible language of nature. And that's how we know now that everything that can be translated will be translated. That is, this is no longer a matter of, is it possible to translate animal communication, but when will we translate animal communication? So hopefully now I've sort of demonstrated how we might translate. I've demonstrated that there really might be language, but the question is, okay, so maybe they're communicating, but they're just talking about like, but where's the fish? How deep could it possibly go? There's something called the mirror test. This is where you take an animal, you paint a dot on the animal, they look in a mirror, and if they start trying to investigate the dot, well, you know that they're connecting that there in the image, in the mirror, that image, that's me. That's self-awareness. These are dolphins looking into mirrors. So you can see they open their mouths, they're trying to investigate themselves, and they're having possibly the most universal mammal experience, which is you look in the mirror and you check out your abs. It turns out, by the way, that a couple species pass the mirror test, have clear self-awareness, including elephants, but researchers didn't know that elephants passed the mirror test for a long time until they realized that they were using small mirrors, which to me is like so very human. So when animals communicate, they may well be communicating about one of the most profound aspects of our experience, that of self-awareness, of consciousness. And this was the founding thought behind our project, Earth Species. which was, can we build these shapes for animals? Can we build these shapes for humans? Can we match the shapes together to do translation? And remember, the parts that match, that'll give us direct translations. The parts that don't match, whales and dolphins have been passing down culture for 34 million years. Culture, dialect, languages. Whatever it is that is the solution to humanity's problems, I'd argue it's not in our imagination, because if it was, we'd be doing it. So we are looking for things outside the sphere of human imagination. Where better to look than in the wisdom of cultures that are 85 times longer than our species? So, at Earth Species, we are pioneering animal language processing, sort of like natural language processing for animals, building frontier AI for the rest of nature. We're already demonstrating, actually, that when you train models on humans first and then move them to animals, they do much better. So it's starting to prove out the fundamental hypothesis. And we're already seeing that these models are accelerating science. They're saving scientists they work with up to 3 months of doing their work, accelerating across the entire tree of life. That's sort of the side effects, is you need a scientific revolution to drive the Copernican revolution. And the thing that we're seeing is just like when the Hubble telescope was pointed at an empty patch in sky, and what it discovered was not nothing, but everything. That when we are building the new scientific tool and pointing it at a place that science thought was empty, rich animal communication and language, that what we're discovering is not nothing, but actually more than we could possibly imagine. The goal, though, isn't just the science. The goal is a fundamental shift in the relationship with humanity to itself and the rest of nature. And so there is an incredible album called The Songs of the Humpback Whale. It was the first time that the global community heard whales sing. And that album went on Voyager 1 to represent humanity just after on the Golden Record, just after Human Greetings, gets been played in front of the General UN Assembly, and becomes the reason that we banned deep-sea whaling. These shifts in perspective really can change almost everything. And I want to leave you all with another thought, which is that AI, almost all of it, ChatGPT, Claude from Anthropic, Gemini, they're all trained on human data. They are about modeling and extending human intelligence. But that's only half of all of the intelligence we have access to, probably less. We also need to be working on extending nature's intelligence. I've been very inspired here as I've learned about the concept of umana, the idea, as far as I understand, the North Star of being able to play the infinite game on a finite planet, to treat the land we live on as borrowed from our children and then borrowing it from our grandchildren. And I'd argue that despite all of the brilliance of our species, we have not yet figured out how to actually play the infinite game on a finite planet. But ecosystems have. And so before we get to AGI and superintelligence and AI recapitulates all the problems that humans have created, it seems critical that we learn how to have AI think in the styles of ecosystem and nature. If AI trained on human intelligence can do everything that we're seeing, imagine how much more rich and what we might learn, the wisdom of being able to model and extend and have AI extend nature's intelligence. It turns out that humpbacks, just return to this for a second, their songs go viral. Australian humpbacks, for whatever reason, are sort of like the K-pop singers. And whatever they sing within a couple seasons often are sung across the entire world. And this speaks to the ethical responsibility of what happens when we start breaking the interspecies understanding barrier in the next 4 years. Because if we just make a synthetic whale that sings, we might disrupt a 34 million year old culture, create viral memes. We probably shouldn't do that. And that means, to propose something, we are going to start needing the Ministry for Interspecies Diplomacy. We're going to need the prime directives. How do we interact with the other cultures and species of Earth as we begin to understand them? So, for everyone that's interested in following along, please, this will give you direct access to an email. We're in the middle of we're a nonprofit. We're in the middle of an $80 million nonprofit fundraise led by Reid Hoffman and Steve Jurvetson. If you're interested in helping think about the kinds of Geneva Convention for cross-species communication that we're going to need, what happens when we learn the wisdom of the other cultures and species of Earth, please let me know. I'll just finally end with this from the late and incredible Jane Goodall when she was talking about Earth species. Ever since I was a child, I've dreamed of understanding what animals are saying. How wonderful that is now a real possibility. The invention of the telescope was an incredible moment in humanity's history because it let us look out at the patterns of the universe, and what did we discover? We discovered that Earth was not the center. This time, powered by AI, our new tools are going to let us look out at the patterns of the universe, and what are we going to discover? That humanity is not the center. And that is the fundamental shift I think we need for all of us to thrive. So, thank you so much.
We have this field called de-extinction.
We are correcting our intervention in nature.
Absolutely mission critical.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is a conversation titled, Can Government Keep Up with Human Imagination? With Ben Lamb, co-founder and CEO of Colossal Biosciences. This session is moderated by Jeffrey Katzenberg, founding partner of WonderCo.
Good morning, everybody. How we doing? Okay.
Doing great.
So I'm actually really excited to be here this morning of what I think arguably may be one of the most unique and inspiring stories that we'll all get to hear over these couple of days of this incredible conference. I met Ben about 4.5 years or so ago. I was introduced to him as this tech founder, very successful, done a number of startup companies, and he had a new idea. And his new idea is that he was going to bring back extinct animals, and in particular, the woolly mammoth. And I thought, well, that's just insane.
Yeah. I don't know if our first call went that great. But.
Yes, in fact, our first call, I think I got off of, and I went, I don't get this. I really don't understand.
Like, so please never put him on my calendar again.
Yeah. So here we are 4.5 years later, and honestly, what he has done and is doing is quite unique and quite brilliant, and I think of enormous import for our planet. So Ben, if you would, maybe just start off with like, well, what motivated, why did you decide to pursue this idea of de-extinction of animals?
Well, I met this guy named George Church, who's arguably the father of synthetic biology. He's the head of genetics at Harvard. He had invented a lot of the read-write technologies that are now kind of like taking over the world when it comes to genome engineering. And he taught me that in my first call with him, he inspired me that we have all the tools and technologies that are needed to actually make this possible, number one. But number two, he also shared with me that we are kind of at this critical inflection point for biodiversity and how we're going to lose up to 50% of all biodiversity in the next 25 years if we don't do anything about it. And this was an interesting way that we could help biodiversity, create technologies for human healthcare, and maybe even inspire the next generation. And I left that call, and as being an entrepreneur, and I'm sure other entrepreneurs in this room have made the statement as like, oh, I want to change the world. I want to make an impact, right? But most companies get bought or fail or whatnot. And what's interesting was that this was a true opportunity to change the world. So I felt as an entrepreneur who had said that 1,000 times in pitch meetings, that if I didn't go pursue this, I would be a hypocrite. Like, this was an opportunity that the universe and George presented to me to, go try to change the world. And so I was pretty hooked from day one.
Yeah, but here's the thing, which is you're not a scientist. You don't actually have any background in that. So what hooked you into that? I mean, I understand the ambition of the idea, and that would drive you to it. But what made you wake up one morning and go, I can do this? You actually don't know anything about it.
But I think that childlike wonder helped me, right? Because I'm insatiably curious. I love technology. I love the next frontier. But I don't know anything about biology. So it allowed me to ask the right questions. I'm really good, though, about building teams of much smarter women and men than me. And so what was exciting and alluring to this is it's a systems model, right? And so if we got it right, just like satellites or just like software, we just had to build the system, and then we had to put the smartest people on the bus to go drive it. And so I got very attracted to, I had those skills, right? I was like, I can hire, I can raise capital, I can make sure that I unify and kind of break down rules. I sometimes joke the hardest thing we've done at Colossal is not the direwolf. It's actually reprogramming scientists to work in like Jira and software tools. But we made a lot of progress, and I think those were the kind of skills that I brought. But it was just this sense of wonder. And what's interesting is that this sense of wonder from these projects, it wasn't just in me. I quickly found that investors, press, friends, and kids and parents had that same sense of wonder in this project. So I really felt like it was a unifying humanity project from the get-go.
So for 25 years, I had a really amazing partnership with probably arguably the greatest storyteller of our time, which is Steven Spielberg. And he got drawn in the imagination through Michael Crichton of making this movie Jurassic Park, which went on to create these incredible. So his was, sort of fantasy, and I'm just curious, why did you think achieving this in reality would matter to mankind? How is this going? What is it going to mean to all of us when you are successful? Notice I didn't say if you are.
No, I love that.
I said when you are successful. Why is this going to matter to us? Why should we care?
And we've had some early proof points. So I think directionally we're on the right track right now. I think that we as humanity need moonshots, right? I think that everybody for a long time looked to NASA as like the global moonshot, right? Regardless of what geopolitics were, I think the best brand the United States ever made was NASA. And so I think that we need that. And I think we need that in many categories, right? Like whether it's communicating like with animals like you guys just heard about, or whether it's like reaching for the stars, or whether it's being able to truly bring back extinct species and control biology and directed evolution. I think these are those moonshots that inspire us, that the halo effects of the work are almost as powerful as the actual technologies themselves. And so I think that in our success, we have no idea of what little girl or little boy may end up achieving in terms of like curing cancer or whatever, because they got excited about biology. And that's one of the biggest drivers for me, is that kids are so inspired by this project that they want to lean in and tell their parents. Actually, 30% of all of our investors came to us because their kids told them about the project. So it's amazing for me.
Yeah. So your ambition here in terms of what this will mean for us is much more than just bringing back extinct animals. Yes, that is a sort of bigger than life fantasy brought to reality, But what does this mean if you actually look in beyond bringing back extinct animals? What does it mean for the world we live in today? For you to succeed at this, what is the larger outcome?
So larger outcome outside of inspiring youth and bringing back extinct species is actually the direct application of conservation. So we're going to lose up to 50% of all biodiversity in the next 25 years. It's an existential crisis. And so these technologies, like on the path to bring back the mammoth, on the path to bring back the dodo, can be directly applied to animals now. So in a very short period of time, we've already built vaccines and other technologies which are already being applied today in conservation. So we have about 75 global conservation partners, raised $100 million for our foundation to support those conservation initiatives. And I'm very excited to say that the #1 killer of elephants is not poaching. It's actually a terrible disease called EEHV. People had worked on it for a long time, but now with us and our technology and our funding and support, we were able to develop a vaccine, and it's already being administered to elephants and conferring resistance. That one single innovation will save more elephants than all of elephant conservation that we've done for all of history. And so those are the direct applications that we are getting today for conservation from this work.
So I think it's important for everybody to understand here that these sort of epic media moments, if we can, which are getting people's attention, is on the cover of Time magazine, is on 60 Minutes. We're here talking about it at this conference. It gets your attention, but the real value proposition here is something much more ambitious, and the outcomes that will come out of that, I think, have enormous value and implication. Talk about Noah's Ark, if you will.
So
Noah's Ark 2.
Noah's Ark 2.0, right? We were very fortunate to work with the Dubai government in the UAE and Sheikh Hamdan and his team to work on this concept of a biovault, right? Because there hasn't been the equivalent in the same efforts in preserving species for scale like there has been with the seed vault. And so one of the concepts that we have at Colossal is not just de-extinction, but also species preservation. So the idea that we can go build a distributed network of biovaults where we can actually preserve cells, tissue samples, egg and sperm, embryos and whatnot, not just of one species, so not just like 2 by 2 like with Noah's Ark, but as many as we can get. And we can also do all the genetics and understand genetic diversity so that you can understand bottleneck. We can build a backup plan, right, for conservation, for science. And you know, the sad story though is that while we're losing species, conservation does work. It just doesn't work at the speed of which we're eradicating species, right? And so we need a backup plan. And so this idea that we could build this distributed biovault network and launch it here in Dubai and in partnership with the Museum of the Future was something that was very exciting, because it's also not going to be just some weird biovault that's in the corner that no one hears about except a couple of elite scientists or conservationists. We're wrapping an educational experience around it because we want to bring kids in and parents in and make them citizen scientists for conservation, but while also kind of having that to be the gateway to talk about, you know, genetics and other things.
Right. So again, maybe just a little bit more insight into, is this just a big refrigerator? Like what is a biovault?
So it does have large cold storage and cryopreservation, including liquid nitrogen and others, but it also has the cell lab, right? We're actually not just freezing cells, but we're creating immortalization for the cells and whatnot. It also has a genomic sequencing core, a data core, right? And you know, I won't pick on anyone, but you know, the GLP-1 craze that went out there and has created $1 trillion market, that came from studying a non-model species. And so much of pharma and biotech is studying individual, you know, mice and pigs and non-human primates, but not enough work is going into studying these non-model species, these things that aren't in the lab. But some of the biggest breakthroughs can come from that. Like elephants don't really get cancer, right? Birds have a much better immune system than us. Gila monsters, little venomous lizard, you know, created the entire Ozempic craze, right? And so if we lose those species, those are huge applications to human healthcare, even that if we lose them, we never knew that they had them, right? So it kind of has a dual purpose of preserving what's here and ensuring that we have a safe backup plan. But number two, it also gives us a way to do data modeling on how that could be applicable to human healthcare and some of the things that we can learn from nature if we just don't eradicate it.
Right. So a little bit of a pivot here. There's obviously genetically inside of you a little bit of P.T. Barnum. You are a showman, and I have watched, and I would love you to share with the audience a little bit about how you've thought about, how you've rolled this out. I mean, first you brought back an extinct mouse and rolled that out and blew up the internet. You want to talk a little bit about that?
So our first woolly mouse wasn't extinct. It was an engineered animal. And we were very, very excited about it. Chip and Dale were our first two woolly mice. And why we were excited about it is it takes 22 months to gestate an elephant. And so if you're making these edits in an Asian elephant cell from mammoth DNA for hair, which is like the most commonly known physical attribute or phenotype, you can wait 22 months. You can also create stem cells and grow hair organoids in a lab and look. It's a little creepy, but you can do it. We've done it. I wouldn't show it to the public because it's a little weird, like cells growing hair. It's not for everybody. But we also, they are living cells, but it's not a full functional animal. And so what we did was we took our AI models, and there's about 200 million years of genetic divergence between mice and elephants. And so we actually identified within 1 month all of the genes that were the specifics to the mouse equivalent to the mammoth edits that we had already made. We put those in, and 1 month later, we had our birth woolly mice, which showed all of the phenotypes or physical attributes that we were attempting for the mammoth, number one. But number two, all the animals that were born 100% healthy, which was amazing. And then number three, the entire system worked within 30 days. And I think that's super important because at the time, that was the most genetically modified multicellular organism on the planet, only to be beaten eventually by the dire wolf.
So are you saying that in 30 days you can give me a head of hair?
Yeah. So all human healthcare projects go outside of Colossal because we don't want people saying, wait, Colossal came out with like a hair solution. They're like, is that mammoth hair? Yeah. We don't need more weirdness about us.
You don't think I'd look good with mammoth hair?
I think you look great with mammoth hair. We just don't want to be the chimera.
All right. So tell us then, what the next one out for you was the dire wolf?
Yeah, I remember sitting at South by Southwest with Joe on stage, and we were talking, and those cute little mice, which are objectively cute, broke the internet. And I was like, oh, and everyone was like, I thought people would be like, this is a technology first. They are scaling the technology. They're being thoughtful about animal welfare. And I thought it just kind of passed, but it like caught the world by fire. People were making fake woolly mice t-shirts. There was actually pillows that were like legalized woolly mice. Like, they're not illegal. I don't even know why people made that, but people were like selling bootleg stuff on us, which was cool. And I remember sitting there saying, in 30 days, we're going to tell the world about the dire wolves, and they're losing their minds over these mice, right? And so we announced the dire wolves, right? So we created 3 dire wolves. We took a 73,000-year-old skull in a 12,000 year old tooth, did all the computational analysis, and we made puppies. But think about that for a second. We took a 73,000-year-old skull and made puppies, and we made 2 boys, Romulus and Remus, and then a girl, Khaleesi. A lot of fans of Game of Thrones informed us that the dire wolves were House Stark and not House Targaryen, and how we made a terrible mistake with the naming. And so we got a lot of feedback. We were trying to be nice, but it created this pop culture moment. And what was interesting to your point on showmanship and entertainment was some of the ways that we think about these projects are how they impact the ecosystems, how they can help conservation, but how we can bring the public in, right? Many people, including several people on the Game of Thrones cast, I won't name names, believe that dire wolves were mythical creatures, right? And so if you can bring back an extinct species that has an application to conservation and do it in a fun and interesting way that's healthy for the animal, but you can then bring all of these people into science, why not? And we showed it. I remember showing it to George R. R. Martin, and he literally cried the first time he saw it. He goes, "Is that what I think it is?" And to have that emotional response to then bring people to science and conservation, that's core quest line for us.
So I understand that you made Tom Brady Paris Hilton, and Mr. Beast cry also. Want to explain that?
They all reached out to us, let's be clear. So we are not actively pursuing them. We are not as connected in that world as you are. And, what's interesting is like Tom became, I'm not a big sports guy, sorry, but I'm just not. And
you have to be under a rock to not know Tom Brady.
I know. I'm also not, I'm not a complete moron. So I know who Tom Brady is, but at the same time, so Tom reached out because his kids told him about it, right? Which is crazy. Mr. Beast reached out because he said, this is the coolest thing ever. It's perfect for my audience, right? And so we really have had this influx of people that have been interested in leaning in and help tell our story to that next generation because they care about the conservation and the science applications.
So looking ahead, in literally less than a handful of years, in a few years, we are going to have a woolly mammoth.
Yes, 100%.
100%.
No
we're going to have a woolly mammoth. So what does that mean for nature, for mankind, for Colossal?
I think that the way I look at it, and I may be closer to it than others, but I really think of it as kind of like the moon landing for biology. I do. I think that hopefully it's an event that all humanity can come together. We work with 17 academic labs across the world. We fund 80 postdocs in academic labs. We work with numerous governments, right? And so hopefully, we take samples from Russia and Canada and everywhere, right? So we think this really transcends geopolitics and boundaries. I really hope that it is that moon landing moment for biology, and people see what is possible when all these people come together and all these scientists and AI models and engineers come together to have one common goal. I really hope we have that moment. And I think we will, right? And then I hope it inspires, kind of like how SpaceX has inspired so many people that want to go in to be engineers, right? I hope that we do the same thing for geneticists and conservationists.
So last question, which is if we go 10 years from now, maybe even 20 years from now, what's the dream? What has Colossal achieved, and how has it changed the course of this planet that we're on and nature and our relationship with nature?
Yeah, I think if we go 20 years ahead, I hope we have successfully delivered on all of our promises for the extinct species and successfully rewilded them back into their natural habitats with government and indigenous people and the public at large support, number one. Number two, I hope we have a distributed network of biovaults that have backed up all critically endangered and all keystone species around the world. And then number three, I hope we get a little bit further on our artificial womb work, so we have a production system where we can engineer in lost genetic diversity and productionize endangered species development and have a world of abundance of animal life through technology.
Ben Lamb, a real visionary doing something that literally will change the world. Thank you, Ben. Appreciate you.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning. My name is Majid Mansouri. I'm the executive director of the museum, and we have one more thing. We want to bring back Ben. Please come back to the stage. So for those of you who have been here yesterday, we had a experience of the Museum of the Future.
Which is amazing.
Thank you. And we worked together on it for quite some time. Very excited. We hope you visit. There's a very big mammoth structure. I hope you don't miss. But maybe Ben, you want to tell us a little bit more about it?
Yeah, I'm really excited about it. Right, as I mentioned on stage with Jeffrey, this idea of a biovault as a Noah's Ark 2.0, as he called it, and doing it here in Dubai is something that we're incredibly passionate about, right? We really do need a backup plan for life. And our vision is to not just do that, as I mentioned, in kind of some cold, dark corner, but to do it in a way where we can actually wrap educational content around it, make it a living lab, right? And so it's a combination of museum and experience, educational content, is this secure biovault for the world and the core hub, the core hub for this spoke model that we're putting together. But then also, working with Majid and team, making it a living lab so that we can actually be doing conservation work here in the UAE to start, and then in through North Africa and beyond.
And His Highness Sheikh Hamdan Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum announced yesterday on X that we'll have a permanent biovault at the museum. It's the first of its kind biovault in the world. And our focus is to get as much endangered species from the region biobanked at the museum. His Highness, his vision of the museum is that it's a living lab. So we're very excited about that.
And it's also really one of the reasons why we thought that announcing it here at the World Government Summit was because all of you can play a very valuable role in working with your governments, and we can help train and support and build capabilities for species protection and biovault, and then leverage this shared resource that the UAE was so gracious in investing in and starting to build with us. But that's why this World Government Summit to us is so important, because you all have so much incredible biodiversity. We're starting here in UAE in the Arabian Peninsula, but then want to quickly expand out. And so we'd love to have conversations with you guys to figure out how we can help preserve your species just as a backup plan, and then also learn more about the health and the genetic diversity of your species.
And when can we have it in the museum?
So I want to have it in 2027 or sooner. What?
Okay, I mean, in the UAE, everything is possible, so we'll definitely make it happen.
Awesome. So 2027, we'll open the first biovault here in Dubai.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel discussion is titled, Are We Ready for Human 2.0? This session is moderated by Jim Vanderhei, CEO of Axios.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Nolan, really appreciate you coming all the way to Dubai to share your story. I'll summarize your story, and then you can kick things off. 10 years ago, you had a freak accident. It left you without the ability to move or feel beneath the shoulders. You heard about Neuralink, Elon Musk's famous project. You didn't think you'd ever be considered. It sounds like you kind of joked in your introductory notes to him. It turns out they were looking for a needle in the haystack, somebody who was healthy, somebody who was sharp of mind, and somebody who was willing to be the first patient. You're the needle. Tell us what a difference it's made, and tell us exactly what happened, how it worked. You have a chip with little threads planted in your frontal cortex.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, like you said, I never thought I would be selected ever. I had applied for quite a few studies, spinal cord injury studies, things of that nature, a big database, and I never heard back. So something with Elon Musk's name attached to it, it just seemed like a different world. I never thought I would be in this position, but I guess they were looking for someone like me. I don't know why. I don't know what that means exactly. But yeah, so how it works, like you said, I have a chip that was implanted onto my skull, and there are 64 threads with 16 electrodes on each thread. I think that's about right. Implanted in my motor cortex on my left side of my brain, specifically correlating to my right hand movement. Obviously, I can't really move, but all the signals are still there. When we did an fMRI, it's just what lit up most on the scans. And so now I can control a computer with my thoughts. That's kind of the very basic level of it all. Yeah, it's.
And as you control the computer with your mind, what types of things you're doing? You're obviously proficient at video games. What other things are you doing with your mind?
Yeah, so video games came first. It was something that I had a passion for before my accident. I had a lot of fun playing games. It's one of the first things that I did after I got full control of the Neuralink. I just played video games for hours, and it was great. But over the years, not having spent a lot of time playing video games for 8 years, I quickly moved on to other things, how I could improve my life, what I could do now that I couldn't before. Controlling a computer, I think a lot of people take for granted what they're able to do, what they can do with just a computer. For me, it became reconnecting with the world in some way, whether that's through social media or texting or emailing. I just was reconnecting with my friends and family and people who I had never met, doing interviews and all sorts of things, and I was scheduling everything. And then moving on to starting a business, what that looks like. Am I capable of it? And turns out I can do a lot more than I thought I could. And then going back to school, I had my injury a couple months after my senior year of college, and I was a terrible student then, so I didn't finish my degree, but I decided to go back to school. So last semester was my first time back. I took 22 credit hours. I got a 4.0, so I was much more capable than, like I said, I thought I was. Went back for neuroscience because it's something that I am very interested in now, and maybe someday I'll continue that and get some sort of a master's and PhD and be able to affect the field a bit more than I am now.
Thank you so much for sharing. It's amazing. Sheriff, you brought your product to the stage. They're in your shoes. When we think about Nike, we obviously think about apparel. We think about what's on our feet. You have a new technology that embeds on the bottom of your shoe called Nike Mind. I guess Nike Mind 2. It's about $90. What does it do?
Basically, there are, I have to show if that's okay. There's 22 nodes under this shoe that basically moves independent from the sole of the shoe. What it does is it activates the sensors under your feet. Inside your palms and under your feet are the most sensors in your body. And when you wear a regular shoe, all those sensors feel the same thing. So no data is transferred to your brain. But when you walk on these shoes, they individually activate those sensors and send data to your brain. As a result, you get brain activity. When you walk around wearing these shoes, you get up to 15% more brain activity. What it does is it makes you feel more present. And at a time that we live in where there's a lot of distraction around you, all the devices, all the data that we're receiving, all the information from all sorts of all kinds, being able to be present becomes more and more important. And not in an opposing way, but in a complementary way. So the idea is actually, as we move forward, we see two patterns. You know, you're either a distracted human, or you're either a person who's able to train your mind and be more present as well. So this product kind of helps you be more present and be more in the moment and feel the surface that you're stepping on. And that's a really important contrast to everything else that's working for you in a different way.
So if we switch shoes right now, I would feel instantly different. Instantly,
yeah. I would. We should try it. I don't know if the stage is the place.
We won't. Yeah, amazing. Tom, I'm a Aura fan. There's probably a lot of people wearing Auras in the audience.
The 3 on this stage.
3 on this stage.
Yeah.
Give us the state of the technology, what we'll see in the next year, and we'll save for later kind of the more futuristic dimension of it.
Well, the Aura Ring is a powerful biometric sensor that you wear continuously. There's a software application that makes predictions for you. And I think the thing that's most powerful about what Aura is doing is that on one hand, we try and modify your behaviors by telling you things that you don't know. You are getting sick, your stress levels are high, things that you may not experience yourself through your mind or your body. We're trying to give you a sixth sense. And that's sort of in the kind of goal of changing your behaviors to bend towards health, eating healthy, exercising more, drinking less, all the things that would moderate towards health. But where it gets really interesting is when we're making predictions. You told me before we got on the stage that you had been told many times when you don't know you're getting sick and Aura informs you that you're getting sick, you have a chance maybe to not kiss your child and infect them, or maybe you rest and you don't actually get a full-blown sickness, you get a less sickness. And I think that capability, it can happen on a micro level, like 2 days from now, you're going to be sick and you're going to want to be sitting on the couch watching Netflix and drinking tea. But I think where it gets really interesting is when you can make a prediction that's about where you're going to be a year from now, 2 years from now, 10 years from now. We can predict all sorts of things about the human body using the power of machine learning and AI. And we can use those predictions to not just make you healthier, but make the healthcare system healthier.
Blood pressure is next. When will we be able to check our blood pressure with our Aura Ring?
Well, we can today. And so we everybody who has an Aura Ring today, we would be able to make an estimation of your blood pressure. Today, we're running a large-scale observational study, 100,000 participants, where we're actually correlating what we're predicting and what's actually happening, measured through an independent gold standard. And I think for us, accuracy is everything. That's why we measure from the finger. If you measure from the wrist, unfortunately, it's not as accurate. You're going to be gaining, the noise that you gain from all of your bones and sinew here. So for us, being able to be accurate about blood pressure is critical. Why is that? Well, because blood pressure is a clinical measure. It tells you whether you have hypertension or if you have hypotension, whether you're headed for a stroke. You can't make that mistake. If I tell you you're going to have a stroke and you don't, that's terrible. What a terrible thing. We would never want to do that. So accuracy is key.
One of the cool things about this conference is the focus on the future. When you talk to Elon Musk, when you talk to your friends at Neuralink, and you think about the future for you, what's a realistic outcome? Will you get to movement? How optimistic are they?
I'm very optimistic. I'm not sure it's going to happen in my lifetime. I tell people, I think, in my estimation, 10 to 20 years, it's possible. They're already doing work with implanting a chip in the brain and one below the level of injury in the spinal cord. And essentially, they speak to each other and skip that break, and you would be able to regain movement. I've said in interviews before that I think there will come a day where people can come into a hospital with a spinal cord injury and walk out the next day. There are obviously some problems that need to be solved there, but I think it's incredibly realistic. I don't think it's sci-fi anymore. So maybe one day it'll happen for me. I'm not sure exactly what that looks like, how many implants you'll need in the brain. Obviously, I have mine in a very specific spot. You'll need more threads, you'll need more electrodes on different parts of the brain. But that is, I don't think, a very difficult problem. It's just about getting the surgeries done, and then someone would be able to walk again with the power of Neuralink. I think it's very, very possible.
What's realistic in the next year or two for you that has you most excited, hopeful?
I think it's just improving a device, being able to control more in my environment. The Neuralink uses a Bluetooth connection, so really you can control anything with a Bluetooth connection. I've told people many times that as things come off the assembly line Alexa compatible, I think someday it'll be they're Neuralink compatible. As long as the app is uploaded on the device, you would be able to connect to it and control it. So that's what I'm looking forward to, being able to just control more with my Neuralink. The wheelchair would be a pretty cool next step. I've told them plenty of times that I am more than happy to test it out when they figure it out and not near any bodies of water or traffic. I think that is a really cool next step for them.
Very cool. When you think ahead 2 to 3 years, putting on shoes, putting on apparel, it carries a Nike label. What's it going to do that it doesn't do today?
Well, we're working on quite a few things, but the ones that we've revealed recently, obviously, building a connection between your mind and your body is one approach. And then we have recently just introduced the amplified product that kind of amplifies your movement. So helps you walk a little bit faster, make your movements a bit more comfortably.
That's actually a piece of electronics, right?
There's electronics embedded into it, correct. And then we've also just this week are introducing a new jacket that is inflatable with air, which you can adjust the temperature according to the temperature outside. You can adjust the air of the jacket. Air is the best form of insulation out there. So you can adjust the amount of air inside the jacket to adjust your warmth. It's a different approach to
including for frigid temperatures.
Yes.
Yep. Amazing.
Amazing.
And when you think about the Ring a couple years from now, I've seen you in different interviews talk about sort of the doctor on your finger, or sort of the doctor with you all the time. 2 or 3 years, like what's happening with our wearables? Is it just a ring? Are there other devices on our body? And what are we doing with that information that would make our life better?
I think interesting. There's a real thread of humanity that runs through all of what we've talked about. Your shoes bring you back to humanity. You're being recovered to what is a function that you love by the power of technology. And I think if we do this right, it's actually not about making you less human and more bionic or more technological. It's actually about making you more human. And so for me, I think as we think about the Ring, there's things that will be going forward. There'll be a cloud of wearables, and based on the use case, maybe based on your illness or based on your physical condition or your goals, maybe you'll use a different cloud of wearables. Maybe you'll have glasses that work with your Ring, that work with a sensor on your body for a different kind of hormone, something like that. There'll be a cloud of wearables, but it'll be different by use case. But what won't be different was there will be a way to understand you over time and in the specific case, meaning that my physiology is not the same as yours or as yours for obvious reasons, but what's the machine learning model that knows me best? And what sort of the predictions can the system make about me that are germane to me? What are the potential illnesses I might have? What's the trajectory of my health? How can I change that trajectory for the better? I think that power will come through a density of data across multiple sensors. And as I said, everyone's already got a supercomputer. And this device can make predictions that are, mind-boggling in terms of their ability to understand the future of someone's health or physiology. And I think we're going to be in a world where you're going to be the CEO of your own health journey. Your doctor, who today has 100 patients, he'll have 100,000 patients because he'll be doing this through remote sensing, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and really a new structure for healthcare.
Is the biggest obstacle to getting to that, is it the technology or is it the regulatory environment?
I think it's a little bit of both. I mean, obviously, you want a wearable that fits into your life, right? You want something that doesn't nag you, or we don't want another digital mouth to feed. And I think that's where the Ring really excels. It kind of fits into your life very well. And I think that's about the sort of, how do you change someone's behavior? Well, it's compounded over lots of small changes over time. That's the power of the Oura Ring. The flip side of it is that I think the world has been, for medicine in particular, in a world of scarcity. It's not enough doctors. There's not enough knowledge. There's not enough technology being made available because the companies that produce it have economic incentives to make as much money as they reasonably should from a device. But I think actually where we want to get to is a place where it's a new model of medicine. And I think the regulatory waters are seeing the changes of AI, seeing the changes of wearables, seeing changes like Neuralink, and realizing that we're on the brink of something that's really transformational. And that I think really the regulatory winds are going to shift to support this new model.
Rooms full of people who are optimistic about technology, or at least realistic about technology. As we wrap, a lot of policymakers in the room, a lot of people building products, funding products. So we should be clear-eyed about the pros and cons. As you think about Neuralink, you think about your own journey, what should we watch for? What should we be careful of? You're literally on the cutting edge.
Yeah, I think the human aspect is the most important here. We want to preserve the integrity of the technology and the product itself. We need to make sure that what we're doing is improving people with, say, disabilities first. We're helping them first, and then can come enhancement. I think that that is a huge first step. We need to make sure that humans retain not just control, but their consent, and be able to give the right, be given the right opportunity to retain as much autonomy as possible through this process. I think that in a lot of ways, it can get out of hand with what governments and companies and different organizations want from the product. And what I always say, and what I think is nearest and dearest to my heart, is the people come first. And we need to make sure that we're helping them, and then we can talk about all of the things to come after that. So it's just a ethical dilemma that I think we'll have many, many more conversations about. I am more than happy to have these conversations with people because I am so close to the technology. I've seen it firsthand. I know that there are privacy concerns, and there are all sorts of different conversations about data, who it belongs to, and where we go from here. And I think that it really is just about making sure that we are serving people first, and not getting caught up in how much the technology can do so many different things, whether that's for the military or I guess just economic incentives. It's about helping people first. And I think that's where government should start.
As we quickly wrap, what do you worry about the most when you're talking to your team at Nike in terms of, hey, now we can make you feel more present. I can give you a little robotic pad to help maybe your runtime improve. What do you worry about?
It's not so much of a worry. I think it's honestly the opportunity that we see out there. Our founder, Phil Knight, always says, if you have a body, you're an athlete. And in the past, a lot of the data, the information, the technology that we had in the past was exclusive to a few select athletes. And now it's becoming more and more available to larger groups, and hopefully everyone in the future. And that is the opportunity. Everybody has now the ability to treat themselves, their mind and their body like an athlete, to perform better in their daily lives, not just for a basketball game or a football game, but in your daily life, how you can improve who you are through your physical activity, through your mind, through data. That's the opportunity. And the idea is, I think, being able to combine what we all do to actually shape a better future for ourselves, our bodies, and for the communities.
Thank you all three for sharing your minds, your stories, your products. We really appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel discussion is titled The Experience Economy, Lessons for Governments. This session is moderated by Lou Dickey, Chairman of Modern Luxury Media.
Good morning. Thank you for coming. It's an honor to be here at the World Government Summit. For much of the past century, luxury was defined by objects, what you owned, what you displayed, and what you accumulated. Today, however, luxury is increasingly being defined by experiences, how something makes you feel, what it says about your values, and how deeply it connects you with place, with culture, and with story. And this shift really matters, not just for brands, but for governments. Experiences have now become a form of soft power, an important form of soft power. They shape how nations are perceived, how cultures are understood, and how trust is built in a global competitive landscape. And I would have to say that Dubai, in my experience here, is an exemplar for the world in how to do this very, very well. Luxury and creative industries now sit at the intersection of culture, of commerce, sustainability, and identity. From hospitality and fashion to tourism and media, they influence how people experience countries, not just visit them. So today's question is a simple one with complex implications. Who really drives the experience economy? Is it governments through policy and stewardship? Or is it brands through innovation and storytelling? Or is it consumers through changing expectations and values? And our panel today brings together unique leaders positioned to address these questions. Together, we'll explore how the experiences are created, protected, and elevated, and how collaboration between the public and private sectors can shape a more sustainable, authentic, and compelling future. And with that, let's get started. So we'll begin with Prime Minister Gaston Brown. For island nations where tourism is both an opportunity and a responsibility, how do you think about attracting high-value visitors while protecting community, culture, and the natural environment that makes the destination so special in the first place?
Thank you very much, Excellency. We have been transitioning our tourism product into a high-value product, one in which our culture is actually integrated into our tourism product. We observed over the years that the volume tourism that we were tracing, that it did not create the type of returns to uplift our people, to provide the type of opportunities. But as a consequence of the transition that is taking place now, we've attracted a number of high-end brands, and as a consequence to the experience from visitors is such that we're getting more return tourists, and the visitor spend would have increased significantly to the extent that our people are earning higher salaries and wages. And the actual rating of the destination has improved significantly. In fact, Antigua and Barbuda is now emerging as one of the most significant luxury destinations within the Caribbean, one in which visitors come to our shores and they not only experience the international cuisines, but international cuisines that are mixed with our culture, our own food and beverage, in which there is, let's say, a very delightful combination of international cuisines using local material, even in terms of our foods. I'll give it a case in point. Our spiny lobster, for example, is prepared in such a way that is easily one of the tastiest cuisines, lobster cuisines you'll find anywhere in the world. And we have these international brands to include Nobu, And they've been able to come up with these gastronomical delights to the extent that the experience coming to Antigua and Barbuda has been exceptional. And it has created a form of diversification and at the same time, a form of differentiation for our product in which visitors are able to experience our culture, our music, our gastronomical delights, our fashion. So for us, again, this is a new ethos in tourism development and one that is working very well for our island state.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Prime Minister, Montenegro has redefined success by prioritizing well-being, culture, and environmental stewardship over pure growth. What lessons can the global luxury and tourism industries take from that approach as they shape the next generation?
Thank you. So Montenegro is a country that is the first country in the world that announced itself in a constitution that it's ecological country. From the early 90s, we were in the constitution written as a country that is a green country. It became a trend afterwards, but Montenegro was, frankly spoken, not really adhering to that from the start. So we had to go through, although we were in the constitution, and the constitution is the highest law of a country, we were not taking it too seriously, to be frank. And only recently we have started understanding what we have done in the 90s and what was that move all about. So Montenegro now is a country that has the largest or the most national parks and UNESCO protected sites per square kilometer in the world. And you know, a lot of people tell me, yeah, is that good or bad? Because you know, if you have so many UNESCO sites, if you have so many national parks, there are so many restrictions and so little things you can do with that space. But I can tell you, this is what the current or the new luxury trends are all about. People are looking for something that is genuine, that is preserved, that is keeping the spirit or keeping the history, the culture as it was, and you know, this is what we are trying to sell. And as a prime minister, you know, a lot of people think that politicians are mainly doing the regulatory work or the work around managing the country, but it's also, I think somebody told me, you are the chief sales officer of a country. So you have to be somebody at the forefront of these, trying to sell the story of a luxury, or the way you perceive the luxury of your country. And another thing is, you know, turning the disadvantages into the advantages. So although we are quite centrally located in Europe, and we relied on the tourism markets, Europe, Eurasia, Middle East. So this was our traditional markets, but it's not easy to reach Montenegro, frankly spoken. You know, it's you know, most of the Germans or Austrians or Central Europeans who are or Northern Europeans who are traveling to the Mediterranean Sea, they would go by car. They don't go to Istria or Italy or Spain or South France by plane. They go by car. So you know, if they go by plane, they will go to Thailand or a place like that. So we were in between. So nobody wanted to go by plane, but actually going by car is not easy. So what we did, we opened a couple of really premium marinas for yachts. So turning the disadvantage into complete its opposite. So now we have arguably the best yacht marina in Mediterranean, and it became like a good entry point and good customer acquisition tool for us.
A true luxury experience.
Yeah, true luxury experience.
Wonderful, thank you. Moving on, Daniel, the luxury fashion used to be about products on the runway. And today it's more about experiences and communities and identity. And as a global CEO, what's been the hardest shift in leading that transformation as you move more towards experiences?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for having me here. I think it's a combination of all in today's. You still have to do the fashion shows, but you have to turn a fashion show also into an experience. And a shop for us is not anymore just a point of sales. It has to become a point of experience. And therefore, we have to activate on all angles in every possible way to engage with the end consumer. And as we say, our aim is to turn an end consumer into a fan, because a fan is also very loyal. And that's not easy, but you have to transition. You have to be your point of sales into, it doesn't matter, it's omni-channel. It doesn't matter where the end consumer actually buys your product. If it is in the store, if it is online, or wherever he buys, as a brand, you have to go where the end consumer or the fan is. And that has shifted. So I just to explain that, in the fashion show, everybody thinks, oh, fashion show, they go 10 minutes, they walk in, they walk out, and that's it. No, you have to create also those guests who come to our fashion show. It's an experience. We bring celebrities. We make dinners. We make on the place. We have to activate what we do. So what was good yesterday is not good anymore for tomorrow. And you have to do a lot more. And really that's what we try to do, is to work with governments together, to work with celebrities together, to bring all in one place. And I think if you compare in sport, there is the way they do it. Take a Formula One race or a tennis game. It's not just anymore a tennis game. It's people want to see more. They want to see the game, but they want to be entertained by a concert or by anything else. And you have to see that is happening everywhere. It's happening in fashion. It's happening in the countries. It's happening with every company. And you have to do a lot more than you had to do in the past. And I think the collaboration between government, business, and end consumers needs to be tight. And we have to understand what the end consumer wants. And that is shifting on a daily basis. And that's where we as a brand, that's where we invest. That's where we want to be at the forefront and be also an example.
Have you seen tangible results from that increased connection with the consumers through experiences?
Oh, yes. Social commerce, for example. Any activation you do through social commerce, and there is the button, where you can buy immediately. So the transaction for every activation we do is immediately shown in sales. And the followers, which we do with celebrities, it's just nothing anymore like it was in the past, where you place an ad and then as a brand you were great. You have to do so much more, and that's where you have to invest. Next to the product, you have to invest into the experience, and that's how you become not only end consumers, that's how you become fans.
Excellent. Thank you. Benjamin, hospitality is where the national identity becomes personal. And how do you preserve heritage and authenticity in your brand while still innovating for the global traveler who expects modernity, personalization, and sustainability today?
Right. Well, again, thank you very much for having us today. It's wonderful to see Dubai, opening up to so many new ideas and opportunities, and it's a real privilege to be representing the Peninsula Hotels here. The Peninsula Hotel is part of a company that's been operating luxury hotels for over 160 years. We started in China, in Shanghai, and then are now in over 10 countries or 12 countries. But more importantly, we've had the privilege of being at the forefront of the evolution of those cities, the evolution of those countries. What a business was initially giving lodging for travelers has morphed into being now a place of convergence for governments, for tourists, for local communities, whether they want to do trade, whether they want to celebrate something quite unique and create those memories. And it's a real privilege to be working in hospitality as it offers so many different opportunities. For 160 years, it's also given us the opportunity to anchor ourselves in the cultures where our hotels have been opened, but also to expand this culture and mix with other nationalities and cultures that have joined us along the way. We say that we are able to provide craftsmanship of the local cities where we operate, but give it a global human touch with the services that we offer. I used to work in retail. I used to work in the luxury industry. I I kind of joked with Daniel before that, I used to sell suits, and now, I'm hoping that all of you stay in our suites, in our hotels. But more importantly, we do see a large shift for what was really before just a lodging, just spending a night in a place to recover from a trip, to now being a place where people will shift their spend of wallet to 2 or 3 nights, bring their families, multi-generations, government delegations. And again, thank you for the Dubai government for hosting us in those beautiful hotels. We wouldn't be able to have this conference if we didn't have such a wonderful hospitality here in Dubai. So I think this evolution of transaction and owning something is now becoming into living the luxury experience, and it's really, really fascinating. What is important now for us also is to make sure that there's an element of sustainability in what we do. We create jobs where we open hotels. We create careers for local students sometimes who start working in the most menial jobs in the hotel industry, but we provide careers. And we want to make sure that we also give back to the communities and help and support the governments in their efforts in making it a destination for new luxury customers, but also destinations for government entities and be at the conversions of all this trade. So it's a privilege, but it's also a lot of work, and I think it's going to be going on. This world of experience, this world of turning transaction into memories is something that has a big, bright future. And we work very closely with governments in assisting them in creating what is needed for the destinations as well.
And with your unique purview, having sat on both sides, on the good side and now the experiences side, when did you see this shift start to occur, and can you attribute it to anything?
I think it's definitely in the last 15 to 20 years. What used to be important was to push the door of a retail store. That world has changed. The physical boutique is now become sometimes, creating an event in the desert and bringing your best clients and taking them somewhere that money cannot buy, which eventually creates that emotional link with the brand and ends up in a transaction. Fashion has started that with the fashion shows, and they became bigger and more bolder. They've invested into musicians and performances into that. But you're seeing that also in the watches and jewelry trade, or even in the food and beverage industry. The pop-up culture, of bringing what was only available in one location, but making it available through ephemeral moments in other places, has really transformed the way and created new relationships with the customers, the guests, with the brands. And in fact, hospitality is also supporting this evolution of the luxury industry or the fashion industry, because we provide the backbone to make it possible. Right. You're going to need a chef to cook in the desert. You're going to need some amazing pages to go and greet your guests. And again, this is where the hospitality world can serve different angles and really be part of creating those experiences, sometimes for a brand like the Peninsula, but also at the service of other brands like Ugos and many others. So it's a really exciting times.
Good. Odell. Today, athletes and entertainers are major influences in shaping the experience economy. I think we would all agree on that. And as a high-profile athlete yourself, someone who is a Super Bowl champion, and who has played their ball in the country's 2 largest markets. So the fan base is enormous between New York and Los Angeles. How do you think about your role, not only as an intense competitor on the field and a champion, but also as a cultural force for good?
Yep. Thanks for having me. It's an honor to be here. I was thinking about something. As I grew up, luxury, it would be a luxury to have luxury, I didn't grow up with money or, anything like that. And it was just always my dream. I remember telling my mom at 4 years old that she came outside. I was practicing in the snow, and she was looking for me all over the house. And I'm throwing the ball to myself, and I was like, I'm practicing for Sundays. And I said it with so much conviction that she had no choice but to continue to push me. And when I think about fashion and growing up, just the way that I dressed was always different from everybody. I felt like it was a way of expressing yourself. And just one thing I always stand by is just being authentic to myself. I'm just always going to be that. So when I got to be on the field and got to be, who I am, I would always just try and stay in that authentic lane, and I would push and inspire kids, to do the same, not to change who they are, and the world will accept you, at some point. So just being able to be in two of the largest markets, honestly, has been a blessing. God has put such a tremendous opportunity for me to have that, to be able to inspire kids. It was always just about inspiring one kid. I remember one of my idols growing up, Michael Vick, and I had the opportunity at halftime. We'll have our Pee Wee teams. We get to play. We'll get one possession each, one defense, one offense. And I remember Mike Vick was just so gracious and so humble. And that moment as a kid, I'll never forget. And I just was always like, when I get to that position, this is exactly how I'm going to be. And just being able to touch one kid's life and inspire him, that's all I ever set out to do. I know that there's been a lot more, but it was always just about being able to place that love like on one kid and have that moment that he'll be able to remember forever. So just inspiring kids to be themselves, be authentic, and just be the very best that they can be.
You've done a wonderful job of it.
Yes, sir.
When we think, and this would be for anybody on the panel, how, and we can combine here on this, but how can governments and brands collaborate more effectively to build world-class experiences?
I think it's very simple, like with everything. We have to talk to each other. We have to share ideas. We have to show each other what are the opportunities that the government has. And we have to show as a brand what kind of opportunities we can give. And we heard about pop-up stores. We heard about fashion shows. It's from our point of view, there is so much more also in sport that we could collaborate, and having testimonials, and they bring it so fast on the spot. The reach of combining all together really creates that experience. And we as a brand, we can give these emotions that are happening on an event. We can transform for the government into the world. It's how the values of a government, the values of a country, we as a brand can transform that value for a government into the world, whatever it is. And if it is in sport, if it is with culture, if it is with anything, brand has the power to do that. That's how I see it. Of course, as a brand owner, I really see we have there a lot of possibilities that we are always able to do. And I think Dubai is an example. I remember 3 years ago, we did even a fashion show in the desert, in the real desert. And that was an experience nobody expected. I think we were one of the first one who did that. But these kind of collaborations, that's what we are looking for. And that is, every government is welcome to talk to us and bring ideas. The more crazy it is, the better.
I think we're right at time. I appreciate everybody very much. I think this is an excellent panel. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel discussion is titled, Where is AI Heading? This session is moderated by His Excellency Omar Sultan Al Ulama, UAE Minister of State for Artificial Intelligence, Digital Economy, and Remote Work Applications, and Vice Chair of the World Government Summit.
Gentlemen, it's an absolute pleasure joining you on stage today. I'd make a quick introduction. Chamath is a legendary investor. He runs Social Capital, and he's recently done very well with Grok. Your investment there, I think, had paid off dividends, but well done on that. Joe is a friend and the chairman of Alibaba. Last year on the stage, we were talking about AI and where it was going. And I must say, all your predictions came true with regards to how fast China is moving when it comes to artificial intelligence, and as well, the ability of companies to iterate, to innovate, and to move forward. I'd like to start off by maybe talking about an interesting shift. We've always been used to seeing the US being the champion of open source, Silicon Valley leading that charge, and the rest of the world focusing on trying to have their own advantage and focus on building closed source systems. With AI, we're seeing a complete shift. China's championing open source. The US is trying to push for open source, but are working on closed source systems. How do you think that's going to affect the way that governments pivot, the way that people choose the AI models that they use? We'll start with Chamath, and then we're going to go to Joe.
Well, I'm actually quite surprised by it as well. I mean, I do think that there are a handful of American open source models that are quite good. I think NVIDIA's models are excellent. But in fairness, the Chinese open source models are just superb. So I think what it means is that every country, probably in the next 3 to 5 years, will be forced to make a very important decision, which is around the sovereignty of their own productivity and GDP. Because to the extent that these AI, and in that realm, I think the open source models provide the clearest path, because it just gives you total transparency into what's happening underneath the hood. Now, there's a lot of work, and we can talk about this later, that has to happen for a country to be able to embrace an open source model. But I think the future is open source.
Joe?
Well, I totally agree with what Chamath said about different countries. You're better off with open source model with if you are focused on sovereignty and having control of your own data. But just going back to history a little bit, why China has evolved and why most companies in China have taken an open source approach is that software has, in terms of application software like SaaS industry, has never developed in China. So the idea of users coming to an API to use a AI model and pay for it has never been a primary business model, and is not. And the judgment by all the model developers is that they're not going to make a lot of money providing a closed source through an API. So all the model companies have decided that why don't we just open source first and let the model take care of itself in terms of adoption of usage and proliferation. Unfortunately, a lot of the various governments have taken notice, and because they, care about the sovereignty aspect and care about their data privacy, you could take an open source model and deploy it on your own infrastructure. You can do it on premise. You can do it in a virtual private secure environment. And it will have nothing, whatever you do to post-train the model or running inference will have nothing to do with the original open source model maker. And that thereby you basically claim sovereignty, claim ownership of the model. And, but it remains to be seen, it's still a very big question, how economically all the model companies are going to make it sort of sustainable with an open source approach.
Don't you think the issue is the economics? You're spending billions of dollars to build this model, and if you open source them, you're not really monetizing it in the way that you can potentially monetize it. So that's why most of the companies are focusing on closed source to try to generate as much profit from the model. And then they open source the older versions. We've seen that with Grok, for example. We've seen that with even Llama and other, let's say, models in the US, where the frontier ones are closed source until they're able to generate some revenue or at least some advantage, whether it's getting market share or otherwise. Do you think that is the main reason, or is there more of an ideological shift? And can China sustain making all these models open source, especially the frontier ones?
So I would make a distinction here between companies that that develop the frontier models plus a infrastructure business like cloud computing versus those companies that actually just only do the model. I think the companies that only do the model will have to think about, how do you generate economics from open sourcing. The companies that actually have a cloud infrastructure, for example, in the United States, you have Google that has a full stack of the model and the cloud infrastructure. They also have chips, can monetize in other ways from the usage of the open source model. Obviously, Gemini is not an open source, but if you look at China, look at the example of Alibaba, we have our Quinn model is open source, but we also run our cloud business. And today we're monetizing because people are training and also developing running inference on their models on our infrastructure and thereby generating the economics. But I think it remains to be seen how in the future, how can you get especially consumers, pay for a monthly subscription and generate economics there. That remains to be seen. That's the biggest challenge in the Chinese market.
Chamath?
I mean, I think the reality is that when you adopt an open source model, you're going to need, as Joe said, all of these other things. You're going to need power. You're going to need infrastructure. Depending on the solution that you use, you're going to need a lot of natural resources, specialty chemicals. You're going to need battery systems. And then you're going to need all the know-how. And then on top of all that, you're going to need the capital and the financing. And so I think the reality is that the business model becomes more at the governmental level almost, because if you take an open source alternative, but then the infrastructure of the government can come in and help you with all of these other things, you're going to take it. So I think that is yet to play out, but I think that's the real opportunity. Similarly, in the United States, it's all private. So the alternative is, you can't really take a spin of Grok or take a spin of Gemini and implement it on your own for the needs of your own population. But yet you still have to bear the cost of all of these other things. So if all of this was packaged and financed and turnkey and in a box, I think that's the ultimate best solution. That's probably where, international finance organizations and development banks probably need to play more of an evolving role over these next 10, 20 years.
Many of the conversations that I currently have and interviews that I would do, and I'm sure that you guys will go through the same thing, people talk about the AI bubble. And the bubble in a sense of, is it sustainable? Can we keep seeing the numbers that we're seeing? We've recently seen the issue with memory and memory availability, and we're not being able to produce memory enough. And when it comes to bubbles, I think there are two types of bubbles. There's the tulip mania bubble, which was completely made up. It blew up, people lost their money, and there was nothing left except the legacy of the bubble. And then there's the train and railway bubble of the UK of the 19th century, where people went and invested in railway tracks, which gave the UK the legacy of being one of the most connected places on earth through railway. So there was actually a tangible legacy that was left behind. In terms of tangible legacies for artificial intelligence, and I'm not saying it is a bubble, but let's assume that there was a set of bubbles along the way of the progress of artificial intelligence. Do you think that energy infrastructure is that? So is the safe bet investing in energy infrastructure? Is the safe bet investing in chips?
I think it's very much a TBD. And the reason is that the capability of these models can actually disrupt the underlying asset that you may think is safe. So the example that I would give you is we are 1 or 2 generations of models away from a model demonstrating that there's a certain chemistry that can effectuate, for example, a ultra high storage battery, or that can effectuate a room temperature superconductor. If any of those things come to pass, we all would collectively have to underwrite what the actual value of our natural resources collectively as a world means. It would change how we use oil, it would change how we use nat gas, it would change how we build SMRs. So I think the honest answer is, this is why it's such a profoundly interesting moment. All of the things that we've used to underwrite productivity and GDP will get re-questioned, because this super intelligence allows us to see things that, the frailty of the human condition, we can't quite see yet today. And I think we should just be open-minded and prepared to deal with that as a community, because I think it's going to be complicated. So there's no bubble in that context.
Joe?
Yeah, Chamath just raised a very interesting point, which is there's no bubble if you take these models operate on the current path of trajectory, and but there's some breakthrough change, then the energy infrastructure, all that stuff that becomes a bubble in itself. It's sort of a bubble that's happens because conditions have changed. I wouldn't call it a corner case, but that's something that people should think about.
Yeah.
But I think if you look at right now, the massive amount of CapEx investment that all the hyperscalers, all the model companies are making, I mean, the latest quarter of reports that people are doubling their CapEx. It used to be last year, these hyperscalers are making $60 to $80 billion per company per year of CapEx. And now it's double, like 120 to 150 billion per year. It's astounding, just within a year, right? But here's the thing, I think a few things are driving it. Number one, people still believe in the scaling law, and now also the idea that inference time scaling is important, because more compute resources will be allocated to inference, and inference is where everybody that uses AI will touch influence, as opposed to the few model companies that only do training, right? So a lot of CapEx that's going toward inference. And then finally, you have people making multimodal models that deal in generative rich media, videos, images, that will burn a lot of GPU resources. So people seeing this scaling law and multimodal world, and we haven't even talked about world models yet. And that's, I think, the validation that there will need to be more compute that need to be invested in. I don't think these trends are going to reverse or veer off. In the future, people will still continue to, for example, are people going to consume less videos? I don't think so. So in that sense, there's no bubble. But having said that, people are investing, anticipating future demand, as opposed to, I think there could be, in certain sectors, you see, like memory, you see shortages today. But just the massive amounts of investment, it's kind of hard to think about ROI. I hate to be the CFO of one of these companies because they're faced of having to explain ROI to investors. They can't do that.
Yeah.
The theme for 2026, for those of you who've gone to Davos and for some of the other conferences and some of the other discussions, is AI agents. And agents are the name of the game. People have to actually try to work with agents, deploy, develop, and utilize the different agents that are going to do different tasks. We have a number of heads of state and heads of government in the room. The question that you're going to get when you say that is, we haven't started with deploying AI already, and you guys are now moving into agents. So if someone wants to leapfrog, someone who hasn't done anything yet, whether it's a nation in Africa or a nation in Latin America or a nation in Southeast Asia, what would your advice be? Should they go into the generative AI model side of things? Should they try to do a specific thing with agents? What would be your advice if you were advising them?
Neither. I think you have to pick a model, and I think you need to deploy it inside your own borders with your own power and roughly your own people, and be able to use it for a handful of very useful and practical solutions to everyday problems, whether it's public health or whether it's governmental services, or frankly, the most important and valuable one is education, which is being able to create a system that teaches the young people in your country how to learn in this new world where this supercomputer will be available to everybody. All this other stuff, I think, is very speculative. It's exactly what Joe said. Every frontier has a new language that it uses to justify further investment. And I think today, because there isn't a super clear ROI, agents are the next vernacular that we've chosen to justify the next $200 or $300 billion of investment. The more practical solution, I think, is to be one generation and one step behind that and say, let's go and educate our kids, cure some disease, and make it easier to renew our driver's license. And if you just do that, I think you're going to have a happy population.
So quality of life improvement.
I think so.
Joe?
I totally agree. I think governments have to think about what is the application where the use of AI will be productive and useful in education, in healthcare, and you should start with the use cases first. What is the right application for AI? I think the idea of building up the full stack infrastructure, that everything is a game for large economies. It's like building up a military industry. It's not for everybody. So once you've identified the use case and the applications, then the question is, all right, whose technology are we going to leverage on? And on that front, I believe that open source is the best way, is the most secure way where you can have most control of your own AI.
Gentlemen, that was a great discussion. I know that we could have gone on for so much longer, but thank you for your insights and thank you for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel discussion is titled, Is the Next Decade African? This session is moderated by Tucker Carlson, founder of the Tucker Carlson Network.
Gentlemen, thank you for doing this. It's awfully nice of you to do this. I'd just like to go right down the line. And first to you, President Nagawa, again, thanks. In as clear terms as you can, I wonder if you would contrast your experience with China versus the Western powers. Do you think that Zimbabwe and other African countries, to be totally blunt, get a better deal from Chinese investment than they have with Western powers over the past 150 years?
Well, my view is that initially, as we became independent, we had most of our development thrust was from the West. But as we evolved, we have also benefited from investment and cooperation from countries like China.
But I mean, the basic structure seems the same. Foreign powers extract mineral wealth from various African countries. But do you think that the arrangement that Zimbabwe and other countries currently have with China is better or worse for Zimbabwe than it was under, say, the Brits?
I think the premises upon which you construct your question, I don't think is perfect.
Not surprised.
Yes, Zimbabwe is a sovereign state.
Yes.
You understand? And we move on the basis that gives us the best results of our resources. Whether it is relation with the West or the East, what is primarily important is what we ourselves as Zimbabweans are satisfied with. We don't need to please the West or please the East. We please ourselves.
Good. That seems like a good model for every sovereign country. President Bio, thank you for this. Do you think that there is a substantial difference? I'm just trying to understand from a Western perspective how the East does business in Africa versus how the West does. And it may be too sensitive a topic really even to talk about out loud, but to the extent you have a view you can share, would you?
I'm sure relations cannot be measured country by country.
Yes.
Relations depend on the historical background of countries between one country and another.
Yes.
That's the basis on which relations grow and are nurtured. For us in Zimbabwe, yes, we are a former British colony, but we are very happy with the relations that have now developed with, say, countries like China and so on.
Yes.
Despite being a former British colony.
I think this maybe one of these topics is too difficult to talk about in public. So let me just ask you, President Bio, about one of the strengths of your country and the continent, which is its birth rate, which so far surpasses that of any other region in the world. And that seems like a strength. How has your country, Sierra Leone, but also many other countries in Africa, been able to maintain a birth rate at replacement when Europe, the US, Canada, lots of other parts of the world have not been able to?
Thank you very much. I think we are hard workers, and we work both in the day and at night. And
that is such great advice.
It is essential to have a young people and to keep the birth rate at the right level so that there is sustainability in development. What we do today, or as leaders, we provide the enabling environment, provide them with the tools, the young people to navigate the world, which is extremely tough, complicated, and evolving and changing all the time. So it is our responsibility to bear that in mind. We have to plan ahead of, be ahead of the curve to be able to replace accordingly so that we don't have a gap in our development process. So we have been busy producing as much as we can, a lot of good people, and we are investing in their education so that they are fit for purpose for a world that is becoming digital and, of course, going extremely to the edge of technological advancement.
If I could just ask you a quick follow-up to you, Mr. President, do you keep track precisely of how many of your young, educated citizens leave and how many stay? Are you thinking hard about how to retain the smartest, most energetic people?
Definitely. In fact, what my administration did was to make sure that we provide basic primary and secondary education free of charge to the citizens. Every child born in Sierra Leone can go to school and finish high school without paying a penny. We don't just provide tuition, we also make sure that we provide other essentials to make it possible so that nobody has excuse not to go to school, because in the 21st century, without education, definitely you can make it. And we do not just want to make it at the personal level, family level. We want to grow as a nation. We want to be useful citizens of West Africa, the community that I chair today. But we also want to be useful citizens, global useful citizens that can contribute to the world. So we are taking stock of that, and we are educating them, equipping them. In fact, I call education as an equipment, a navigational equipment in a world that is becoming very, very complicated and complex.
Thank you. President Boko, as you look at young people in Botswana who are educated and energetic, what's your pitch to them? What's your argument to them to stay in Botswana, not go to South Africa, Europe, the United States?
Young people are generally innovative. They are entrepreneurial. They now have become digital natives, and that presents immense opportunities to them. These opportunities mean they can pretty much operate wherever they are, and they must, as a matter of course, remain within Botswana so that they can then spread their reach and influence to every part from Botswana. And so the opportunities that there are in Botswana, the training, the education, the acquisition of skills, the support, the environment that nurtures them and feeds and fuels their verve and vitality is what Botswana offers and what will power Africa. Africa generally is a very young continent with a median age of 19.3. Botswana's median age is 25. And so with such a population, Africa is poised to rule the world.
So what are your plans for the world once you rule it?
To make it fairer, to make it more equitable, to ensure that intellectual property is internalized in every part of the African continent, that innovation serves humanity, not just a predatory elite, and that everybody can partake equitably and benefit from the fruits of the economy and the vast opportunities that are available in the world.
Well, I look forward to being treated fairly under your rule. Thank you. President Nagawa, I wonder what lessons you've been in the government of Zimbabwe for decades in various roles, including through a very turbulent period where your predecessor famously kicked out the whites and then the economy tanked and now it's rising again. I wonder if you would summarize the lessons that your country has learned from that experience.
I'm not so sure what you have in mind. But let me say, our economy has faced challenges. I'm sure you're aware.
Yes.
Zimbabwe has been under sanctions for decades as a result of us claiming our land from the British and making ourselves independent. We seized the land and gave it to our people. So sanctions were imposed on us. But in spite of all that constraint we have developed, and we are happy that we have developed on our own, and we feel very independent.
Well, some of the land was seized from people who were born there. So I wonder if there's a lesson about targeting people on the basis of their skin color. Do you think?
I don't hear you.
Well, people had their land seized in Zimbabwe who were born in Zimbabwe, and they were targeted on the basis of their race. And I wonder if you think that's good or bad.
No. Land did not belong to a race. It
Right,
belonged to
that's right.
Zimbabweans. So when the colonialists took land from us, time came when we asserted ourselves, take back our land. And those who wanted to have land at the same basis as the African people of Zimbabwe remained. But those who felt they were superior left.
Okay. Mr. Bio, it does seem like, Mr. President, that the model of government around the world seems to be changing, and people seem to have lost confidence in democracy, at least in the West. People aren't quite as keen to promote democracy. Do you notice this? Do you think democracy is in retreat around the world?
I think the world is in transition.
Yes.
And normally that comes along with instability. I normally refer to it as we are in a state of flux.
Yes.
We have been told to go democratic, and those who are leading the way or who have been teaching us to be democratic are no longer committed to that method of governance. So we are left to choose, but I still believe that democracy is the best method of governance, choosing who leads, especially liberal democracy with all the freedoms that go with it, so that human rights and other liberties are observed and maintained. We remain committed to democracy, irrespective of the fact that there are now reversers, even in Africa, around the world. In fact, these days, when you listen to world news and other things, you hardly hear about democracy. You're very right. But we are committed to it because it is the best form until we can provide an alternative that can really sit well with us in society. We remain committed to democracy.
China is a relatively new entrant, really,
Yes.
into the historical space and climb. China only lifted itself out of abject poverty over the last 40 years. We've been free from colonialism now in Botswana for almost 60 years. We have had an affinity with the West because of the relationship, the special relationship that we've had with them. And China has only come in, and we relate with China on terms that we define ourselves. We look at what it is that China offers, what it is that we need, and we sit and we get as good a deal as we are able to negotiate in a situation where all the parties come to the table and present their offerings. So I think the relations are shaped largely by what the interests of these African countries, ourselves included, are.
Interesting. President Nagawa, what did you think of what happened in Venezuela last month?
Venezuela is very far away from Zimbabwe.
Yes, it is. yes, sir. But I wonder, I still wonder as a head of state, a longtime head of state, what you thought of that. I mean, you must pay attention to what happens to other heads of state.
Yeah, but I don't know what we really read in Zimbabwe actually happens in Venezuela, but from what we read, we are interested to know why it is happening.
President B, what did you think?
I was stunned, and I'm still stunned. It was so surreal that I still have to understand whether the world order, the rules-based society, is still existing, and if not, what becomes of the world? That's why I earlier described the state as we are in a state of flux, because everything that we have understood as the basis for international order is fragmenting or being destroyed right in our face.
And I'm sorry, it felt like an unfair question, but that's exactly more to the point. What I'm asking is this a sign of a changing order? And I will end with you, President Boko. What was your response to it?
Well, I think we are seeing a world where rules seem to matter very little, and they matter only depending on who is benefiting from them and who is wielding the stick at any given point in time. We know that public international law respects territorial integrity, it respects the sovereignty of nations. And it also requires that the people of every nation state must exercise their self-determination. They must determine what happens within their borders. And to have external powers intrude and remove any head of state, regardless of what the circumstances are, I think it's something that is utterly shocking, and it is an affront to a rule-based international order. I think it must be described in starkly those terms and nothing pretentious.
Gentlemen, thank you for doing this and for your patience with my questions, and I really appreciate it very much. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
في الماضي صنعت الكلمات والأفعال أعظم لحظات التاريخ، فألهمت الشعوب ورسمت مسارها.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
كلمة واحدة قد تتحول إلى قرارات.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
جملة واحدة قادرة على تشكيل الآراء.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
والخطاب الصحيح يمكن أن يغير مجرى التاريخ.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
غير أن الصوت الواحد مهما كان مؤثرا لا يكفي وحده.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
هذه تحديات معقدة يصعب على الدول والحكومات مواجهتها منفردة.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
نحن بحاجة إلى منصة تجمع القادة والخبراء والمفكرين، منصة تطرح فيها أصعب الأسئلة وتصاغ فيها الحلول بجهد مشترك.
I'm an optimist by nature. If you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
القمة العالمية للحكومات، حيث تلتقي العقول وتتولد الأفكار ويستشرف المستقبل.
Began not with action, but with powerful words.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
A single line can be a command.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
A sentence can form an opinion.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
And the right speech can shift the course of history.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
But one voice on its own can only go so far.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
These are challenges too complex for any nation to face alone.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
They demand a platform where leaders, experts, and thinkers can confront the world's toughest questions together.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Welcome to the World Government Summit, where voices meet, where ideas are exchanged, and the future is reimagined.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
If we get into a new Cold War, do countries have to choose which side they are?
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Think of genes as life software. Genetic medicine is the ability to rewrite that code.
If you are diagnosed early with lung cancer, your probability of being alive at 5 years is going to be 95%.
What COVID did is it really stretched our systems to their core.
History teaches us the pandemic agreement is mission critical for humanity.
What drives economic development is innovation.
Innovation cannot be planned. You just don't know when and where innovation comes.
Creative arts as an industry is a generator not only of wealth, but of jobs.
You can find the capital, you can find the resources. It's the ideas that matter.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
We know the energy demand is going to double by 2050. We don't know how we're going to supply that demand.
Those countries that will continue to innovate will have a competitive advantage.
They want the data input and the models that they can manage and they can trust.
The one-day work week will likely be here by 2040.
Once you have humanoid robots, there's really no limit to the economy. You can make anything.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
This technology is going to impact the world profoundly.
It means every day will be your best day.
في الماضي صنعت الكلمات والأفعال أعظم لحظات التاريخ، فألهمت الشعوب ورسمت مسارها.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
كلمة واحدة فتتحول إلى قرارات.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
جملة واحدة قادرة على تشكيل الآراء.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
والخطاب الصحيح يمكن أن يغير مجرى التاريخ.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
غير أن الصوت الواحد مهما كان مؤثراً لا يكفي وحده.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
هذه تحديات معقدة يصعب على الدول والحكومات مواجهتها منفردة.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
نحن بحاجة إلى منصة تجمع القادة والخبراء والمفكرين، منصة تطرح فيها أصعب الأسئلة وتصاغ فيها الحلول بجهد مشترك.
I'm an optimist by nature. If you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
القمة العالمية للحكومات، حيث تلتقي العقول وتتولد الأفكار ويستشرف المستقبل.
Throughout history, our greatest turning points began not with action, but with powerful words.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
A single line can be a command.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
A sentence can form an opinion.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
And the right speech can shift the course of history.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
But one voice on its own can only go so far.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
These are challenges too complex for any nation to face alone.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
They demand a platform where leaders, experts, and thinkers can confront the world's toughest questions together.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not
Everyone. Our panel today is a conversation with a spine. Fewer questions, but deeper ones, and questions to understand how we collectively can create impact, going beyond what works in social welfare. As you all know, governments have been very good at helping people do the right thing. Behavioral science helps simplify decisions, remove friction, and guide behavior. But life is now changing faster than systems can keep up, and uncertainty is constant. And social welfare exists for these moments. Systems provide support, but they also do something more powerful. They shape how people see themselves. So today we're going to talk about welfare systems. And yes, welfare is a safety net, but it's also a teacher. It teaches people whether they're capable, whether they're trusted, whether they're expected to steer their own lives. So this session is called Empowerment by Design, because we're exploring a shift from welfare that shapes behavior to welfare that builds human capacity. And that's the conversation we're going to have today with our esteemed guest. So before we begin, I'll just tell you how the conversation will go. I'm going to ask one central question to each guest, and then it's not only to extract answers, but to surface a lot of judgments that will help us all in our decision making. So to David Halpern, you were central to bringing behavioral science into governments, and you helped states shape decisions at scale. So I want to ask you with not what works, but what lasts. So here's the question. What does behavioral science genuinely, when does it empower people, and when does it quietly cross an invisible line, training people to function only when the system exists?
Right, it's a great question. Thank you. It's lovely to be here. Your Excellencies and other esteemed guests. So the classic thing that people tend to think of with behavioral science is what's called changing the choice architecture. So we go to the canteen, and it's a good idea to put the salad before the chips, was a good example, because we're in a hurry and we're hungry. And one argument is when you remove that, well, will I just go back to eating all the chips? Well, an important point is the canteen is still there today and tomorrow and so on. And it can also start to change your taste too. But will it stick? Will it persist in other ways? And so there's more and more interest in interventions, which we were just saying before, not just nudges, but are called boosts in some ways. And a good welfare one we were talking about at a session earlier today is many welfare systems are built around what's called active welfare. Are you really looking for work? So across the world, by the way, they are better than not asking people, you know. So you turn up and you have to show that you look for several jobs. Now, I've sat in on those interviews. One of the things we did as good behavioral scientists, you're like ethnographers and you spend time out there. And you'd see, for example, I come to my mind, a young man coming into one of these sessions. He knows exactly the routine, what he's supposed to do, fill in the form, tick this thing. He's almost on autopilot. He's been trained by the system to do that. And so we changed it from a system, instead of asking people, what did you do last week, to say, what are you going to do next week? Which sounds like a small change, but it turns out to be really fundamental, because you are now activating someone to be, think ahead and so on. Another key change, though, goes to your point, is instead of the administrator doing the paperwork, we said the person should do it themselves. They should write down themselves what they're going to do next week, not for them. And first of all, you can see when this change came in, people are almost like, wait a minute, what? You do the paperwork, don't you? No, because you're trying to mobilize and activate someone. So these are really important kind of shifts as we try and make, sometimes you create scaffolding, but you make change. And in the end, we're trying to make people not just make better decisions, but be better decision makers in their own right, which I think goes to your point.
So you mentioned something about activate. Can you give us an example of what distinguishes the intervention that changes behavior for a moment? So you change the person that you said, you asked him what you're going to do next week,
yes,
to changing his identity for a lifetime. And so can you give us a bit of a sneak peek? There's something more cooler than nudging called boosting. That David Halpern is working on. So I want to understand, what does boosting do? Does it change someone's identity forever? Does it leave an imprint, a soul print?
Very good. So yes, as is, I mentioned, and thank you for pushing on it. If I'm working on a book here, I'm spending some time here and also on Boost. So I'll give you an example, and we were just talking about it, from again, young people. This is some work in the US, but we see it in many other places. So young people who in Chicago classically brought quite difficult circumstances, and they have learned in their lives, if someone pushes you, you better push back. If someone comes along and you're a young kid and says, "Can I have your pocket money?" If you don't push back, they'll come back tomorrow and ask for your mobile phone, right? So you learn it, and then you learn to react hard. This leads to violence often because it becomes inappropriate as the kids become men. So there was this program called Becoming a Man, developed by Chicago, and it was inspired by a murder, I'm afraid to say, of a young, lovely PhD student from Senegal, actually, who was shot by a 17-year-old. He came out of the library, he had books on, it was late at night, he gets stopped by this kid. He must have just paused, resisted for a second, he gets shot and he dies. Now that 17-year-old was eventually given 120 years in prison. Was that going to make a difference if it had been 200 years or 300 years to his behavior in that moment? So the idea of this Becoming a Man program was that, we need to reach into the minds of these young people. And so this exercise, I was just explaining, if it's not too long, they give these young people, put them into pairs, and they say, here's a ball, I'll give the ball to you, I'm supposed to take it from you. You can imagine these kids start scrapping, and they pull and they're punching and whatever. And then eventually it's calm down, okay, let's talk about what happened there. And they'll say, why didn't you just ask him for the ball? None of them ask. Well, why would I do that? He'll think I'm a punk, that was the word. So they said, well, let's ask him. If we'd said, would you give him the ball? You'd say, yeah, it's a stupid ball. What do I care about the ball? But it illustrates a very profound point, which these young people have got a mindset, which is, so I push back. And the kids themselves call this program, it's based about cognitive behavioral therapy, but Control-Alt-Shift. Like you do on a computer, when it's not working properly, you press it. So when you become emotional and angry, wait a minute, I just stopped myself. Is there an alternative? So if that's not a nudge now, that is what we would call a boost, a very powerful program, halves violence, halves subsequent arrest in these young people. This is very powerful for lots of things. We could all use a boost in a similar way sometimes.
I'd like to reflect on that. This relates a lot to social welfare because welfare or social welfare changes a lot of outcomes for people's lives. But the question we all need to ask is, does it even shape people? Will they grow? What will happen to their mind? Do they still depend on us? And I think that's where empowerment comes into place. I have one more question. If we want to be successful or truly serious about empowerment in different realms of policy, what should governments stop doing even when it looks successful on paper, but actually it doesn't change anything, because if you remove that system, that person will not change his behavior forever. So it's kind of going beyond the nudge, but it might look amazing on paper. Can you give us an example on that?
Well, I think we often see it in welfare systems where people become dependent. Other examples we see in other countries is that the example I mentioned earlier is because the systems are often designed on the basis we think you might be cheating, and so they inadvertently signal, because one of the things about human beings is we don't quite know what other people think, and so we have to infer. And if a system is treating us like I might be cheating, then I think, well, maybe everybody else is cheating, right? It becomes actually potentially toxic. So there are times where if we build this scaffolding to make the change, to get someone back into a labor market or whatever it will be, we should also think about, can we dismantle it and will it persist? And so that's true in many areas where, be it on diet or whatever, why we often move to reformulation, because we want to move the upstream things. We can remove the scaffolding and the behavior will change. Or in the example I gave earlier, that the young person is literally thinking differently. Their system 2, as we would say, kicks in at the right moment. So we can step back. They'll look after it themselves.
Thank you, David. Minister Masagos, you govern across culture, policy, real human capacity. And what distinguishes, I think, your work is it doesn't just begin with policy, it begins with people. So I want to place you inside the moral tension of social welfare. Mm-hmm. How does Singapore balance providing social support while preserving the agency of these beneficiaries and enabling empowerment without the scaffolding?
Yes. Well, thank you for the opportunity to address the esteemed audience here, and also to have an interaction with people who know where the evidence is. So all of us know how to do it, but governments need to decide who should be doing it, where it should apply, and when. And what we have decided when I took over about 7 years ago, the Ministry for Social and Family Development, is to shift focus on the individual to the family. That was the first paradigm shift we did. Because when we want something to last, or even something to begin, it begins with the family. Values get transmitted through the family. And also, while rights are important, very critical, to ensure rights of children, women, everything must be provided for, we must also recognize, at least in our societies, that duties are as important. So duties is always something we balance with rights, and that happens best in a family. So the family need to be functioning, and therefore, in defining a functioning family in Singapore, we put it quite simply in 3 S's, which we measure with our researchers and so forth. Are they stable? Are they self-reliant? Do they attain self-mobility? Now, this applies to all families. And some families, though, do fall through the crack temporarily, and how then do we bounce them up to have to attain these 3 S's and not lose these 3 S's? But some family can be entrenched because of their circumstances and so forth. And therefore, where do we start this work? We have now shifted from one where, from waiting for the families to come to us when they have trouble, to knocking doors, identifying who would be vulnerable, and being proactive and upstream. And this is something is very difficult to do because it's more costly and takes a lot of time. And it's harder for research to say that you have prevented something from happening because it didn't happen. And therefore, we have to sort of reshape how we approach this and going upstream. As an example, we now have looking at the data of those who we think in all probability, using AI, using data, large models and so forth, say these are the group of families we should knock doors, and then we want to provide support for them. And here is who should be doing it. And it is not something we have decided, and we think that no government can do it alone. And to bring all the community assets together, including volunteers who become befrienders to these families, corporates who have money, who at one time will just give the money to philanthropies and then walk away and say, I've given millions of dollars, but to measure the impact and to make it a sustainable contribution. Not one time, not 2 times, but how many years for the impact to be felt, then it's reported back to them. And also professionals who need to be uplifted. So a whole of society approach, and then using the sciences that our esteemed researchers tell us over time how it has changed and what we can do, and put that together. I think that's the framework with which our government address this problem. And like you mentioned, it's moving from social welfare to empowerment, self-reliant.
On that, Minister, I want to ask you, how do welfare systems strengthen dignity and ownership? And if you can give us an example, when you said the focus is on family, did you use behavioral science to nudge them maybe, or you're thinking of a policy that will boost them towards not relying only on the system and not creating this dependency? Because it's also a mindset among beneficiaries.
Indeed, indeed. In fact, this is the gist of the design that we have in a program we call Comlink Plus. First, identifying who will be vulnerable, and then inviting them to join the program. We're not telling them you have to join the program, inviting them. Actually, half of the families we outreach to joined us. The other half say, either leave us alone, or we don't believe this program, or whatever reason, but you want to respect them for that. And the families that come with us, we provide them 3 important resources. Number one, the befrienders, people who need to be there for no other reason than I care, not because I want to, I have something more than you and I want to share with you, or whatever it is. I just want to be your friend. And therefore, people they can go back to when they have problems they need to share about, personal problems. And then we have what we call almost a para-counselors, para-social workers. These are trained about programs, not the social work type of program, but what programs are available to nudge them to do, for now, 3 things. Number 1, to ensure they keep their children in school. Enroll the children early, because preschool is a very important part of development. If they may have given up on their lives, we want them to see the future in their children. And that
how did you nudge them to ensure that they enroll their kids? Like, what policy was it a nudge or a decree or a law?
Yes. The simple policy is to give them money if they put their children.
So an incentive with money. But if you remove the money, what's going to happen? Did they believe in it? Do they believe in the power of early education?
Which is why the befriender is important, to persuade them and to show them what works. I come from a family which benefited from social mobility. And when I meet them and say, look, I used to be like you too. I live in a home which I rented. I moved 11 times before I was 3 years old. But in Singapore, you don't have to be like this all your life, all for your children. Just keep your children in school. Start them early. So that kind of advice, that kind of personal connection is important. But many people who do this don't know where the programs are. And therefore, you need to have trained coaches who know what different kind of archetypes of family need. At the same time, then those who we know could be in trouble or need more therapies and so forth, that's when the social worker comes in. So again, it's a whole of society program. Just one point is that much of the incentives are contributed not by the government. It's given by corporates who say, I want to do the preschool program. I will give $10 million every year, but you make sure you spend it, and I want to see the impact. So they see the connection between being good, not just a company that makes money, but with a social mission. Actually, we have also found out that the employees choose this kind of company, especially the young. And putting this all together is something we have started moving for the last 3 years. But again, research is going to be very important to validate whether what we are doing is good, what we're doing is impactful. And I say, we don't want to conclude that this will have a good outcome, but certainly we are happy with the involvement of so many parts of society together, including the dignity that we give to the families who want to do this.
I think when we talk about welfare and empowerment, it's not a simple equation to say when we use this nudge and we remove it, what's going to happen to the people. We need to really study it over the long term. Who people become, did they grow, did it change? And what I'm hearing from you all is empowerment and social welfare is more than design. It is about understanding the proper discipline of policymakers to really stick with the decision and self-correct along the way, especially with dependence and social welfare. So it requires a lot of courage. I want to end as a joint question for both of you. How do we know when the support is still helping or when it's quietly replaced people's judgment that they don't even think for themselves anymore? In your case, giving the money for young parents to put their kids in school, they automatically will just enroll them because you gave them the incentive of their money. Remove the money, I don't think so. They really believed in it. Could be applied to health, to parenting, to a professional life. How do you know that they really believe in it? So maybe the idea of boosting, and I just want to clarify what I mean here. When welfare builds capacity and it changes people's mindset, it builds dignity. When you are building dependency and you took away their agency, you're kind of creating this kind of reliance and it erodes dignity. And so the question, and maybe the highest ambition or goal of social policy, is not better compliance to my nudge, it's stronger people. And goes back to, David, what you said, it's did we grow people? Did we change them? Did you change the mindset of that guy? So what's your 2 cents on that, on building capacity and what empowerment by design truly means?
So it's very interesting that you talked about parenting too, because I think there's a classic kind of a distinction often made in parenting, which is very relevant to government, which is when you're teaching your kids. It's normally a contrast between, are you liberal? You do whatever you want. Like that turns out, by the way, not to be great often. Or do you be authoritarian, which is I tell you exactly, you could do this, this, this. very, very lots and lots of rules. That's not great either. And the magic formula is what's called authoritative. So you intervene occasionally, but you explain to your child why. When they're going to put their kids in the electrical socket, you don't just say, no, we never do that. So you shouldn't do it because you explain why. And what's the difference? Is because authoritative means that you now understand the world and it sticks, it persists when you're not there as well, right? And that to some extent applies to governments too. We need to be in the authoritative space. You talked about, I think, dignity. I tried to give you an example earlier. A key part about that is you're no longer being a policeman, but you're respecting the person's dignity and they're building their own agency. But the last thing which we touched on, I think is incredibly important and often underestimated in Western governments is the social network and the community. It's the family, absolutely. Who is your first line of call for welfare when you need it? It is your family. It may be your neighbors, your friends. Only late on is it often government. And it often reminds me of some work we've been doing at the moment with communities and community building, is that it's been underestimated the importance of building the community infrastructure. Singapore, famously example of it. And it reminds me of almost a biblical example, of the feeding of the 5,000. How does that work? We sort of see it in everyday life where you enable people to mutually support each other is an incredibly powerful tool, which you don't see if you only see it welfare through a very narrow individual lens.
Yes.
What's your take on the authoritative space of government?
Well, the most important thing for me, at least, is to have the courage to share and to open this data to researchers, to people who will then present this and criticize you in public to say, no, this doesn't work. Or the evidence says that you have to shift it somewhere else. For the longest time, governments have internal mechanisms to do that, and you can hide your embarrassment because you don't share the data. Today in Singapore, more and more of us are in various parts of government want third parties to come appraise us, give us a critique, even publish the paper, and be open about it. Because we know that the virtue of all what governments want to do, this is always the part that we are very happy about. But the courage to accept that there are failures and that we need to shift can only come from people who produce this from evidence, from research that is objective, no motivation, not a political opposition, whatever it is. And therefore, you can take it even with a pinch of salt, and then you move on. They say, yes, this is something we have misgivings about, we should move on. And this is how Singapore has improved over the years, starting from internal criticism and not sharing it, and now hopefully with more courage to share this data with the external evaluators to tell us how to do it better.
I think as I reflect on both, the quiet truth of maybe behavioral science is that every system we build is building a human being, not loudly, not dramatically, but relentlessly on what it assumes as a policy, what it rewards, and I think also maybe what it requires. And if we take social welfare, it's also a teacher. It builds capacity. It's telling these people and these beneficiaries whether they're capable, whether the government believes in them, whether they're trusted, but also not to comply, and whether they're expected to try on their own. And I think for us, as you said, data, the authoritative space of government, we need to kind of explain why, but also create that ecosystem around it. So it's not just one cut solution.
Indeed.
I know this is the end of our session. There's 30 seconds. I just want to say thank you for your time and insights today. And we can't wait to understand what boosting can do to policy, and also understand and learn from Singapore. If there's something beautiful about Singapore, we love the intellectual humility you all exude from all governments around the world. And maybe Dave Halpern said it so perfectly that any innovation that happens around the world, you always see a Singaporean learning from that innovation. And I think it's something that also the UAE exudes, the love for learning and the love for self-correction. And I hope all of us as governments continue to improve our social policies. And thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
في الماضي صنعت الكلمات والأفعال أعظم لحظات التاريخ، فألهمت الشعوب ورسمت مسارها.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
كلمة واحدة قد تتحول إلى قرارات.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
جملة واحدة قادرة على تشكيل الآراء.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
والخطاب الصحيح يمكن أن يغير مجرى التاريخ.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
غير أن الصوت الواحد مهما كان مؤثراً لا يكفي وحده.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
هذه تحديات معقدة يصعب على الدول والحكومات مواجهتها منفردة.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
نحن بحاجة إلى منصة تجمع القادة والخبراء والمفكرين، منصة تطرح فيها أصعب الأسئلة وتصاغ فيها الحلول بجهد مشترك.
I'm an optimist by nature. If you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
القمة العالمية للحكومات، حيث تلتقي العقول وتتولد الأفكار ويستشرف المستقبل.
Throughout history, our greatest turning points began not with action, but with powerful words.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
A single line can be a command.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
A sentence can form an opinion.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
And the right speech can shift the course of history.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
But one voice on its own can only go so far.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
These are challenges too complex for any nation to face alone.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
They demand a platform where leaders, experts, and thinkers can confront the world's toughest questions together.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Welcome to the World Government Summit, where voices meet, where ideas are exchanged, and the future is reimagined.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
If we get into a new Cold War, do countries have to choose which side they are?
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Think of genes as life software. Genetic medicine is the ability to rewrite that code.
If you are diagnosed early with lung cancer, your probability of being alive at 5 years is going to be 95%.
What COVID did is it really stretched our systems to their core.
History teaches us the pandemic agreement is mission critical for humanity.
What drives economic development is innovation.
Innovation cannot be planned. You just don't know when and where innovation comes.
Creative arts as an industry is a generator not only of wealth, but of jobs.
You can find the capital, you can find the resources. It's the ideas that matter.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
We know the energy demand is going to double by 2050. We don't know how we're going to supply that demand.
Those countries that will continue to innovate will have a competitive advantage.
They want the data input and the models that they can manage and they can trust.
The one-day work week will likely be here by 2040.
Once you have humanoid robots, there's really no limit to the economy. You can make anything.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
This technology is going to impact the world profoundly.
It means every day will be your best day.
في الماضي صنعت الكلمات والأفعال أعظم لحظات التاريخ، فألهمت الشعوب ورسمت مسارها.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
كلمة واحدة قد تتحول إلى قرارات.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
جملة واحدة قادرة على تشكيل الآراء.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
والخطاب الصحيح يمكن أن يغير مجرى التاريخ.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
غير أن الصوت الواحد مهما كان مؤثراً لا يكفي وحده.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
هذه تحديات معقدة يصعب على الدول والحكومات مواجهتها منفردة.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
نحن بحاجة إلى منصة تجمع القادة والخبراء والمفكرين، منصة تطرح فيها أصعب الأسئلة وتصاغ فيها الحلول بجهد مشترك.
I'm an optimist by nature. If you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
القمة العالمية للحكومات، حيث تلتقي العقول وتتولد الأفكار ويستشرف المستقبل.
Throughout history, our greatest turning points began not with action, but with powerful words.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
A single line can be a command.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
A sentence can form an opinion.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
And the right speech can shift the course of history.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
But one voice on its own can only go so far.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
These are challenges too complex for any nation to face alone.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
They demand a platform where leaders, experts, and thinkers can confront the world's toughest questions together.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Welcome to the World Government Summit, where voices meet, where ideas are exchanged, and the future is reimagined.
السمو والمعالي، الحضور الكريم، نستمع الآن لكلمة رئيسية لسمو الشيخ أحمد عبد الله الأحمد الصباح رئيس مجلس وزراء دولة الكويت.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Highness Sheikh Ahmed Abdullah Al Ahmed Al Sabah, Prime Minister of the State of Kuwait. Please note that this session will be in Arabic. Kindly use your headsets for instant interpretation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Glad to be with you today after last year's speech and see what happened since then. And hopefully what I said happened. And this time, ladies, I will not touch anything on you. Last time you were the target, but this time the men turn to look at. Luckily, I had the chance to meet President Trump a few weeks ago or a few months ago at Sharm for Gaza Summit. And we were sitting there at the lounge and waiting for President Trump to come and shake hands with him. And we were waiting and waiting and waiting. He was late. And then we came to know that he was at the Knesset. He had a speech there. And he said, I'm late. And because of that, all the rich country already left Sharm. So that was the first warning I received from that sentence. We are a rich country. I'm sure the minute I shake hands, he will give me the message. So I was thinking, what shall I do? What shall I do? And I was watching my colleagues when he arrived, of course. He came maybe 3 hours late. Before he traveled, he was marketing his watch, Trump watch. And I said, okay, I had an idea. As we're queuing to shake hands with Mr. Trump, I've noticed all the Gulf officials, he started the dialogue. And he took his time, and I was reading the faces of our colleagues there, how they were reacting to his remarks. Okay, good. Then my turn came. When I went there, I said, I started dialogue instead. I said, His Highness greetings and the Crown Prince greeting to you. But I should tell you one thing. I have one remark, Mr. President, if you allow me. He said, yes, of course, go ahead. Mr. President, try not to be late next time. Otherwise, no one will buy your watch. He stayed there second and he said, you got me this time. Then we finished the dialogue in a nice way. So I was the starting of that by reading the incidents, reading what's happening in the international world. I hope everybody will go to his common sense in solving our problems, especially in this area. What's going on in Iran and the negotiation going on now in Turkey, now it's been transferred to Oman. Hopefully, peaceful solution will be reached. Otherwise, if the war started, then we'll be going in the tunnel, and God knows what happens there. Let's hope for the best. We cannot live in a world that is not controlled properly. We don't have to establish new institutions for a shorter time, then we'll change it later on, because it's been followed for years and years for the world order. So if you allow me to start my speech in my proud Arabic language. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم، نائب رئيس دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، رئيس مجلس وزراء حاكم دبي، أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسادة، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني ويشرفني أن أنقل إليكم تحيات حضرة صاحب السمو أمير البلاد الشيخ مشعل الأحمد الجابر الصباح حفظه الله ورعاه، وتحيات سمو العهد الشيخ صباح خالد الحمد الصباح حفظه الله، مقرونة بأطيب تمنياته بنجاح أعمال القمة العالمية للحكومات 2026. كما يسرني أن أتقدم بخالص الشكر لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة الشقيقة قيادة وحكومة وشعبا على هذه الاستضافة الكريمة لقمة أصبحت اليوم منصة عالمية رائدة ومختبرا مفتوحا للأفكار وورشة حية لصناعة الحلول وجسرا يربط بين طموحات الحكومات وتطلعات الشعوب. وأثمن ما حظيت به دولة الكويت من احتفاء مميزا خلال فترة 29/1 إلى 4/2 اللي احنا تاريخ اليوم، وما قدمته دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة الشقيقة من نموذج راق للعلاقات الإنسانية والثقافية بين الشعبين، بما يعكس قيم المودة ويجسد معاني التقارب والأخوة إخوة للأبد. أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، إن رسم ملامح حكومات المستقبل أمر مهم، لكنه لا يكتمل ما لم تكن هذه الملامح قابلة للتنفيذ. فالتحدي الحقيقي لا يكمن في صياغة الرؤى، بل في تحويلها إلى قرارات وترجمتها إلى سياسات وقياس أثرها في الحياة الشعوب. فحكومات المستقبل لا تقاس بما تعلنه من طموحات، بل بما تحققه من نتائج ملموسة في حياة المواطن اليومية. وقفت أمامكم على هذه المنصة قبل عام وتحدثت عن رؤى أو رؤية مستقبلية لوطن الكويت وتحديات الاقتصاد العالمي الجديد. واليوم أقف بينكم لأشارككم واقعاً صنعناه منذ لقائنا الأخير، واقعاً يؤكد أن التحول ممكن، وأن الوعود أصبحت إنجازات بالإرادة والعمل الجاد والتنفيذ الفعال، لأن حكومات المستقبل لا تبنى على الخطب. خلال العام الماضي اتخذت دولة الكويت خطوات إصلاحية جوهرية لتعزيز الاستقرار المالي وضمان الاستدامة المالية العامة، والبدء بإصلاح الاقتصاد الوطني وتنويعه وزيادة مساهمة القطاع الخاص، وفي مقدمتها إقرار قانون التمويل والسيولة كإطار تشريعي منظم لإدارة الالتزامات المالية والدين العام. ونحن على وشك إقرار أول تشريع ينظم طرح الصكوك الحكومية محلياً وعالمياً بالتوافق مع أحكام الشريعة الإسلامية، بما يمكننا من التعامل مع التحديات المالية بمرونة ومسؤولية، والتخطيط المالي متوسط وطويل الأجل. وقد انعكست هذه الإصلاحات مباشرة على ثقة المؤسسات الدولية، حيث رفعت وكالة S&P Global Ratings التصنيف الائتماني لدولة الكويت في نوفمبر 2025 من A+ إلى AA-، مع نظرة مستقبلية مستقرة في شهادة واضحة على سلامة النهج الحكومي في إدارة المالية والمضي في مسار الإصلاح. وترجمنا هذه الثقة إلى خطوات عملية من خلال العودة إلى أسواق الدين الدولية بإصدار تاريخي لسندات سيادية بقيمة 11.25 مليار دولار، والانضمام عضواً كاملاً إلى البنك الآسيوي للاستثمار في البنية التحتية، وتحقيق أعلى معدل إنفاق تنموي خلال ال5 سنوات الماضية. وفي هذا الإطار نؤكد أن التصنيفات والسندات أدوات لغاية أكبر تتمثل في بناء اقتصاد متنوع ومستدام يقوم على الشراكة الفاعلة مع القطاع الخاص. ومن هذا المنطلق نعمل على إنشاء منظومة متكاملة للنقل والخدمات اللوجستية تعيد تموضع الكويت كمركز إقليمي يربط بين القارات. فتم توقيع عقد ميناء مبارك الكبير ليكون بوابتنا البحرية للتجارة العالمية، وافتتاح برج المراقبة الجديد والمدرج الثالث في مطار الكويت الدولي، واستكمال العمل في مبنى الركاب الجديد إن شاء الله سيفتتح 27. كما تم توقيع عقد الدراسة والتصميم لمشروع سكك الحديد، والتقدم في مشروع الربط الحديدي بين الكويت والرياض ضمن منظومة تعزز تكامل سلاسل الإمداد وحركة التجارة والركاب بين مجلس دول التعاون. ويشكل هذا التكامل بين البحر والجو والبر منظومة استراتيجية لنقل والخدمات اللوجستية لدعم تنويع الاقتصاد واستدامة النمو. وفي مؤازرة ذلك عملنا على ترسيخ بيئة اقتصادية مستقرة جاذبة انعكست في تدفقات استثمارية نوعية، من بينها افتتاح مكتب جولدمان ساكس في الكويت وحصول بلاك روك على ترخيص فتح فرع، إضافة إلى تعزيز الشراكات في قطاع الطاقة وتطوير البحث والتكنولوجيا ونقل المعرفة، حيث احتفلنا مؤخراً بمرور 10 سنوات على شراكتنا مع GE فيرنوفا وتأسيس مركزها التكنولوجي الإقليمي الذي يمثل منصة للنهوض بقدرات الكفاءات الوطنية وكذلك تدريب كوادر دول أخرى. وفي قطاع النفط والغاز أعلنا يوم أمس في كلمتنا التي ألقيناها في مؤتمر ومعرض الكويت للنفط والغاز كوغز عن فرص غير مسبوقة للاستعانة بالشركات العالمية. أولها مشروع شاهين بيرغرين لشبكة أنابيب تصدير النفط، والثانية مشروع السيف لتطوير الاكتشافات النفطية البحرية، ومع الإبقاء على ملكية والسيادة حصريا للدولة، وهي رسائل تؤكد انفتاحا منضبطا وفق قوانيننا بمنهج واضح. أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، إن حكومة المستقبل لا تقاس بقوة اقتصادها فقط، بل بجودة خدماتها. ومن هذا المنطلق واصلنا مسار التحول الرقمي، حيث توسع تطبيق سهل ليشمل أكثر من 25 مليون معاملة، متوجاً إنجازاته بحصوله على جوائز محلية وعربية. وأطلقنا مبادرات رقمية متكاملة، ونقلنا البنية الرقمية لوزارة المالية إلى السحابة الإلكترونية. إن الحكومة الذكية تصل بالخدمة إلى المواطن قبل أن يطلبها. كما شهدت القطاعات الصحية والسكنية والتعليمية تطورات نوعية غير مسبوقة عبر مشاريع وإنجازات عملية تمس حياة الناس مباشرة، وتؤكد أن الاستثمار الحقيقي هو في الإنسان وجودة حياته. وعلى صعيد الحوكمة والانفتاح، أجرينا ما يزيد عن 50 تعديلاً على القوانين والمراسيم ضمن منظومة التعديلات التشريعية خلال العام الماضي. وأطلقنا منصة كويت فيزا، وحدثنا أنظمة الإقامة بالتوازي مع تطوير القطاع السياحي وتحسين جودة الحياة ضمن رؤية متكاملة تقوم على اقتصاد متنوع وحوكمة فعالة واستثمار في الإنسان وانفتاح متوازن على العالم. ما تحقق خلال العام واحد جاء بإرادة سياسية واضحة وقرارات جريئة وتنفيذ سريع. وخرجنا ب3 دروس أساسية: الجرأة في اتخاذ القرار، السرعة في الإنجاز، والشراكة الحقيقية. ودولة الكويت التي عرفت مرارة الاحتلال وويلات الحروب تؤمن بأن السلام شرط للتنمية، وأكرر: تؤمن بأن السلام شرط للتنمية، وستبقى صوتاً داعياً للحوار واحترام السيادة وبناء الجسور والعمل الإنساني بنهجها الدبلوماسي المتزن والقائم على الاعتدال والحكمة. المستقبل لا ينتظر المترددين، والكويت اتخذت قرارها بأن تصنع مستقبلها، وأن تقود التغيير، وأن تقدم تجربتها بشفافية، وتتعاون مع العالم لبناء تنمية مستقرة ومستدامة. أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة سيدات والسادة، شكرا لحسن استماعكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
أصحاب السمو والمعالي، أيها الحضور الكريم، الفصل القادم لأمريكا اللاتينية ماذا بعد؟ هو عنوان الجلسة الحوارية التالية. رحبوا معي بمتحدثي هذه الجلسة، يحاورهم دان ميرفي من قناة CNBC.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our next panel discussion is titled Latin America's Next Chapter, What Comes Next? This session is moderated by Dan Murphy from CNBC.
Your Highness, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to this World Government Summit special event. I'm Dan Murphy from CNBC. Let's begin with the state of play inside the region today. Just weeks ago, the world watched as US special forces extracted Nicolas Maduro from Venezuela. Today, he sits in a federal prison in Manhattan. President Trump calls this the Donroe Doctrine. It is a new policy asserting a new era of US primacy across the Western Hemisphere. For leaders across Latin America and the Caribbean, this raises some fundamental questions. How much strategic autonomy do countries in the region still have? What are the red lines on sovereignty? And how should governments respond when the United States acts unilaterally in their neighborhood? So I'm joined today by three sitting presidents who are navigating these questions while also growing trade and investment ties with the UAE and the wider Gulf. Your Excellencies, welcome to the World Government Summit, and thank you for joining me today.
Thank you. Thank you.
President Pedro, I'll begin with you. From Paraguay's perspective, what precedent did this intervention in Venezuela actually set for the rest of the region? And what is your reaction to the president's approach to the region today?
I think that for every country in Latin America, we are very proud about sovereignty and self-determination. Having the intervention of another country is not our first choice of action in terms of foreign policy. But in the case of Paraguay, we know and we learned the hard way. We have to endure a very long dictatorship, 35 years of a military regime that ended in 1989. And we learned that dictators, they don't live with pamphlets and manifestations on the street. They usually go with bullets and with a military intervention. So we tried, and I tried very hard since my inauguration as president in 2023, to restore democracy, see a restored democracy in Venezuela. We participated the Barbados Accord among many countries in Latin America to see a free election, which was not respected during the elections in 2024. So since then, we have been trying very, very hard to find a way out of the problem, because it's a real problem for all the countries. 6-7 million Venezuelans left Venezuela, and this is not for the good reasons, it was for the bad reasons. Many more were incarcerated without a judiciary process. So things were not going the right way in Venezuela. Now we're seeing a change. Hopefully this change is gonna put Venezuela back on track as a democratic country, and I hope that this is gonna happen very, very soon.
President Noboa, do you agree, and do you believe that the Donroe Doctrine has made Latin America safer or more dangerous?
Well, I do believe that it has made Latin America safer, or at least we're on the road to become a safer region. At the moment, we do have 35% of the region still vouching for what they call blind sovereignty. But at the same time, we have narco-terrorists in our region. We have Hamas, we have Hezbollah, we have armed groups operating and acting in the drug trade. So I think this is the last resort, and we're using it as a last resort. But we needed something like this. We needed a shock to really change the direction of where we were going.
So you welcome this shock, as you've called it?
Well, in a country where we fight every day for peace, where we fight every day against narco-terrorism, more than 50,000 armed men and women, and where we have also 600,000 Venezuelans living in our nation, I do believe it has done more good than bad.
President Abinader, the Monroe Doctrine was used once to justify U.S. intervention in the Dominican Republic. Are you reassured or alarmed by what has unfolded in the last few months?
First of all, let's speak about what was happening in Venezuela. Venezuela, we had relations until the elections. On the elections, you know that it was a complete stalled elections. There was no democracy. We have seen that now they are freeing a lot of political prisoners. So the situation was very special in Venezuela. We already had almost 200,000 Venezuelans in Dominican Republic that they were there because of political and economic problems. So this was a very special situation. And in our case, like it or not, we have a special relation with the United States economically, geographically. 2 million Dominicans live in the United States. They are the major source of our tourists that goes to Dominican Republic. That last year was more than 6 million Americans visiting Dominican Republic from 11.5 million of visitors. So we have that special situation. And we have always been personally, in our country, a fighter for democracy. So in this part, I think we are hoping that this goes to a transition to democracy in Venezuela, and that's, I think, is good for the whole region.
Are you not concerned, though, that given the way that the president has behaved and his own approach to Latin America and the Caribbean, that perhaps any other country in the region could be next?
I am not concerned because I think you have to have a cause, you have to have the reasons. And in Latin America, as Daniel President Noboa was saying, it's emerging more and more democracies. And we have, for example, a very trustful and respectful relationship with United States. We don't like intervention. Nobody likes intervention. And to respect also the sovereignty, and they respect our sovereignty. We discuss, but we also need partners for the fight of crime, for the fight of narco-terrorism. We need partners. You cannot fight the narco trade alone in one country. You need a strong military force like United States. So we work very respectful, and we have done very well together, and we have a very fine relationship.
President Pena, can I have you react to that as well?
Sure. No, I think that what is important is what we understand for the Monroe Doctrine. This is a 200-year-old belief that the U.S. security is also affected by the environment of the U.S., and this is the Western Hemisphere. But if you go back to 1823, many of the countries in Latin America were still struggling to get independence. In the case of Paraguay, we were among the first ones to get independence in South America in 1811. So our situation was quite different back then to what is today. Today, we see a partnership relation. We don't see a submission relation with the U.S. Paraguay is a strong partner with the U.S., and the same applies to Ecuador and Dominican Republic. But that doesn't mean, because we have a strong partnership, is that we have to put our own interests second to the interests of the U.S. No, we respect their interests, but we also have our interests. The good thing is we have mutual interests and things that we are both agreeing. One of them is that organized crime is probably one of the greatest threats for the Western Hemisphere. This is a great threat, and we need to work together. Our organized crime, which was fueled by many, many governments under this false ideology, the socialism of 21st century, that they were lowering the capacity of defense of the national governments, allowing organized crime to move, this weakened us. So now we need to change, and we understand that working together with the US, they have their own interests. They are putting pressure on the Caribbean, and for us, this is critical because we don't want organized crimes institutions to go further down. That's why we are also strengthening our military and defense capacity. So I'm not concerned about the Monroe Doctrine. Actually, I welcome the Monroe Doctrine, because it means they care about it. They care about the safety about the Western Hemisphere, and we need to work all together, and we need to do also our fair share.
President Noboa, you've also addressed this, but what we saw in Minneapolis is a case in point here. Of course, ICE agents attempting to enter Ecuadorian consulate inside Minneapolis. In your view, sir, was that a breach of sovereignty? And did you ever get an apology from the United States?
No, we saw the videos. We saw it was an initial attempt. It didn't go through. And we had a letter of protest. And we talked and we sorted it out. Like I said, we need to understand which of the interests align and which don't. And something that's not negotiable is our own principles. But on the other hand, we need to understand that the US is our main trade partner, and that we have over 500,000 Ecuadorian immigrants in the United States, the great majority, hardworking people that just want to have a good life and want peace.
Not to be petty, but do you want an apology?
Well, they gave us an explanation. They gave us, it was shown that they didn't cross, the final line, you'd say. So we protested. They gave us an answer and an explanation, and that's it.
So that's the state of play inside the region today, with a perspective from each president. Let's shift focus to what's happening inside the UAE, because there is, of course, a reason that each of you are here at the World Government Summit, and I wanted to unpack that as well. President Pena, you've been working with UAE companies to build infrastructure in Paraguay in particular. Tell us about your ambition to build on your trade and investment ties, not just with the UAE, but also with the Gulf.
11 years ago, I started to come to the region. I was Minister of Finance of Paraguay. So I was trying first to understand what was happening in the region, UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia. And I was amazed. I was amazed not because of the amount of resources, but about the wisdom, the vision of the leadership. So at that time, we negotiate an investment agreement, elimination of double taxations. And when I won the election in April of 2023, the first country that I visited, even before sworn in, was the UAE. So I came here and I said that despite that we are separate, very far away, and we might not have similar languages or cultural ties, but the vision that we have going forward is very, very similar. So over the last 2.5 years, I have been coming regularly to UAE, and we had been able to reach very important agreements on investment in railroads, airports, energy. Paraguay is a large producer of clean, renewable energy, and of course, this is being used as a magnet to bring companies on the technology sector, and of course, the UAE is leading in this effort and in this initiative. So I think that there is a great amount of opportunities. I think they are limitless, the things that we could do. And what we have offered, and during this semester, Paraguay is under the presidency of Mercosur, which is now also, thanks to Trump, moving ahead on many areas with free trade agreement. We just closed one with the European Union. We are now in the process of doing a free trade agreement with the UAE and Mercosur. We think that we need to bring together these two regions, the Gulf, and I think UAE can play a major role in leading this region, and also South America and Mercosur and Paraguay, with a lot of humility, wants to be the entry gate, a country that's going to welcome foreigners from other regions and to do business in the entire continent.
President Noboa, to you on this as well. Of course, we have also just seen the signing of a brand new economic partnership agreement with the UAE. This is very important. You're also opening a trade office this week as well. Does having a strong friend in the Gulf make you less dependent, if you will, on the mood in Washington?
I mean, we have a diversified group of trading partners. We trade a lot in Asia. Our second largest trade partner is China, and our third largest trade partner as an independent country would be Russia. The European Union altogether would go up to second place if it's all together. I believe that Ecuador is very compatible with the Gulf, that we could work together. We are a net exporter of food. We produce 9 times the amount of food that we can consume. We have fresh water sources. At the same time, we bottle water and several drinks. So in terms of compatibility, we are a great partner for the UAE and for the entire Gulf. At the same time, we are in a process of growth and renovation. The country is improving technologically. The country is improving also in terms of energy. So we're going to need the know-how for refining, for waste management, also for energy management. Ecuador is growing at around 4% every year, but I believe if we work together with the Gulf and with trading partners like the UAE, we could grow above 5% in the next few years.
And really unlocking the ambition and the opportunity in this part of the world. We were just talking backstage about how it's hard to find what we have here in the UAE anywhere else in the world at this point, given what's happening on the ground here, the investment opportunities opening up and the doors that are opening for countries around the world in this country as well. President Abinader, over to you on this, because you were also on stage talking about your partnership with DP World earlier in the week as well, which has helped to turn your country into a massive trading hub, that long-standing relationship. How do you expand on that relationship and continue to build out that opportunity across the public and the private sector?
We are a very diversified economy, and one of the part that is growing is the free zones, and also especially in our government since I started in 2020. One of the special sectors that we want to develop is also the logistic hubs. So we already had Dubai port, that is not just the main port in the Dominican Republic, it's the main port of the region, and it has been a very successful story. And you can see what Mr. Sultan said. So it has been an excellent relationship, a public-private agreements that now and during my government, it is not just the port or the logistic. Now they entered into the free zones. What better free zone you can have next to the port? And they also went into free zones in the airport of Punta Cana, also that it has a special conditions. So we already have this special relation. This between last year and this year, just Dubai port is investing, expanding the ports and the free zones, $760 million. And I hope also other companies will see that from the UAE, will see that a case of success to enter into all the diversified areas that we have. At the same time, we are working into an agreement with UAE with all the vanguard technology that they have, especially on the digital government, that it makes more competent and specialized and efficient government. We're working on a protocol so we can have a G2G agreement and implement all these cases, successful cases that it has done here on UAE in the Dominican Republic. So I think there are a lot of opportunities for the private sector, but also between our governments, that we can do a lot to assure and have a better quality for our people.
And the president also just mentioned that unlocking this opportunity will drive growth. What does the growth number look like for the Dominican Republic if all goes well?
Well, we have predicted 4% also for this year. We have been growing at approximately 4.5% for the last 30 years. And we have established in our government what is seen as a project 2036, which is to double the economy for 2036. We are now a middle-income country, which we were a low-income country 20 years ago. And we are developing, as I said, and I think one of the reasons is our diversified economy in tourism, in free zones, in also part of agriculture, in logistic hubs. We are even growing a lot in medical tourism for all the region. So we have, as I said, we are growing every niche. In the free zones, we now have also a special a project to assemble semiconductors in the country. We already are preparing our people in the technical part. Also, we established a master for semiconductor, assembly of semiconductor in one of our universities. We are exporting $3 billion in medical devices from our free zone. So it's not just the old manufacture of clothes. So we are going more into technology. At the same time, about 800 million exporting electrical equipment. And I think that in that path, there are a lot of opportunities for enterprises with the UAE that can grow. And last year, we have a record of $5 billion in foreign investment, the biggest of the region, and a record for DR, which it says that there is confidence in the country, also for the internal market and also for export. And one of the good things is that the company that has invested in the Dominican Republic invest 68% of their profit in new investment in the DR. So that it says how confident and how well they have been doing in the last few years.
I also wanted to shift focus just briefly and talk about something that President Pena and I were also discussing in Davos, Switzerland, only a couple of weeks ago, and that is President Trump's new Board of Peace. Of course, the foreign policy agenda in the United States right now isn't just peace, it's also prosperity, and trade and investment is directly correlated to that. President Trump proposed this Board of Peace as an alternative to traditional security alliances. Paraguay has joined, but Ecuador and the Dominican Republic, as I understand it, were not invited or declined to join. So can I just get some clarity on that? First of all, President Pena, you did sign that piece of paper. You were there in Switzerland. What's the strategic advantage for Paraguay?
Paraguay has been very critical. We truly believe in multilateralism, but we also think that the system that was designed after World War II, 80 years ago, is outdated. It's outdated and doesn't reflect the weight of different countries, the participation, and of course, at the top of this pyramid is the United Nations, right? It's a large organization. And I have been very, very critical about the UN capacity to solve problems. Every year we go to the UN General Assembly and we are just adding one more conflict to the table, and we are not taking any other conflict. So I take President Trump's initiative. I think it was a good effort. Previous to that, I also participated in the signing of the peace for Gaza in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. Paraguay has been a long-standing defendant on the Israeli position of self-defense and trying to build a long-lasting peace for the region. So this participation also brought Paraguay into the table on the Board of Peace. So hopefully we're going to find a way. I think this year is going to be also a great opportunity because the countries are going to be choosing a new Secretary General for the United Nations. And the Western Hemisphere, our region, will play a leading role. This is a position that rotates by region and is coming back to the Western Hemisphere after 40 years. So I think all of these puts in the right track for countries that wants to do the good. I mean, for us, we want peace. We want countries to work, and we need to strengthen the multilateral system. We don't like a world without multilateral system. We need a system that is benefiting all countries, not only the large countries. We need also a more important role for middle powers. I think the three countries that we are representing here, we can identify as middle powers, countries that we are no longer poor countries. We are very rich countries, and we don't have the problems of the very large countries in terms of population and complexities. So we can play a pivot role in bringing solutions to the table.
President Noboa, I think you have a different view on this. You've heard the case for. Why is Ecuador against?
Not necessarily against. We're not part of it. That doesn't mean that we're against. We've been fighting an internal war for 2 years, war against narco-terrorism, and we fight every day. We need the help of the world. 40% of the cocaine that's being exported out of Ecuador goes to Europe, another 40% goes to the US, and 20% to the rest of the world. So it's not a war because of local consumption. It's a war based on external consumption. We're also not cocaine producers. It's been smuggled through the borders from Colombia and from Peru. So we're fighting a war. We are fighting a war against evil and against narcos and illegal mining. And we do believe that the strength of multilateralism will help us achieve our goal, which is to win this war.
So you see a pathway to joining the Board of Peace at some point in the future?
I know it's not our top priority right now. Top priority right now is to fight the war, to win the war that we're living in right now, and to give peace to our 18 million citizens that we have in Ecuador.
Mr. President, same question to you.
Yes, we were not agree or disagree. We're just not participated. But we have, as never before, an excellent relationship for security with the United States. We are working. We are the main country in the Caribbean fighting narco traffickers and all other sorts of criminal activities. They said that they have never before had the government that has cooperated so well in security. I think that's in favor of us and in favor of them. So we have this special bilateral relationship. We also believe in multilateralism, and I think what everybody wants is that the United Nations continues to reform, which is normally that to be more effective, which normally happens with long-term organization, that it needs to reform. So that is our idea. But as I said, we have a special relationship with the United States, but not just with the United States. We signed a special cooperation of security with France for the Caribbean. So everybody who is wants to fight criminal activities and narco-terrorism, as President Noboa says, and the activities is going to count with Dominican Republic. We have been so successful that we are the second most safest country in terms of murder homicides per 100,000 people, after El Salvador, which has I think 2 or 3. We have the lowest, which is 8. It's high for some countries, but this for the region is one of the lowest. And that is because of the cooperation, part of the cooperation that we are doing with the United States.
I wish we had more time, but we'll have to leave it there. Your Excellencies, on behalf of all of us, welcome again to the UAE. Thank you for being here. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening in.
Thank you. Thank you.
أصحاب السمو والمعالي، الحضور الكريم، الجلسة التالية حوار مع معالي كاليكستو أورتيغا سانشيز، نائب الرئيس للشؤون الاقتصادية في فنزويلا. يحاوره تاكر كارلسون، مؤسس The Tucker Carlson Network.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is a conversation with His Excellency Calixto Ortega Sanchez, Vice President for the Economy of Venezuela. This session is moderated by Tucker Carlson, founder of the Tucker Carlson Network.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So how's your year been?
How my year has been?
Just kidding.
Interesting.
Yeah, I know that. Thank you
Very
so much for doing this. I was trying to picture your New Year's Day. You know, you sort of envision the year ahead, and I bet you didn't call this one on New Year's Day. So you are now in charge of the Venezuelan economy. I should say, for those who don't know your bio, you were head of the country's central bank at 34 and weathered hyperinflation and a lot of other twists and turns. So I think it sounds like you're the man for the job. But let's just start on January 3rd, the day that all of this began. Where were you that day, and what was your experience of it?
Well, I was in Caracas. I'm coming from a Catholic family, and those days are very important for us, for family reunion. So I had in my house my mother, my father, my sister, my nieces, of course, my little kids. And it was an event that, is at that point in our history now, but we try to move forward and somehow build opportunities for economy under the situation we have to face.
Did you know what was happening that day?
Well, I woke up in the middle of the night and the events were passing very fast, and just following the news and the statements of the authorities. And, it was a very extraordinary situation, but the Venezuelan people and the authorities have shown that they are ready peacefully to move forward and to build opportunities for our people and for the welfare of the Venezuelan people.
So now you're in charge, as noted, of the Venezuelan economy, quite a portfolio at this point. The defining fact, I think, of the economy for more than a decade has been U.S. sanctions, which were very strict. And they were levied with the idea they would destabilize the regime. Obviously, they didn't. It took Delta Force and directed energy weapons to take out the regime. So they didn't actually affect political change, but they did constrain, they defined your economy. Are they, I'm a little bit confused. Are they American sanctions still in place?
Well, so due to my former responsibility as a central bank head, I had the opportunity to see and to be in the front line on while all this was happening. I'm talking about restrictions, sanctions, accusations, the lack of access to your own resources. In 2018, when I started at the central bank, we have hyperinflation, we have scarcity levels that probably that was something that everybody read in the news. But the story that is not being shown in the news is like we defeat hyperinflation. We had now we have scarcity levels the lowest. We have like a regular normal economy right now. And just to give you an example, in 24, when the sanctions were eased, there were some, how do you call it, OFAC licenses to do some to leave the economy functioning like a normal country, we have readings in inflation and, for example, inflation and exchange rate in 2024 show the best reads in 40 years, since the mid-80s. I'm talking about a time where in the mid-80s, Venezuela have access to her international reserve, international markets, everything. But in 24, without access to anything, just to have able the private sector to function like a regular country, we have the lowest inflation in 40 years, and the exchange rate was very stable. So as of today, sanctions are, there are some general licenses that are allowing now private sector to invest in Venezuela, to trade with oil and gas. And Venezuela is ready to receive investment now. One of the first decisions that interim President Delcy Rodriguez took was to go to the National Assembly and ask for a reform to the hydrocarbon law.
Yes.
And it was already sanctioned, the law, and this law will allow international investors to go to Venezuela with favorable conditions, with legal assurance of their investments. And we want to, to build upon this, because Venezuela, under sanctions, was leading. This is something that you will not read in the news as well. Venezuela, the last 5 years, according to United Nations entities, the CEPAL, the Commission for Latin American Economy, Venezuela had led 3 of the last 5 years the growth, GDP growth in Latin America, and that was under sanctions. So the economy is ready for investment. The economy is ready. Economic agents, private sector is ready to build up a better future for the Venezuelan people.
And I want to ask you about the foreign investment, but as an American, I can't help but wonder how quickly are those restrictions being withdrawn? I mean, the U.S. Congress,
yes,
White House levy sanctions a lot. Once they affect regime change, do they pull them back, and have they pulled them back? And where are we on that?
Yeah. Well, there is a functional government in Venezuela. It's led by President Delcy Rodriguez, and we are facing. So we know how to deal with these restrictions, because that's what we have to do. That was our reality. And what we are experiencing right now is that this U.S. institution have a lot of experience putting restrictions, accusations, and having lists and putting you in this list. But when it comes to taking down or trying to open doors for a new relationship, then it's a process, and we are working on it. But I think it's working in the direction that it should have ever been. U.S. companies, U.S. investors having the opportunity to go to Venezuela, which is a natural market. Venezuela is a natural market for all neighbors, including the United States.
So how, I mean, to the extent you can say, or that you know right now, how exactly will that work? The U.S. president, my president, Donald Trump, has said that the revenue from oil production in Venezuela will go to the United States and then be allocated to the government of Venezuela and to the extractors, to the American oil companies. What is the plan? Is that the plan?
So the government, the interim president, Delcy Rodriguez, announced the creation of 2 sovereign funds. One is going to be used for the Venezuelan welfare. I'm talking about salaries and the
Yes.
policy in regards to directly helping the Venezuelan people to overcome all what happened due to these sanctions. The other sovereign fund will be related to infrastructure. I'm talking about electricity projects, roads, and so on. So that's what we're expecting to see in the coming month.
And is it the government of Venezuela that will decide how that money is split, how it's allocated?
Yes, yes. There is only one functional government in Venezuela, and it's led by our authorities, and they are under control. One example to this reality is that after the events of the last month, Venezuela is peacefully moving forward and ready to receive investment and trying to compete in the market, in the international market, like every other player. When I'm telling you about the economic growth in Venezuela and how we lead the region, this comparison is with countries that don't have the restrictions that we had. So,
right.
So we hope that the growth is going to be really, really fast.
So I suspect you hope not just to extract more oil, but to increase refinery capacity, petrochemicals.
Yes.
Requires a ton of investment, much more profitable, obviously.
Yes.
In the long run.
We would like to be, we know that the reference for Venezuela is that the country with the biggest oil reserve. And we want to stop being known about this, and we want to be known as one of the countries with the highest production levels, and use the model, for example, of this country that use these revenues to diversify the economy.
So when you speak, as I know you are speaking, to potential entrants into your market, big companies from abroad, including the United States, what are they asking you to assure before they commit these massive capital investments?
I think that what they were waiting is for sanctions to be lifted. And,
right. Why is that so hard again? I mean, if your former president's in an American jail, why do we still have sanctions?
I'm sure that there will be room for that kind of question to be addressed in Venezuela if you would like to visit.
You're very diplomatic. Okay.
But I think it's a great opportunity right now for investors. The first one who enter in the market right now will be the ones who will benefit the most, and we are ready. Venezuela is ready.
So I think the question everyone from the outside, including me, well, first is the gratitude that Venezuela seems to be stable, and all these horror shows we've seen around the world after regime change, that has not happened in Venezuela. Everyone on the planet is grateful for that. But in order to keep stability, what does the country need, do you think?
So stability has been in Venezuela political, economically, since at least the last 6 years. Economically speaking, we are solid and ready for investment. As long as the Venezuelan people, it's allowed to have a normal life, to stop make them to live under restrictions that doesn't help to anybody, because it doesn't help the Venezuelan people, it doesn't help the country that imposed those restrictions, it doesn't help anybody. The economy will grow, and the welfare of the Venezuelan people will increase. We have data, for example, I talk about the GDP, but we have data on Venezuelan consumption levels, and it's increased every year, has been increasing. So families are better, and if we are allowed, our economy is allowed to function like a regular one, competing with the rest of the markets, is going to be an improvement. We're going to see improvement in Venezuelan welfare.
So just to put a very fine point on this conversation, the thread throughout it is in order to maintain stability in Venezuela, which is in everyone's interest across the world, you need to pull back the sanctions, which achieve the opposite of their intended effect. They did not dislodge the political leadership. That was by force. It just hurt the people there. It hurt the country that issued the sanctions, the United States. It weakened the dollar. And so in order to go forward on terms that help everybody, Venezuela needs to be allowed to re-enter international markets on equal terms without sanctions. That's what you're saying.
And allow us to have access to our own assets. You know, for example, when I was running the central bank, I didn't have access to international reserve.
Yeah, I know.
It was not something about having like international access to international markets. We didn't have access to our own money, and if you allow us to function like a regular country, Venezuela will show an extraordinary improvement and growth, and it will be an example of growth.
I believe that. Mr. Vice President, thank you. If you ran the central bank at 34 through hyperinflation, then you're equal to the job you have, which is an amazing job. So Godspeed.
Thank you. Thank you. Amen to that. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel discussion is titled Government and the Future of Investment, an African Perspective. This session is moderated by John Defterios from APCO. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panel.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm John Defterios. I'm delighted to be doing this session. I had a chance to listen to the mid-morning session with the leaders of Zimbabwe, Sierra Leone, and Botswana with Tucker Carlson. And the conversation was kind of dominated by democracies, the role of China in Africa, employment for youth, keeping them on the continent, all very valid points. But if you want to understand this inflection point we're in right now, we have Africa with the world's fastest growing population, a very youthful population that needs jobs, of course, an abundance of natural resources, tourism destinations, a digital revolution taking place, but sorely in need of investment. Just to provide some context, of the $1.6 trillion that went into FDI in 2025, $60 billion, around 4 to 5% has been the top, went to Africa. And knowing the capabilities of the continent, we're trying to discuss here what's going to unlock that money in the future. It's great to have the president of Tanzania, the prime minister of Mozambique, and Dr. Keane, who served as president of the African Development Bank, and we had a chance to meet as he was retiring and we had said to him, what do you plan to do if you retire? He says, I'm going to make sure there's money in Africa for growth. So you're a disciple of that. So it's great to have you. And we're going to tackle this issue of reforms, right? What's needed to actually truly have money from the private sector go in. I think it's worth noting, by the way, in the last 3 years alone, this country, the United Arab Emirates, is the #1 investor into Africa. And by the way, for context, both Tanzania and Mozambique have been getting more than their fair share of money of that $60 billion, but that's just not enough. So, Dr. Adesina, number one, you're the one that brought us together. There was an Africa dinner last night with 4 heads of state, and you were, I would say, banging the drum, saying this is the decade at this inflection point where we have to go from aid to private sector capital. In your view, why is it important now? And is the time right? And are the reforms in place? Thanks.
Well, thank you very much, John. I'm delighted. First, let me thank the Excellencies for being here yesterday for the event that we had. First and foremost, I don't really believe that Africa should ever develop with aid, because when you talk about aid, it's almost as if you have a walking stick and it keeps going down and you're going to just simply fall over, right? And so that's not the way in which you're going to really develop. But we have to look at Africa not from an aid perspective, from an investment perspective. And let me tell you why I believe so much in Africa. First is that we take a look at the real GDP growth rates that have been projected by IMF. This year, Africa will grow at roughly 4%. And at 4%, it has the highest growth rate in the world, of all regions of the world. But not only that, something else to pay attention to is that for the first time ever, Africa will maintain that real GDP growth rate as the best in the world for the next 4 consecutive years. So that is not a blip. That is not some kind of cyclical noise. That is something that tells you that this is structural momentum that we are talking about that is powering the growth. And you can understand why. Macroeconomic stabilization is working better on the continent. Fiscal consolidation is working. A lot more investment in terms of attracting investment, investing in infrastructure, which is leading to productivity growth, and all of that is going on. So that is something to pay attention to. Secondly, is that if you look at global capital, John, you see that quite a lot of that from MTN, you have BlackRock, and you have Vanguard that are investing in it. You have Dangote, for example, which is the largest industrial conglomerate that we have in Africa in terms of cement. You have Safaricom, which is the world's largest, mobile company in terms of mobile money. And you look also at Jumia, which is now listed on the New York Stock Exchange in terms of fintech. So that tells you that Africa here is not just about promise, okay? Africa is about portfolio. These portfolios are working. Now, look at what is happening for those that are investing in Africa. In the last 5 years, the performance of infrastructure assets and also other real assets is probably given about low teens to mid-teens in terms of returns. Now, that is important to the extent that it's also not correlated with public market public assets globally. So that tells you that Africa, right, it's really more exciting for people to look at. And finally, so essentially Africa is fantastic. Finally, let's talk about minerals, metals, and all the things. I'm sure their excellencies are going to talk about this particular issue. John, we have $6 trillion, whether you're talking about lithium, cobalt, manganese, chromium, you're talking about rare earth and all of these things, $6 trillion. When you got $6 trillion, what are you going to do with aid? That's $6 trillion. We have to turn that into real assets for ourselves, unlock those assets. That's how we are going to really develop. So the point I want to say is, we are here in UAE, they invest a lot in AI. So if you're doing AI, if you are doing energy, if you're doing agriculture, Madam President will talk about her great work on agriculture. Africa is where it is. So Africa is not aid. Africa is about alpha. It's about, this is the region of the world that you are going to have the highest return. And so I'm very, very confident about that. And therefore, I believe that pay attention to Africa. That's where the alpha is.
Okay, and we're going to drill down here on the role of development banks. Yeah, absolutely the case. Thank you for that. The role of development banks in the region
the global development banks, currency guarantees, how to exit with profits in our next round with you. Before we go further, I call on President Hassan. Prime Minister Levy is going to be speaking in Portuguese. She understands my English, which I'm very, pleased about. But she prefers, because we're talking about investment and we have investors in the audience, to go to her mother tongue, which I fully understand. The English translation, I know, is on number 1, and Portuguese is on 6, but I think we're going to have Arabic also in translation as well. So please grab your devices. President Hassan, I talked about the $60 billion. It's not a huge sum for Africa last year, but you pulled in, as a country, $11 billion. Last year, you had 3 mineral resource deals take place. For those who follow energy, and I'm one of them, you have a $42 billion deal pending for LNG, which is a monster, with ExxonMobil, Equinor, Shell, and a regional partner as well. What reforms have you already done to attract that capital? And you were saying that tourism makes up 17% of your economy. It's been very robust. You're the former Minister of Tourism. But what reforms are in place now to attract investment, and the guarantees you're giving? And what do you want to do next to entice even more investment, please?
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me in this panel. Going back to your question, that what reforms have you been taking to invite more investment in the country? First of all, we thought we have to create a conducive business environment in the country. So we had to change our policies, laws, and regulations to make them more attractive to the investors to come in the country. But number 2, we had to have policy consistency, reliable policy consistency in our policies. That's what we have done. But again, building the necessary investment infrastructure, like the physical infrastructure. We've been working hard in constructing the standard gauge railway. It's about 2,100 kilometers connecting to Burundi, and then it will connect to DRC. And we think that's a major route which can be used from Dar es Salaam port to wherever in the region.
It's very important for the DRC to unlock its mineral resources as well, right?
Yes.
That's a major infrastructure project, by the way.
Yes.
The length and the scale you're talking
about. And Tanzania is bordering 8 countries. So we have to make sure we are getting through all 8 countries. So physical infrastructure, roads, railway. But then, Tanzania is sharing 3 major lakes: Lake Victoria, Lake Nyasa, and Lake Tanganyika. And we have major ports in all those lakes, plus the ports in Indian Ocean. We are surrounded, we have a very big stretch of Indian Ocean where we have 4 major ports: Dar es Salaam ports, which is the main gate. But again, we have Mtwara port to the south of Tanzania, and then we have Tanga port to the north. And we're trying to connect these ports to other areas of Tanzania by railway so that we can transport the stocks which are coming to Tanzania, going to the neighboring countries.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
Were you raising the money for these very large infrastructure projects? They're sizable.
Yeah, of course, we have been working closely with the African Development Bank during when Adesina was a president of the bank, but even before. And we are working very well with the World Bank, plus other funds in the Gulf, the OPEC Fund, the Abu Dhabi Fund, the ADEX, Abu Dhabi Export Fund. So we are exploring from different funds. So another area, so let me say that in principle, the basic infrastructure for investment growth is already laid in Tanzania. Already laid, and having done that, we have improved the number of projects registered in the country. By 2018, we had around 250 projects, FDIs,
Wow.
in the country. But till 2024, we have registered 970 something projects in the country. And that's from $3.8 billion. And now we have close to $12 billion.
Interesting.
So that's
So you did lay out
that's the
the
result of the
roll
of
out the carpet for those investors that come
Yes,
in. So I'll park it there with you for just a moment because we're a little bit tight on time, and I'm going to bring in Prime Minister Levy. Again, on the natural resource front, you have a great deal of potential for strategic minerals and rare earths. You finally got that $20 billion LNG project off the ground after some fits and starts in the north, of course. But Total has been very dedicated to it. Eni of Italy's very much involved. How are you making it easier for investors to come in? And Prime Minister, if I may ask, de-risking the assets for investors to say, that's my comfort level, I'm in.
Começaria por saudar a todos os presentes aqui nesta sala, em particular aos membros deste painel, e dizer que vou mesmo falar em português, vou tentar falar de forma mais calma, para ver se a tradução funciona. Nós costumamos dizer que Moçambique é um país abençoado. Portanto, nós temos todos os recursos minerais possíveis, nós temos hidrocarbonetos, nós temos terras raras, temos terras aráveis, temos água, temos turismo e vários outros benefícios. Em termos de recursos, falava agora da questão do investimento na área de hidrocarbonetos. Realmente, nos últimos tempos, nós enfrentamos vários desafios associados ao terrorismo no norte de Moçambique e que, de alguma forma, condicionaram a exploração do gás de Rovuma. Mas, hoje, estes problemas estão minimizados e nós temos investimentos de empresas globais, como a ExxonMobil, a Total, a Eni, que estão a explorar os hidrocarbonetos em Moçambique, particularmente o gás, um daqueles gases que é de melhor qualidade no mundo. Portanto, há vários países que produzem gás, mas o gás de Moçambique é um gás limpo, um gás de muita qualidade e que torna atrativo para todos os mercados. Mas nós também temos minerais estratégicos. Muito recentemente, semana passada, foi inaugurada uma das maiores fábricas de grafite do mundo e é do conhecimento geral as utilidades que este mineral tem na indústria um pouco ao longo do mundo. Para nós garantirmos que os investidores venham a Moçambique, nós temos um quadro regulatório atrativo e temos estado a trabalhar no combate à corrupção, no branqueamento a capitais e outras práticas que podem, de alguma maneira, afetar o investimento. Muito recentemente, Moçambique saiu da lista cinzenta do GAFI e sabem quais são as consequências de um país que está na lista cinzenta. Isso limita muito o investimento. Portanto, já estamos a desenvolver uma estratégia de sustentabilidade para que não voltemos a cair na lista cinzenta com todas as consequências daí decorrentes. As infraestruturas são fundamentais para o desenvolvimento de qualquer país e em Moçambique não poderia ser diferente. Moçambique tem uma localização geográfica privilegiada em certos momentos, mas em outros momentos também constitui um desafio. Mas eu queria falar deste aspecto positivo e que faz com que Moçambique constitua um verdadeiro hub logístico. Os países do interior usam muito as linhas férreas, as estradas e os portos moçambicanos para importar e exportar os seus produtos. Isso faz com que nós façamos um investimento significativo na parte logística para garantir que Moçambique seja atrativo e, felizmente, há investimentos significativos tanto nos grandes corredores, dos quais eu gostaria de destacar o corredor de Maputo, que parte do sul, o corredor da Beira no centro e o corredor de Nacala no norte. Portanto, todos os países do Interlante usam esses corredores estratégicos para chegar ao mar. O nosso governo tomou posse no ano passado e definiu alguns instrumentos orientadores sobre a nossa política de investimento, ciente de que temos todo o potencial para beneficiar e capitalizar aquilo que são os nossos recursos e não ir recorrer a pedidos de apoio, como vimos fazendo ao longo de décadas. Um dos potenciais que Moçambique tem é o turismo. A nossa costa é uma costa extensa, com mais de 2.000 quilómetros de costa, e o turismo foi declarado uma das áreas essenciais. Também, no ano passado, determinamos que a província de Inhambane vai ser o polo turístico mais importante de Moçambique e Inhambane, para quem conhece outras ilhas e outros espaços turísticos de grande valor no continente africano, é comparável, por exemplo, a Zanzibar, é comparável a Seychelles, as Maurícias e a outros locais que têm praias paradisíacas e outros atrativos. E, claro, não poderíamos nunca deixar de pensar na agricultura. A maior parte da nossa população depende da agricultura. A agricultura é a sua fonte de renda e tem um potencial enormíssimo. Portanto, o investimento na agricultura deve ser potencializado de tal forma que não só constitua fonte de renda para as famílias que dele dependem, mas também que grandes empresas façam parcerias público-privadas para investir neste setor. Nós referimos apenas àqueles setores que acho que têm grande potencial de alavancar o desenvolvimento de Moçambique com parcerias público-privadas e recorrendo a investimento não só interno, como investimento externo, mas não apoio. Obrigada.
Good. I think that's actually what the African Development Bank was trying to do, is encourage. I think the World Bank has been doing the same. The AIIB, the Asian Investment Infrastructure Bank, has been a big player. We only have 2 minutes left, so I'm going to ask to go to our anchor on the other side there, Dr. Adesina, to wrap us up, if I may. How does this go from that ability to de-risk the assets? And I have to really appreciate both the candor of the President and the Prime Minister, because you're addressing very serious issues at play right now. But how do we go from the theory of talking about the shift from aid to investment into practice, in your view? We sat with 4 leaders last night. They were singing from the same hymn sheet. They're not interested in aid anymore, and they want to go down the value chain. They're not interested in natural resource exports, correct? I think you would say the same, President. Can you wrap us up, Dr. Adesina?
Yeah, well, thank you. I just wanted to say that the presidents in Africa are doing a phenomenal job, and that's why I said about the growth that we have in Africa. And I think yesterday was fantastic. We had presidents, from Angola, presidents from Tanzania, Prime Minister here, but also President from Ghana, as we announced what's called the Global Africa Investment Summit. And the reason why this is important is what their excellencies were saying. Take, for example, just the case of the minerals, oil, gas, metals, and all the natural assets that we have. So it's roughly about, $3 trillion right now by 2050. Now, but we only account for no more than 5% of allocation of capital to that. So that is not really, in my view, risk. That is simply mispricing Africa's assets, okay? And so what we have to really make sure is that Africa's assets are properly priced, is always underpriced, our risks are overpriced, okay? And our assets are undervalued. And so what we are saying is that, look, we are going to develop, as they have said, based on the proper unlocking the value of our assets. And unlocking that requires that when people come to Africa, you have to go around. The search costs are very high. The due diligence is very high. There's asymmetric of information. And you also find some of the assets are not properly valued and structured. And so it's very difficult for institutional investors to do that. So this Global Africa Investment Summit is going to fill that particular gap. And what it will do is that all these assets that Your Excellency are talking about, they are great. These are not your frontier risks. These are assets that are already revenue generating, most of them in FX, most of them long-term, okay, revenue potential of that. We're going to take that through the Global Africa Investment Summit and convert those assets into de-risk investment portfolios for which global investors can actually invest, okay? That way you take a risk on Africa. It's not a frontier risk, but it's actually highly, very, very important. So,
and as
I
you
just
said,
want to
there's
say,
sovereign assets, which is a guarantee behind it.
Yes, and we will put a lot of guarantees there. There will be multilateral development banks that will work with for partial credit guarantees, partial risk guarantees, but also the governments will play their role in terms of de-risking that. in terms of policy certainty and all of that. That's also going to be very important. But I just want to close by saying I'm so delighted, Your Excellencies, with your leadership, your vision, your commitment, that Africa will not walk on a walking stick and fall over, that we are going to develop with ourselves, our resources. Africa is not optional. Yeah. Africa is inevitable. And I think that there's no way in which the world will grow. Madam President Samia was talking about agriculture, so as Prime Minister. 65% of all the uncultivated arable land left to feed the world is not in Asia, it's not in Latin America, it's not in Europe, it's in Africa. So what Africa does with that is going to determine the future of the world. So I just want to say that Excellencies are doing the right things. And, the train is already ready to leave. I think just don't be late. Thank you very much.
Good way of putting it. You can't have an energy transition without strategic minerals, and they sit on 65% of them around the world. So it's a major play. Before, on a serious note, I mentioned a number of colleagues here at the WGS that I had the Prime Minister of Mozambique on our panel. Our hearts go out to you and the people of Mozambique because you've had tremendous, tremendous floods over the last month, and I know it's been a very tumultuous time. I'm sure the WGS is grateful you made the trip anyway, and I know you served here on part of the president. And I wanted a picture from this panel because I have two young daughters, and I said to the president and the prime minister, we got some girl power here. And Dr. Adesina and I are just happy to share the stage, if you will. Can we give him a nice round of applause? Thanks very much.
Thank you.
The experience done with the pandemic is an example on a different approach that we adopted, for example, in cooperation with the industry.
The travel spike marking a pivot in summer projections after airlines for months predicted a slow season, citing widespread worries about inflation.
We have all these aeroplanes flying. They are going to be more unique going forward. We're now seeing a resurgence of demand across all our countries on our network and the segments within that.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel discussion is titled, What is the Next Destination for Aviation 2.0? This session is moderated by Richard Quest from CNN. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panel.
Interesting, this one, because as an aviation panel that we're going to discuss, I think the topic is something about whatever grandiose title they've given us. But the reality is, the gentleman to my left, President Numa, is the president of ICAO, which is an organization you may or may not have heard of, but it is incredibly important. And yet again, it's an organization you may or may not have heard of, because it is, if you will, the main UN representative, if you will, regulator for aviation. Now, we always think of IATA as being crucial, but IATA is the organization of the airlines. ICAO, based in Canada, is the organization of governments on aviation. Please do stop me, Mr. President, if I'm getting this right. How would you describe ICAO?
Thank you very much. ICAO is exactly explained body of the regulator, but the purpose of this organization is not just regulating, enhance aviation for the future, as the title mentioned. So we are the international organization to make standard which is necessary to secure safety and security of the aviation.
Right, but when you say make standards or do standards, give me an idea of the range of standards that you're responsible for.
Basically related to safety and security of the aviation. If you do not have a clear standard, what kind of aircraft you could use for the international flight, or what kind of security management you are necessary to endorse the international flight, you couldn't manage international flight. So the main field is this field. But in addition to that, recently, we need to also think about the sustainability, what kind of fuel we could use for the future.
Right, but the first, it's highly technical. A lot of the work is extremely technical. And but this, for example, sustainability question is not only technical, but it's fundamental. You have your Corsair, which is the main global aviation sustainability program, correct?
Yes, exactly.
Just maybe put that a bit closer so you have straight. Yes. Yeah. Now, Tim, as you look at the relationship with ICAO, because again, at one level, the airline doesn't have a relationship per se, because it's through your regulator and through your country. But at the same time, you're very well aware of what ICAO is doing, or you have people in the airline that are aware.
Yes, absolutely. The organization, as you say, is a governmental function from the United Nations. Most of the countries are represented at ICAO one way or the other, and it is in that framework and the structures that were put in place decades ago with regard to how a civil aviation was going to operate, and as the president said, safety of operation, all the other bits and pieces that go with this. So they provide the framework in which all airlines, I say without exception, comply with. And as you mentioned, the regulators of those countries that are a part of ICAO make sure that the rules of the game are applied to the carriers in those particular countries.
Is there a disconnect in your view between what the airlines want and need and what the regulators provide at the speed at which they provide it?
Well, that's an interesting question. I am quite sure that ICAO would move at a far greater pace if it wasn't one based on consensus. And unfortunately, in the world today, consensus is one of that rare things that happens. So some governments who are represented at ICAO don't quite agree with what the ICAO management or structures would require. You mentioned sustainability. That's a classic case. So you have to have at the head of ICAO, the ability to manage the differences of opinion within the various structures that are coming down the track. It could be tech, cybersecurity, or whatever. And you've got to get a fairly diverse group of countries with different agendas around the table to try and come up with a common answer or way forward.
Right. Yeah. Now, you are the president of ICAO. There is a secretariat, the Secretary General, who deals with the actual nuts and bolts of it. But you are responsible for bringing together, if you will, the political consensus. Does that still work?
Very good question. Honestly speaking, it's very challenging. Originally, our organization's council member is just above 20. Now we have 36 members.
That's too many.
From the business viewpoint, yeah, as the scale of the board member, I'm not quite sure it is a manageable scale or not. But the reality, all of the UN agency has a council member much more than us. And our organization will soon accommodate additional 4 members. So how could you manage this 40 membership as effective as the board member, which is expected by airlines? That is a very challenging matter. So I'm trying to firstly actively listen all the voices, and in which way we could get the point of the consensus. That is a very important thing. Then how to encourage everybody to go to the consensus by saying it is also your merit. Because safety and security of the international aviation is very fundamental.
Right, but it's you say no. Here's the problem. Everybody will agree with you that, well, we must not make any compromises with safety. but safety first. And before long, everything is well and truly bogged down. A good example of this, we were just talking, is commercial space. Now, we've had a couple of examples in the last couple of years where the privatization of space has led to an enormous increase in private space launches, satellites, which is great. But every time one of these things goes wrong, even though there's, thank God, no loss of life, it can completely screw up civil aviation for hundreds, if not thousands of miles. How can you deal with this?
First of all, we need to examine the reality of the technology and correctly forecast what's the impact of these kind of technologies. That might take time, but we need to secure the appropriate observation and judgment of the forecast and possibility of these kind of technology. Sometimes the stakeholder tend to talk their own field as much as optimistic. That is sometimes, as you mentioned, very biased. But to delete such kind of bias, it is necessary to have the different angle of view.
You see, we don't want to stop SpaceX or whoever it is launching a rocket, because that is the future. We don't want to stop them, but we also don't want Tim's planes from Florida to back into to Dubai to be badly delayed because they've had to close the airspace, do you, Tim?
Well, that's absolutely right. I just wonder, in the broad sort of spectrum of what's actually happening, how significant these things are. At the moment, we know we have a lot more rocket launches because of what's been going on, and the Musk organization is doing, but in terms of what actually happens compared to the number of aircraft flying in a particular area at a particular time in that zone, then this can be managed at the moment. These rocket launches are known about. We do not know what they're going to do. He's had his fair share of things going wrong and blowing up.
But this could get greater as, say, for example, others decide to, Bezos, for example, decides to get into the lower Earth orbit satellite business, and others are more and more of them.
That's absolutely true. But in the end, you can, for the same reason that we can exert control of anything in the air if we want to, we've got the technology to do it. And let's assume that the rockets that are going up in the future are a lot more safer than the ones he's experimenting with now. The likelihood of something having a problem and exploding is pretty remote going forward. But if you do know that we've got eyes on it, and the air traffic controllers in the region that these take place are fully aware, and it's not just America, it's the Caribbean, we saw Venezuela, etc. All of these countries could, if they're all coordinated, say we've got a rocket launch coming up.
Let's talk about airspace, because airspace is the signal, in a way, ICAO, the ability of ICAO to negotiate and reach consensus on airspace management is one of your core functions.
Yes.
Arguably, there needs to be a complete rethink of airspace to make it more efficient, you're looking puzzled there, Tim.
No, I'm just listening to this wonderful...
You agree?
Be careful, of course. Yeah.
But this part of the world is a good example of the needing to have a rethink of airspace to make it smoother and easier, so your planes are not having to circle.
I think that's not a question of managing the airspace with a new system. It's just managing the compression that happens. But a good system will take care of compression. What we don't see is, for instance, in the European theatre, that kind of thinking, recognition that we can do things a lot better if we harmonise and have one system. In the Middle East, actually, they've advanced their systems really, really rapidly to deal with what has happened in Qatar and the United Arab Emirates and everywhere else. In fact, it's a Herculean task, but they've actually done really well. But I don't see it in other countries.
Sir?
Yeah. One of the problems of this coordination is, I shouldn't say too many, but we have a lot of stakeholders for the coordination. In particular, airspace management control, we have a lot of different coordinator and flight information region need to be coordinated. So how to make this coordination and process much easier is one of the issues among the one of the consensus issues of the stakeholders. We have a lot. Yeah.
But you see, this is my criticism. It's doomed to failure, in a sense, without being too pessimistic, because you have an exceptionally complex issue, and you're trying to solve it by consensus. You're never going to get there.
Of course, it's a very challenging matter, but so long as matter is the safety and security, which could share as the whole goal, and it is very technical in nature, as you mentioned, I think it is much easier to get compared to the very purely geopolitical matter, which could have a lot of different standpoints. So long as the matter is safety and security, I'm never being pessimistic. I'm optimistic.
One of the wonderful things about ICAO is do you remember the old baggage tag that you used to get? And it used to say, this is not the luggage label as described by article whatever of the Montreal or whatever treaty it was. In other words, it was limiting liability and that. ICAO has an enormous number of old-fashioned rules that need to be stripped away.
Yes, that's true. So we encourage member states to identify and recognize that what is old-fashioned and what is required by the industry. That's one of the very important functions of ICAO, to encourage or sometimes educate member states. But we nearly need to recognize what is the problem.
But you see the problem, Tim, you've got, for example, you're telling me about the new procedures or the advanced procedures that you're looking at putting in here. Tell me in terms of passport control and the ability to do biometrics. Tell me again this idea.
Well, many forward-thinking states are taking the whole question of access and departure to their countries very seriously, because obviously they don't want to impede the flow of people coming in and out. So they're making it very, very much easier using technology. Technology exists today to do all sorts of wonderful things. Whether or not states are minded to adopt that technology is open to the states, whichever ones they may be.
I feel confident in asking you this question. Your opinion on the way the European states, the EU, is introducing its digital passport, its digitization of entry and exit through the machines and the use thereof. Your thoughts?
It's something they should have done a long time ago. The technology has been there for a long time. All they've got to do is take a look at the countries like this to see how they've advanced. The United Kingdom has been doing it for some time. The Americans have been doing it for some time. Now they've decided that as an entity, that all the countries within the European Union should have common access for their own citizens to move, as well as for foreigners to come in and out of. That's no bad thing. That's really where we should be going. So one of the big problems going forward in aviation is the ground product, the way airports are not being developed, the systems are not being designed, given the technology platforms that could help them, whether it be check-in, whether it be passport control, whether it could be central search. If we got that right, using the technology that we have today, forget what's coming later, things will be a lot smoother. But for reasons best known to the countries in which these airports sit, they have different agendas as to how this is going to be done. It could be
a dog's breakfast at the moment.
Well, I was going to say there might be multi-stakeholders who have different views in a particular country as to how it should go. It could be the police, it could be security, it could be whatever it may be. So these are natural impediments to getting the job done, but technology exists. We've tried it here in Dubai for years now, and we're advancing at pace. We can take people through and out of Dubai and into Dubai without any kind of physical interdiction at all. And you can do that in other countries of the world as well. So it's there for you. You can do it. Thank goodness the Europeans have got on top of that. It's a bit of a Herculean task trying to get registered for that. But once you're done, then there's absolutely no reason why you should have, foreigners and EU citizens and part EU citizens, all these lanes and lines. You just walk through and the technology is there. So, if we move forward on that at the pace that we should do, there's no excuse, given what we have today and the power of computing, to be able to get this sorted within the next 5 years?
That's maybe no excuse, but you don't sound terribly helpful or hopeful.
Look, the airline industry is remarkably good at workarounds. They will adapt whatever they have to do. We welcome, and I'm not talking about Emirates, I'm talking about everybody, any airport, any country that facilitates the smooth flow of their passengers and, of course, their cargo as well, makes our lives a lot simpler, makes the whole back of house work so much simpler. It's a message that, of course, ICAO would be out there saying, come on, guys, if we have common ground, there are these kind of things we can do together. Don't worry about whether, you know, we have differences of opinion on environment and sustainability, but these kind of things are where the centralized organizations can bring value.
Let me, you get the last word. Are you hopeful in your time as president you can make progress on something like this?
Yes, that is my mission. It is not only the matter of the optimistic, that is the matter I need to do. In particular, for example, what he said is correct. Technology, in my view, already prepared. But how to prioritize this technology to contribute to the aviation is another matter. For example, immigration policy, immigration need to think about not only aviation, but also the other prioritized matters. But how to prioritize aviation in the context of global economy is one of my very important missions.
Are you confident you can make progress?
Of course, I'm confident.
Ladies and gentlemen, our panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel discussion is titled, What Role Does Culture Play in Shaping the Future of Humanity? This session is moderated by Becky Anderson from CNN. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panel.
Hello, hello. Great to be back in the plenary hall, day 2 of World Government Summit, and I'm absolutely delighted to be hosting these 2 fabulous men. You and I spoke last year.
We did.
Your Excellency, Sheikh Salem, and we were with the, at the time, outgoing Director General of UNESCO. Dr. Khalid, welcome. Mabruk, congratulations. You are the new Director General, first from the Arab region in the organization's history, and it couldn't be a more difficult time. Good luck with this role. And I'm serious about that. This is a really difficult time. You know, a fracturing international order, UNESCO facing real financial problems. Talk to us about your campaign, why you took this role, and why your sort of banner is UNESCO for the people. Just explain.
Thank you, Becky. Thank you for your nice words. Thank you, dear Minister, dear brother. I'm very excited to be here, and I'm very thankful to the UAE authorities for inviting me. It's my first World Government Summit in my new capacity that I started 10 weeks ago. As you said, the first Arab DG and the second from Africa, among 12 the brilliant DGs. It was a very long campaign. Yes, it started in 2023. I have been to 66 member states. My background was dedicated all my life in fields of competence of UNESCO. I'm teaching since 1993 in a state public university teaching Egyptology. I'm a scholar, and I worked in cultural management. I have been director of museums in Egypt and the Minister of Tourism and Antiquities. So, but what I faced and what I learned during this campaign guided me to and shaped my view to the world. I have been to 66 member states with different priorities, different culture, different religions, different aspirations. But there is one thing common, that there is a hope for a better tomorrow. There is a fear from what we don't know, from others that we don't know. And this is the power of UNESCO. UNESCO was created in 1945 at the end of the Second World War to avoid another World War, to avoid another Holocaust. And this is UNESCO, to bring peace, to build peace in the mind of people through education, science, culture, communication, and information.
And fast forward 70 years and things feel as fractured as they were back when the organization launched, sir.
Yes, and I can say it might be worse, because now we have more natural disasters, we have more hate speech, we have more technological divides, and we have a multilateral system that really threatened. But there is a hope, because I see with member states who are determined to maintain, to protect the mandate of UNESCO, because it's about peace, it's about bringing people together. And in the constitution of UNESCO, it's very clear stated that as political agreement and the economic arrangement are not enough to bring people together, they bring governments together. But education, science, and culture, it's really the thing that bring people together. And for my slogan, to answer your question, UNESCO for the people, people is the word that is most mentioned in the constitution of UNESCO, in the preamble, in the first pages, to bring people together. And in one of the campaign visits with an African intellectual artist, he told me that we don't need another organization giving us lessons, workshops, recommendations. We need an impact. We need a UNESCO for the people. I took my note and it became UNESCO for the people. And during my term, all what I be doing in education, science, culture, it will be dedicated to people, to peace, and to sustainable development.
One classic example of UNESCO success is the Revive the Spirit of Mosul project, which you and I talked about at this time last year. UAE was a lead funder on that UNESCO initiative. You and I were together in Mosul for the handover of those cultural heritage sites back in September. And I just want you, Your Excellency, just to talk to us about why that project is so important to you and how it can serve as a blueprint for recovery elsewhere.
Thank you, Becky. First, allow me to congratulate His Excellency, Dr. Khalid Ainani, on this wonderful position and wonderful appointment. And we're all rooting for him, and we're expecting a lot from all the sectors of UNESCO and not only culture. So congratulations, Dr. Khalid. Becky, culture is universal, and protecting it is a shared global responsibility. And that's why partnerships with the international community is vital, such as UNESCO, ELIF, other organizations. The UAE, similarly to humanitarian aid, prioritizes cultural cooperation, and it's always been a prioritized for the country for continuing the legacy of coexistence and peace and tolerance. The last World Government Summit, as you discussed, we spoke about Mosul, and only in September we were there. And I'd like to highlight that the UAE's partnership with UNESCO was an extremely successful one and has become a blueprint for future collaborations. And I'm pretty sure that the UNESCO will use this document as a blueprint. We're working on a video to explain as well, the historical context of Mosul, what the UAE did to contribute to it with the partner of UNESCO, to give a better idea of how this multilateralism and blueprint of heritage sites actually work. So again, we're optimistic about multilateralism. You need the right partners, the right people, and more importantly, and this is something that His Excellency and I have been in vast conversations on, is how do you have cross-sectorial collaboration? So, when you talk about culture, great, but culture without education is nothing. How do you bring in the sciences when you want to talk about the culture issue? How do you look at climate change, issues of mitigation, adaptation through culture? So the interrelation of the four sectors of UNESCO is key. And I think this is
and
a
those
big
four
role.
sectors are really important that we remember them, because we oftentimes talk about the pillar of culture. UNESCO, sir, and this is a challenge to you. UNESCO is about culture, it is about science, it is about education, it is about information technology. So here is, a question to you. How do you go about prioritizing the significantly reduced budgets? By the way, the US withdrew from UNESCO. That means you've lost 22% of your regular budget by the end of this year. Even more countries are asking for help. So how do you ensure you are running the gamut across those four key pillars? And, when conflict dominates, when we look at this fractured world, when we look at how few people are talking about the opportunities that multilateralism affords, there are a lot of people who say culture's a luxury. Investment in science and education, really? Tell us. Go on.
Thank you for this complex question. What you said is very right, that UNESCO, we are the victims of our success in cultural heritage, big Nubian campaign and rescuing monuments around the world. I spent my life in cultural heritage. So, but when I started the campaign, I started to dig inside UNESCO. UNESCO is also, and mainly education, because UNESCO is the mind of the people and minds of the children. It's empowering children with skills, with knowledge, with values from the early childhood going through lifelong learning. It's a capacity building of teachers. It's a catalyst of international scientific cooperation. And I know that the day that I traveled to study my PhD abroad, it changed my life. So scientific diplomacy is something that is very valuable. Culture, it's not only about heritage sites, about intangible heritage sites, about creative industries that can help communities to thrive. And I'm very happy that finally, in 2024, the UN recognized in the Pact for the Future culture for the first time as the driver of sustainable development. And of course, the communication information, that we are in charge of freedom of expression, of reliable and free communication, and safety of journalists. It's also in the mandate of the organization. We will prioritize, we are obliged to have a focus on the in the mandate of the organization, and to do maybe less but better, because we have less financial resources. And when you have less financial resources, you're obliged to have less human resources as well. We are based in 53 countries around the world. We have 9 Category 1 institutes in different parts of the world. We are going to maintain all of this, and with member states, we'll reach together a compromise to be impactful, preserving the mandate of the organization. As for the financial resources, which is a very big challenge now, not only for UNESCO, but for the UN system, it goes beyond the withdrawal of the US. It's all the ODA's architecture is changing, and priorities of member states now, instead of giving specialized agencies, they go to pay to the military in their countries, and others, because of the proliferation of humanitarian crises around the world, they go to the humanitarian. So as you said, culture, science, maybe it's not on the top of the agenda of donors, and this is the only way that we have now, is to multiply and diversify the partnership with the civil society, with the private sector, with the philanthropy organization. But to do so, I think that we need to change the narrative and to deliver the full mandate of the organization that is beyond the cultural heritage. It's people. It's UNESCO for the people. It's for women empowerment. It's for the youth, the leaders of tomorrow.
So if we were sitting here this time next year, what do you hope we will be talking about? What do you hope you will have achieved?
Education and accompanying the young generation in natural disaster zones and in crisis zones in the world, in Ukraine, in the Middle East, to accompany these children from trauma to trust, to be able to deliver the equitable and the quality education they deserve. I don't want to lose this generation. I'm coming from Egypt. I'm African. I'm Arab. I'm Mediterranean. I'm crossroad of civilizations. I believe in the intercultural dialogue, and this is my daily fight that I want to have with all member states all the time, that we deliver the message of respecting others, dealing with others, understanding and knowing others.
I mean, you sat on the board of UNESCO. I mean, you were representative for the UAE in Paris for a long period of time. So I know you'll have a real perspective about, you know, what the organization is up to and where you hope it will go, and with the UAE's support. Projects like Mosul are a classic example of where a country like this can really support. I know that you'll also, you know, buy into the idea of public-private partnerships for an organization like this as well. As the world enters an era of rapid tech advancement, how do we ensure that the younger generations value and protect cultural heritage in the first instance, but equally, you know, the issues that you've just brought up, which are a mandate for UNESCO: education, science, information technology?
Becky, in simple answers, is to involve them, to involve the youth. Again, Mosul is an example, and we keep bringing Mosul back again because I think for myself and for His Excellency, it is the most recent significant restoration project globally. And His Excellency's campaign about people, this is what the UAE is about. When we look at humanitarian aid, it's for the people. When we look at cultural development and restoration, it's for the people. So we have to be people focused. You know, you were at Mosul, you saw Al Nouri Mosque, you saw the incredible Hadda Minaret, you saw both churches restored, the houses. However, at the end of the day, it's about the people. 7,700 Mosulis have been trained. 2,700 of them are trained under the UAE budget and have permanent jobs there.
What I also saw was a city that needs an awful lot of help still. What this project is doing is inspiring that sort of, you know, the opportunity to work on one project which will ripple.
Absolutely, absolutely. The center of the city has been restored. People are back into the city. ISIS is completely out. You have youth working and believing in this project, and that's how you bring communities back together.
I want to lean into your experience to that point. As a tour guide, and I want to close with this. You talked to the audience about your experience, and your CV clearly was, you know, the ultimate reason why after a 30-month campaign, you got 55 of 57 votes for this role. I mean, you know, your experience as a tour guide after a really frightening period of terrorism in Egypt back in the day in the 1990s really provides you, I think, some good storytelling on this.
I think two stories to tell from my experience as a tour guide is how culture diplomacy is a very effective tool. I saw tourists when they arrived to Egypt after terrorist attack, scared in the beginning when they arrived because they are coming to the Middle East, and some of them and when I saw them crying while leaving because they loved Egypt, they loved the Egyptians. So I saw how the word of mouth, when they went back, until today, after 35 years, I kept a very strong friendship from my work as a tour guide. The second lesson I learned that how culture is a sustainable development tool. And when we had this terrorist attack in 1997, that people who are working mainly in tourism in Luxor were unable to feed their horses. So imagine the families. It was really a very horrible situation that I see now when tourism is flourishing. I saw what happened during the COVID time when I was Minister of Tourism at the time. We closed the restaurants, airports, hotels, how 1 million family suffered during the COVID time because of lack of resources. Culture is a very important socioeconomic factor.
And I'm just going to finally close with you, because from a UAE perspective, culture is a strategic priority right now, not just for identity, but for the economy and for diplomacy, correct?
Absolutely, absolutely. Culture and everything that comes out of culture. So again, education, culture doesn't come without education. what is the link of climate change with culture? How do we look at issues of mitigation and adaptation of the link of culture and climate? So again, culture as we traditionally know it to be, but also how it links to other subsectors is quite crucial for the UAE.
We are timed out. We've been timed out for a minute or so. So I'm going to have to leave it there. Too short a session. It's been fantastic to have you, though. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
My guest today.
شكرا بك.
Shukran.
الحضور الكريم، كانت هذه آخر جلسة رئيسية لهذا اليوم. نشكركم على حضوركم القمة العالمية للحكومات 2026. سيتجدد لقاؤنا معكم غدا عند الساعة 9 صباحا.
Distinguished guests, this was the last plenary session for today. We thank you for your attendance and look forward to welcoming you tomorrow at 9 a.m. for the third day of the World Government Summit 2026.
في الماضي صنعت الكلمات والأفعال أعظم لحظات التاريخ، فألهمت الشعوب ورسمت مسارها.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
كلمة واحدة قد تتحول إلى قرارات.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
جملة واحدة قادرة على تشكيل الآراء.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
والخطاب الصحيح يمكن أن يغير مجرى التاريخ.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
غير أن الصوت الواحد مهما كان مؤثراً لا يكفي وحده.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
هذه تحديات معقدة يصعب على الدول والحكومات مواجهتها منفردة.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
نحن بحاجة إلى منصة تجمع القادة والخبراء والمفكرين، منصة تطرح فيها أصعب الأسئلة وتصاغ فيها الحلول بجهد مشترك.
I'm an optimist by nature. If you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
القمة العالمية للحكومات، حيث تلتقي العقول وتتولد الأفكار ويستشرف المستقبل.
Economic development is innovation.
Innovation cannot be planned. You just don't know when and where innovation comes.
Creative arts as an industry is a generator not only of wealth, but of jobs.
You can find the capital, you can find the resources. It's the ideas that matter.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
We know the energy demand is going to double by 2050. We don't know how we're going to supply that demand.
Those countries that will continue to innovate will have a competitive advantage.
They want the data input and the models that they can manage and they can trust.
The one-day work week will likely be here by 2040.
Once you have humanoid robots, there's really no limit to the economy. You can make anything.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
This technology is going to impact the world profoundly.
It means every day will be your best day.
في الماضي صنعت الكلمات والأفعال أعظم لحظات التاريخ، فألهمت الشعوب ورسمت مسارها.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
كلمة واحدة قد تتحول إلى قرارات.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
جملة واحدة قادرة على تشكيل الآراء.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
والخطاب الصحيح يمكن أن يغير مجرى التاريخ.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
غير أن الصوت الواحد مهما كان مؤثراً لا يكفي وحده.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
هذه تحديات معقدة يصعب على الدول والحكومات مواجهتها منفردة.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
نحن بحاجة إلى منصة تجمع القادة والخبراء والمفكرين، منصة تطرح فيها أصعب الأسئلة وتصاغ فيها الحلول بجهد مشترك.
I'm an optimist by nature. If you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
القمة العالمية للحكومات، حيث تلتقي العقول وتتولد الأفكار ونستشرف المستقبل.
Throughout history, our greatest turning points began not with action, but with powerful words.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
A single line can be a command.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
A sentence can form an opinion.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
And the right speech can shift the course of history.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
But one voice on its own can only go so far.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
These are challenges too complex for any nation to face alone.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
They demand a platform where leaders, experts, and thinkers can confront the world's toughest questions together.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Welcome to the World Government Summit, where voices meet, where ideas are exchanged, and the future is reimagined.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
If we get into a new Cold War, do countries have to choose which side they are?
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Think of genes as life software. Genetic medicine is the ability to rewrite that code.
If you are diagnosed early with lung cancer, your probability of being alive at 5 years is going to be 95%.
What COVID did is it really stretched our systems to their core.
History teaches us the pandemic agreement is mission critical for humanity.
What drives economic development is innovation.
Innovation cannot be planned. You just don't know when and where innovation comes.
Creative arts as an industry is a generator not only of wealth, but of jobs.
You can find the capital, you can find the resources. It's the ideas that matter.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
We know the energy demand is going to double by 2050. We don't know how we're going to supply that demand.
Those countries that will continue to innovate will have a competitive advantage. They want the data input and the models that they can manage and they can trust.
The one-day work week will likely be here by 2040.
Once you have humanoid robots, there's really no limit to the economy. You can make anything.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
This technology is going to impact the world profoundly.
It means every day will be your best day.
في الماضي صنعت الكلمات والأفعال أعظم لحظات التاريخ، فألهمت الشعوب ورسمت مسارها.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
كلمة واحدة قد تتحول إلى قرارات.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
جملة واحدة قادرة على تشكيل الآراء.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
والخطاب الصحيح يمكن أن يغير مجرى التاريخ.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
غير أن الصوت الواحد مهما كان مؤثرا لا يكفي وحده.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
هذه تحديات معقدة يصعب على الدول والحكومات مواجهتها منفردة.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
نحن بحاجة إلى منصة تجمع القادة والخبراء والمفكرين، منصة تطرح فيها أصعب الأسئلة وتصاغ فيها الحلول بجهد مشترك.
I'm an optimist by nature. If you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
القمة العالمية للحكومات، حيث تلتقي العقول وتتولد الأفكار ويستشرف المستقبل.
Throughout history, our greatest turning points began not with action, but with powerful words.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
A single line can be a command.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
A sentence can form an opinion.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
And the right speech can shift the course of history.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
But one voice on its own can only go so far.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
These are challenges too complex for any nation to face alone.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
They demand a platform where leaders, experts, and thinkers can confront the world's toughest questions together.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Welcome to the World Government Summit, where voices meet, where ideas are exchanged, and the future is reimagined.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
If we get into a new Cold War, do countries have to choose which side they are?
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
I'm an optimist by nature. And if you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
Think of genes as life software. Genetic medicine is the ability to rewrite that code.
If you are diagnosed early with lung cancer, your probability of being alive at 5 years is going to be 95%.
What COVID did is it really stretched our systems to their core.
History teaches us the pandemic agreement is mission critical for humanity.
What drives economic development is innovation.
Innovation cannot be planned. You just don't know when and where innovation comes.
Creative arts as an industry is a generator not only of wealth, but of jobs.
You can find the capital, you can find the resources. It's the ideas that matter.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
We know the energy demand is going to double by 2050. We don't know how we're going to supply that demand.
Those countries that will continue to innovate will have a competitive advantage. They want the data input and the models that they can manage and they can trust.
The one-day work week will likely be here by 2040.
Once you have humanoid robots, there's really no limit to the economy. You can make anything.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
This technology is going to impact the world profoundly.
It means every day will be your best day.
في الماضي صنعت الكلمات والأفعال أعظم لحظات التاريخ، فألهمت الشعوب ورسمت مسارها.
As long as you live another day, you have an opportunity to create.
كلمة واحدة قد تتحول إلى قرارات.
In a world in which everything is global, we need global responses.
جملة واحدة قادرة على تشكيل الآراء.
To me, development delayed is development denied, and we have to change this.
والخطاب الصحيح يمكن أن يغير مجرى التاريخ.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis that is unimaginable.
غير أن الصوت الواحد مهما كان مؤثرا لا يكفي وحده.
We're going through a time warp. It's going to be shockingly different.
هذه تحديات معقدة يصعب على الدول والحكومات مواجهتها منفردة.
Shift to artificial intelligence is going to be like a tsunami hitting the labor market.
نحن بحاجة إلى منصة تجمع القادة والخبراء والمفكرين، منصة تطرح فيها أصعب الأسئلة وتصاغ فيها الحلول بجهد مشترك.
I'm an optimist by nature. If you're not optimistic and passionate, you'll not get anything done.
القمة العالمية للحكومات، حيث تلتقي العقول وتتولد الأفكار ويستشرف المستقبل.
Throughout history, our greatest turning points began not with action, but with powerful words.
As long as
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We have one more address, one more speech. Really important for you to stay with us. So please take your seats. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Eleni. Thank you to all the panelists for your interesting contributions today. Indeed, integrated management of water, energy, and food is critical to achieve comprehensive sustainability. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before we conclude today's forum, I would like to invite the Prime Minister of Lesotho, His Excellency Honorable Nipsquani Samuel Matakan, to deliver the closing remarks.
Excellencies, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, it is both a profound honor and a privilege to address you as we conclude this important session. Allow me to extend my deepest appreciation to the host government and the organizers for convening us at the moment when global cooperation and collective actions are crucial. At the outset, let me convey to you all warm greetings from His Majesty King Letsie III, the government and the people of the Kingdom of Lesotho, a nation modest in size, yet resolute in its commitment to the ideals of multilateralism, sustainable development, peace, and inclusive prosperity. Much has already been covered by speakers before me. Let me rather make this observation. For many years, sustainability has been framed as a constraint on growth. However, in our case, we view sustainability as a competitive strategy. Emerging economies are no longer spherical actors. They are increasingly central to driving innovation towards the low carbon economies. Digital transformation and diversified trade patterns require a paradigm shift from passive policy adoption to proactive leadership, shaping sustainable futures. Excellencies, in a world of constant shocks, energy, climate, or geopolitics, resilience is the new growth model. Countries that secure affordable and clean power, reliable water, and climate-smart food system will grow faster, protect their citizens, and remain competitive. Moreover, in a presumed multipolar world, inclusive development must be anchored in innovation, shared knowledge, and equitable access to finance and technology. Multilateral platforms must amplify the voices of smaller and vulnerable economies like Lesotho in ensuring that global governance remains fair, responsive, and inclusive. As a small land-linked economy and the water tower of Southern African region, our strategic importance is far larger than our size. It has been said by almost everybody, the concern that the world is facing when it comes to water. But Lesotho maybe is the only country that has got water in abundance. So we are looking for partners that can come and invest with us in water, in hydropower, in many other things that will be able to generate electricity, because we also want to do that and sell it to the pool, the Southern African pool that is there for us to supply with electricity. Excellencies, we recognize that sustainable growth must be rooted in climate resilience and environmental stewardship. Our priorities include the following: renewable energy, expanding investment in hydropower, solar, and wind energy to reduce dependence on imported energy and ensure sustainable access to households and industries. Our focus is simple. We want to execute climate and resource-smart projects. Abundant water and cool weather position Lesotho as the best place to invest in for setting up data centers, which was mentioned. I think one of the speakers that did mention that was Mr. Smith. You did talk about the data centers, so Lesotho is the right place to put the data centers. We have a potential of exceeding 1,000 megawatts production by combining existing and planned hydropower capacity, marking this as a dispatchable green power system scale. This power can be monetized through peak and balancing power sales that wheel green energy into interconnected Southern African power pool markets. Auxiliary project within Lesotho and independent power producers. Climate adaptation. Implementing community-based adaptation strategies to address droughts, erratic rainfall, and soil erosion, while strengthening early warning systems and disaster preparedness. That is why we are opening opportunities for carbon credit, viable preservation, and rehabilitation programs. This includes catchment restoration, wetland protection, invasive species removal, and climate adaptation. Protecting this ecosystem is not optional, it is an economic imperative. Promoting agro-processing value addition and climate-smart agriculture to enhance food security and rural livelihoods is a must to achieve productivity. Create jobs and foreign exchange earnings. We can irrigate at scale, increase cropping intensity, and supply agro-processing reliability. Our water infrastructure is anchored in the Lesotho Highlands Water Project, a project that began 30 years ago and continues to operate and add new phases today, advancing projects such as the Lesotho Highlands Water Project Phase 2, which not only supports regional water security, but also generate hydropower and employment opportunities. More investment will be made in the Lesotho-Botswana water transfer in the coming years and expanding to Namibia too. Lesotho is, of course, the water source and gateway of the Senqu Basin region, underpinning a $450 billion sub-regional economy across the Southern Africa that serves over 60 million people. Excellencies, these priorities that I have just shared with you are true testament to our true potential that can only be realized with strategic partners. Let me reiterate, we need partnership around irrigation systems, climate smart farming, cold chain logistics, processing facilities, and export-oriented value chains. I invite partners into a defined investment pipeline. The solar, hydro, and storage portfolio. A 300 to 800 million independent power producers program, generating revenues from peak power, auxiliary services, and wheeling across Southern African power pool markets. Climate resilient bulk water and smart distribution. Infrastructure that protects cities, agriculture, and energy systems. Reducing food imports and creating rural jobs and expanding exports for Lesotho. Representation scalable carbon and ecosystem protection platform that preserves water security. On the flip side of all this is an opportunity to unlock climate finance and carbon market revenues that enhance the positive impacts and contributions of partners to globally valuable programs. As I conclude, Excellencies, we are ready to collaborate with partners across regions to harness the potential of emerging economies as engines of sustainable development, shared prosperity, and global stability. We recognize this mix of public and private investment have a strong multiplier effect on employment and economic growth. We are therefore committed to leveraging investment for inclusive human progress and development. Together, let us reaffirm our collective responsibility to build a sustainable, equitable, and resilient future to all, and a global order that emphasizes strategic partnerships and collaboration, including strengthening regional and global institutions. I thank you.